Chapter 289, Painting Through a Savage Beast 3 in 1. After the uproar that Zhang Xian created with the ladies, the crowd had cleared the area around him, causing him and the attendant to stand out with exceptional conspicuity. While everyone was busy placing their bids, the two of them were chatting incessantly about something else, and upon witnessing this, GMO Gongzi felt displeased and disrespected. Then, when he listened carefully to their conversation, it turned out that they were belittling his work. How could he tolerate this? Thus, he bellowed at them immediately. They were clearly challenging his prestige and authority. He had thought that the other party would apologize immediately upon being questioned like that, but contrary to his expectations, the other party spoke such words in return. A toy which any apprentice painter can create. Becoming infuriated, his face turned crimson red immediately. What did you say? Clenching his fists tightly, a surge of power gushed out from him, causing the air and the surroundings to howl. He was actually a Pishue realm expert. To be able to attain Pishue realm below 20 years of age, it seemed that this Jimi Gongzi's talent in cultivation was no way inferior to his flair for painting. The green-robed attendant didn't expect Zhang Xian to say such words, and his face paled immediately. Putting aside the fact that the Ji clan was one of the 3 great clans in the capital, this Ji Gongzi himself was a highly respected one-star painter with incredible rallying abilities. Provoking him like that, wasn't that equivalent to courting death? Angering the other party and receiving a beating were no big deals, but it was highly likely that Zhang Xian would be banned from the Painter Guild. If so, he wouldn't be able to buy a single painting no matter how much money he offered. Gongzi, calm down. It's best that you apologize and give in. He tugged on the clothes of the young man beside him involuntarily and sent a telepathic message, after which the young man before him nodded and spoke. Oh, it's my mistake to say that any apprentice painter can create such a painting. That's more like it. Hearing Zhang Xian admit his mistake, the attendant was just about to heave a sigh of relief when he heard the second half of his words. His eyes shot upward, and he nearly passed out from shock. This is an insult to apprentice painters. Given the standard of this painting, even a random savage beast is able to do better than that. 5 million, you say? I won't even buy it for 5 gold coins. Zhang Xian uttered. He didn't wish to cause trouble, but that didn't mean that he would allow anyone to climb all over his head. Trying to take advantage of me? You must be joking. It's already good enough that I'm not trying to take advantage of you. While the other party was drawing, without using the Library of Heaven's Path, he was able to see 7 to 8 flaws with just his own judgment. He wouldn't want this mediocre drawing even if the other party were to give it to him for free. To pay for it, you must be pulling my leg. Savage beast? 5 gold coins? Zhang Xian spoke calmly, and the crowd became tongue-tied, beginning to stare at him as if they were looking at a monster. To insult a painter right at home in the Painter Guild. Where did you get such confidence? You. GMO Gongzi was so angry that he nearly vomited blood. Even a random savage beast would be able to do better than him. Won't buy it even for 5 gold coins. The other party was clearly doubting his professionalism. Alright, there's nothing much to see about this clown. Let's go up and take a look at the other paintings. Disregarding the infuriated GMO, Zhang Xian turned around impassively and prepared to leave. Even though he had just arrived at Tianwu Kingdom and didn't possess any standing in the capital, he was someone who was about to take the Master Teacher examination and should carry a befitting disposition. If the other party were to dare to say such words to him after he becomes a Master Teacher, he would lash him to death on the spot instead of wasting any breath on him. This is the authority and power unique to a Master Teacher. Master Teachers mustn't be sullied, and those who dare to desecrate one has to die. He was just a boastful painter, and yet he dared to force a sale upon him. Zhang Xian was already behaving very respectfully to him, having merely criticized his piece. Hold it right there. Seeing how that fellow intended to leave straight after humiliating him, GMO Gongzi's face warped in anger, and he almost flew into a rage. However, even though he was infuriated, he didn't lose his rationality. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger and stared at Zhang Xian coldly. Since you spoke so confidently, you must be rather confident in your knowledge of painting. Then, do you dare to compete with me? Compete? That's right. We'll start painting simultaneously, and after we're done, we'll find someone to appraise our work. The person whose painting is superior and attains the higher level wins. The losing side will have to kneel down and apologize, and swear to never enter the Painter Guild ever again. GMO Gongzi's eyes were filled savagery. How about it? Do you dare to take on the challenge? Start painting simultaneously? Find someone to appraise our work? Are you certain? Seeing how confident the other party was, Zhang Xian shook his head. He didn't mind competing with the other party. In any case, he had nothing else to do today apart from exploring the Painter Guild and, from the looks of it, the other party wouldn't let this matter slip if he were to reject his challenge. Why? Do you not dare to take me on? GMO Gongzi sneered. That's not it. It's just that. Placing his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian looked at him with a helpless expression. I'm afraid that you'll cry. Gudong. Everyone fell to the ground, the entire room falling into silence. Voila. Then, the entire room burst into an uproar. What in the world are you bragging about? GMO Gongzi is an official painter. How dare a nobody like you spout such arrogant words? Compete with him. Let him know the capability of a true master painter. The ladies present stared at Zhang Xian furiously. With arms akimbo, each and every one of them felt a strong urge to tear Zhang Xian into pieces. We've seen arrogant people, but we've never seen such an arrogant person. You dare say that GMO Gongzi will cry? Do you know who he is? He is the first person in Tianwu Royal City to pass the painter examination before having reached 20 years of age, a person who possesses unparalleled talent in painting. Afraid that he will cry? Who do you think you are? The guild leader of the Painter Guild? You. GMO Gongzi's body swayed, and blood nearly burst forth from his mouth. The other party's words were way too vicious. He knew that the more he quarreled with the other party, the more likely he would die from anger. Thus, he waved his hands and said, Then let's not waste any time then. Let our skills do the speaking. After which, as if he was afraid that the other party might back out, he turned around and issued instructions to an attendant behind him immediately. The attendant then turned around and left, returning with 2 elders in no time. This is Vice Guild Leader Chung and Vice Guild Leader Wu. They are 2-star Grandmaster painters, so there shouldn't be a problem having them act as the judges, right? Hearing that the 2 were Vice Guild leaders, Zhang Xian directed his attention to them immediately. These 2 seemed to be around Master Lu Qin's age, and snowy beards hung on their chins. Perhaps due to years of immersion in painting, both of them carried unique and refined dispositions. I'm fine with it. It made no difference to Zhang Xian whoever the judge was. Thus, he nodded to indicate his approval. Do the 2 of you wish to compete? Walking forward, Vice Guild Leader Qing asked with a frown. The attendant had explained to them about the conflict on their way here. A youngster of unknown background suddenly appeared and spoke arrogantly before GMO, resulting in a conflict between them. The 2 Vice Guild leaders were curious to see how that youngster could be so confident. Yes. GMO Gongzi bowed. May I ask from whom did you learn painting? Vice Guild Leader Chung turned to Zhang Xian and asked, I am acquainted with master and grandmaster painters in the 13 surrounding kingdoms, so I might just happen to know your teacher. I merely possess an interest in painting. I do not have a teacher, Zhang Xian said. His understanding of painting came from books, so it was true that he did not have a teacher. An interest? Do not have a teacher? Both Vice Guild Leader Chung and Vice Guild Leader Wu exchanged gazes, and they felt baffled at the situation. Even though painting ranked among the lowest in the 9 upper paths, it was impossible to learn true skills without guidance from a teacher. The other party dares to compete with a 1-star painter just because he is somewhat interested in painting? Is he unaware of a master painter's capabilities, or did his arrogance blind his rationality? Painting is an elegant art, and such a contest would be a breach of decorum. If the both of you have any arguments, it would be best to settle it privately. There's no need to settle it through a competition. After hesitating for a moment, Vice Guild Leader Wu tried to persuade the duo. Painting is a refined activity, and using it for a competition is unbefitting of a refined painter. I beseech the 2 grandmasters to persuade us no further. Academics get to know each other through literature. On top of that, I believe that there's a need to uphold our pride as painters. This fellow dared to insult painting. If I do not have a showdown with him today, I will not be able to lying down. Before Zhang Xian could speak, GMO Gongzi had already spoken up. This fellow claimed that even apprentice painters and savage beasts could do better than him. If he didn't teach him a lesson today, his reputation would fall to the gutters, and he would be too embarrassed to meet anyone in the future. Seeing that GMO was adamant on the matter, the two vice guild leaders turned to Zhang Xian, only to see him nod his head casually. If he wishes to compete, so be it. All right then. Seeing that both parties had agreed to the competition and that it was impossible to persuade them otherwise, the two vice guild leaders could only agree to the matter. Since the both of you have decided to compete with one another, we'll serve as judges then. The rules are simple. The time limit is 2 hours, and the person whose painting is at the higher level will be declared victorious. If both paintings are of the same level, the one who took the least time will be the winner. There's nothing such as superior or inferior in art, and everyone has different tastes and interests. Thus, it is impossible to decide which artwork is superior or inferior. However, since there were different levels to painting, they could use it as a benchmark to assess their painting skills objectively. Let's begin. With the rules set and no disagreements from both parties involved in the competition, a few apprentice painters began to lay out 2 tables with brushes, ink slabs, and paper. There are no restrictions to the topic. Feel free to paint anything you desire to. Seeing that the both of them had taken their positions, Vice Guild Leader Wu said, "Yes." GMO Gongzi nodded his head. Since there were no restrictions, he could choose to paint what he was best at. The mountains and streams that he drew before were not what he was good at. If he were to draw what he was the most adept in, he would surely be able to produce a painting of the 3rd level. He had just become a 1-star painter and was looking for an opportunity to increase his reputation when this fellow appeared from nowhere. The idiom, delivering a pillow when one is craving for a nap, fitted the situation perfectly. Zhang Xian's appearance was simply too timely. Otherwise, GMO wouldn't have gone to the extent of blowing the matter up. All right, since there aren't any objections, you may begin now. Since the duo wasn't objectionable to the rules, Vice Guild Leader Wu waved his hands, gesturing for them to start. All right. GMO Gongzi harumphed coldly. With a swift movement, he picked up the brush, dipped it in the ink, and began drawing. This time, in order to obtain a more convincing victory, he chose to use plenty of flamboyant techniques, winning him the loud cheers from the crowd. Do all of you think that GMO Gongzi will win? Of course. G. Gongzi is the most talented painter in the younger generation. Even the guild leader has said that it is highly possible that he will take over his position in the future. How can he possibly lose to a countryside bumpkin? That's true. G. Gongzi has already begun drawing. But why is that countryside bumpkin still standing idly? It can't be that his words are louder than his actions, and that he doesn't know how to paint at all? That may really be true. Look, he is totally motionless. Mesmerized by GMO Gongzi's graceful brush strokes, everyone had been discussing GMO Gongzi excitedly, and only at this moment did they realize that the youngster he was competing against was standing motionlessly on the spot, his expression seeming to indicate a dilemma within. Is there anything wrong? Do you have any problem that you find hard to voice out? Feel free to speak. Seeing him in such a state, Vice Guild Leader Wu asked. Oh, it's like that. Zhang Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. I've been thinking about it. If I were to simply paint and win him like that, I would be bullying him. Since I claim that even a savage beast can paint better than him, may I ask, are there any savage beasts here? Can I borrow one to use? Rest assured, after it's done with the painting, I'll return it to you. What? He intends to use a savage beast to compete against GMO Gongzi? The heck? Surely I am hearing things. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they stared at the man as if he were a lunatic. Even though savage beasts possess intelligence, it is insignificant in comparison to human thoughts. As such, it is impossible for a savage beast to be capable of painting. Pitting a savage beast against an official painter in a painting contest. How is that possible? You must be pulling our legs. Even if they weren't here, being able to see and hear it in person, they would have thought that the fellow was insane. In fact, even though they were actually here in person witnessing the situation, they were doubting his sanity. While everyone was just shocked, GMO Gongzi's body was already convulsing. 10,000 imaginary divine beasts flew around his head, and he nearly threw his brush at the other party's face. Finding a savage beast to compete with him, the heck, do you mean that I am not worthy of being your opponent? He thought that he would be able to humiliate the other party once the results were out, but the painting had barely started, and the other party's contempt had by now seared his skin. If that fellow were to really win with a savage beast, doesn't that mean that I am inferior to a beast? Even I win, it would only mean that I am better than a beast. The heck? GMO Gongzi felt blood welling up in his mouth, and that he was about to break down. Cough, cough. Even though savage beasts possess intelligence, they are incapable of painting. Are you certain of this? Vice Guild leader Wu was also astonished at the youngster's request. He couldn't help but ask him once more. He had seen people request for a longer duration, better quality paper, a better standard of ink. Of all of these innumerable requests, he had never come across someone requesting for a savage beast. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Yes, I am certain. Zhang Xian nodded his head with a serious expression. He could easily paint a 5th-level work. If he were to take the painter examination, even if it wasn't sufficient for him to reach 3-star, he would be a 2-star pinnacle at the minimum. With such a capability, for him to compete with a young fellow who had just passed the 1-star painter examination would be akin to bullying the weak. Even if he were to win, it wouldn't be honorable. However, even after he had affirmed his request, the other party didn't make a move. Therefore, Zhang Xian asked, "Can it be that there aren't any savage beasts here? Or is looking for a savage beast too difficult a request? After all, this is the Painter Guild, not the Beast Hall. Can it be that savage beasts are difficult to find in Tianwu Royal City? Difficult?" Everyone staggered. This isn't the main point at all. The main point is, how can a savage beast be capable of drawing? Arrogant. While Vice Guild leader Wu was at a loss, Vice Guild leader Cheng's face darkened, and he flung his sleeves angrily. He had immersed himself in painting for several decades now, and he was well aware of the difficulty of this art. To wish to outdo an official painter at painting using a savage beast? That was an incredibly arrogant thought. Initially, he thought that this would be a valiant battle between two outstanding youths, but to think that the youngster before him would be such a conceited fellow. Why not? I go out and look around? I know of a wild savage beast in the vicinity. Recognizing the persisting awkwardness, the green-robed attendant hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Go on. Zhang Xian gestured. Yes. The green-robed attendant rushed out immediately and in a short while came running back with a savage beast in his embrace. Rather than a savage beast, it was more appropriate to call it an undomesticated animal. Similar to dogs and cats that households kept, it didn't possess any fighting prowess. Oblivious to the reason why it was brought here, it had a confused look on its face. Upon receiving the savage beast, Zhang Xian took a quick look at it. Even though he wasn't very satisfied, the competition had long begun, and there wasn't time for him to be picky. Time to try out the abilities of a poison master. With the savage beast in his embrace, Zhang Xian thought. As for why he dared to make such a bet with his opponent, in claiming that he would use a savage beast to create his painting, it wasn't because he was arrogant, but rather because he had aces up his sleeves. Even if a savage beast is tamed, it is impossible for it to obey exactly the thoughts of its owner. If one desires to create a painting that surpasses the 2nd level, he cannot place his hopes on something beyond his control. One has to have absolute control over the painting process. As a 2-star beast tamer, it would have been impossible for him to control the actions of a savage beast precisely. However, after the trip to the Poison Hall, the situation had changed. After 10 days of studying in the Poison Hall, not only did Zhang Xian manage to cultivate the poison body, his mastery of poison had also reached the level of a 2-star poison master. More importantly, he had also gained an additional use for the Heaven's Path Shenqi. He is now able to convert it into tonic with a single thought and transform it into deadly poison with another. The Heaven's Path Zhenqi happened to be the ideal tool that allows him to control movements of a savage beast precisely using just his mind. Stretching out his hands, he sent a surge of Heaven's Path Zhenqi into the meridians of the savage beast that was in his embrace. Then, with a simple will, he distributed it into the various acupoints all over its body immediately. Time to start. Now that the preparations were in place, he had the savage beast roll around in the ink before casually throwing it onto the large piece of Xian paper. Is he really having the savage beast draw for him? I would like to see what kind of painting he can create. I've seen this savage beast, and it does not possess any intelligence. What kind of painting can it possibly draw? Seeing that Zhang Xian wasn't joking and that he had soaked the savage beast in ink and had it step onto the Xian paper, the crowd burst into an uproar. To have a savage beast paint and win against an official painter? Brother, are you daydreaming, or are you just pulling a prank? Preposterous. Vice Guild leader Cheng's face steeled. Painting is a respectable and refined occupation. To actually call a savage beast splashing ink around as painting is clearly an act of provocation. He had decided to chase this fellow out the moment the competition ended. He couldn't allow the art of painting to be insulted like that. Feeling displeased within, he was glaring at Zhang Xian in fury when Vice Guild leader Wu's words rang beside his ear. Something is wrong. Cheng Feng, look. What's wrong? He turned around to look at his old friend, only to see him staring at the youngster's painting in bewilderment. Frowning, Vice Guild leader Cheng Feng turned his head over as well, and with a single glance, he became stupefied. How? How is this possible? The savage beast on the Xian paper hesitated for a moment before beginning to saunter on the paper, leaving behind one plum flower after another in its wake. There wasn't a specific pattern to those plum flower marks, but they went along a straight line and seemed as if they were held hanging by a formless vine. Shouldn't an unintelligent savage beast, who was splashed with ink all over, run away the moment it was released? Why would it walk on the paper slowly without the slightest repetition in its footsteps? It's a type of beast-taming technique. Vice Guild leader Wu's voice sounded in his ears. That's right. Hearing his old friend's words, Cheng Feng came to a realization. Not only did the savage beast not escape or run about, it walked in a straight line on the paper. This showed that it was listening to someone's orders, and to be able to get a savage beast to obey his commands immediately, it had to be an extremely advanced beast-taming technique. Can it be that this extremely young fellow is a beast tamer? However, so what if he has the ability to tame a savage beast? No matter how neat these footsteps are, it isn't a painting. Naturally, it is impossible for it to reach the level of reality depiction and, not to mention, spiritual canvas. Cheng Feng was surprised, but he shook his head nevertheless. Even though reality depiction was merely the first level of painting, countless apprentices and painting fanatics had to be locked out from its gates for several years, and sometimes even several decades before it could be achieved. So what if that youngster can control movements of a savage beast using techniques belonging to beast tamers? Savage beasts being savage beasts, it is impossible for them to devote any emotion or artistic conception to the painting. It is just like controlling a puppet. It is impossible to instill spirit into the work. You're right. Vice Guild leader nodded in agreement. He was also curious what the fellow was up to. Pada. Just as they were pondering what kind of painting the youngster would show them, the savage beast, which was advancing on the Xian paper, fell down abruptly and the ink on its body blotted an area of the paper black. Seems like we had been overthinking. Initially, the plum blossoms that the savage beast created with its footstep looked satisfactory, appearing to be a proper piece of painting. Even though Cheng Feng didn't think that the youngster could achieve much with the savage beast, it was nonetheless a novelty. However, with the fall, the entire painting was ruined immediately. That was to say, the painting had been turned into scrap. Indeed, how is it possible that a savage beast can create a painting? Cheng Feng harumphed. You're right. Vice Guild leader Wu agreed. Shaking their heads, they chose to ignore this attention-seeking fellow and turned to GMO Gongzi instead. As expected of a genius. Even though he was infuriated just a moment ago, He hadn't allowed those emotions to interfere with his painting. With swift brushstrokes, the outline of the painting was already in sight. It was a peony that stood proudly amidst a cluster of flowers. It carried a powerful disposition which made the other flowers pale in comparison, resembling a monarch. The king of flowers is the peony, and his painting has brought out the refined and prideful nature of the peony that causes surrounding florists to bow in deference. His painting will probably attain the third level, infused intentions, the moment it is completed. Chung Feng's eyes lit up. That's right. GMO is indeed a promising bud. As long as we do a good job grooming him, we might have a legendary figure emerge in our guild. Vice Guild Master Wu nodded in agreement. As two-star painters, they were well-versed in paintings. Although Jimo Gongzi's work had yet to be completed, they were nevertheless able to tell a thing or two just from its outline. This painting was clearly of a much higher grade than that of the breeze by the mountain and stream, the conception behind the painting being at a much higher level as well. As long as there weren't any large deviations, it would surely reach the level of infused intentions. Even if it were the most basic standard under infused intentions, to be able to create a painting of the third level despite having just become a one-star painter showed that GMO Gongzi was indeed talented. Look, GMO Gongzi's painting is about to be done. What a beautiful peony. I like this painting. This is too beautiful. The two vice guild leaders were still conversing when GMO Gongzi had already begun the final touches on his painting. His brush flew about the Xin paper, and an alluring peony appeared before everyone's eyes. Then, with a light jerk of his hands, the last stroke was completed. Voila! The moment the painting was completed, a sweet scent of flowers struck everyone's nose, as if they had stepped into a garden of flowers. A single peony stood out proudly from amidst the crowd, outshining every single other surrounding flora. This is a painting of the third level. It has reached the level of infused intentions. Incredible! I've already said so. How can GMO Gongzi possibly lose? Most of the people present were either here to purchase paintings or were a fan of GMO, and naturally, would have some understanding of paintings as well. They might not have been able to estimate the level of the painting when he was still working on it, but the effects that occurred upon completion allowed them to recognize it immediately. Even a one-star painter would be incapable of producing a painting of the level of infused intentions every single time he paints. It was even rarer to see one being created in a public setting and, furthermore, in a competition. I've completed my painting. Throwing his brush aside, Jimo Gongzi looked at his completed work and nodded in satisfaction. The best way to win a lady's fancy was to paint flowers. The peony was the king of the flowers, so he spent a huge effort to practice it. He might not be able to ensure that any other of his works would be able to reach the third level, but he had practiced painting this for more than 1,000 times. If he were to paint it 9 out of 10 times, it would be a painting of infused intentions. Clearly, it didn't disappoint him this time as well, having reached the level he desired. Even some one-star painters who had immersed themselves in painting for more than a decade would find it hard to produce a painting of the third level. To have produced a painting of this level so easily despite just becoming a one-star painter, regardless of the duel's outcome, his goal of making a name for himself had already been accomplished. You acted so arrogantly just now. Let's see what you are capable of painting. Harumphing coldly, Moji put down his artwork and turned toward Zhang Xian. At this moment, the savage beast finally jumped off the Xian paper. Because the savage beast was soaked with excessive ink, the painting, from the plum blossom footsteps which the savage beast imprinted, to the blotch caused by its fall, was smudged heavily. Even until now, the ink had yet to dry and the entire piece was glistening with ink water. Especially for the patch which was created due to the fall earlier, because of the savage beast's tough fur, a chaotic mess was created. Is this the savage beast painting you spoke of? Haha, how hilarious. GMO Gongzi nearly laughed his lower jaw off. He thought that since the other party acted so high and mighty just now, he would really be able to create some impressive painting through a savage beast. Yet, to think that this was all he was capable of. Do you call this a painting? Even random flinging of ink onto a paper would be much better than this. What nonsense is he painting? To dare to compete with Ji Gongzi, he sure is laughable. If you call this a painting, won't I be considered a painter as well? Ignorant fellow, let's see how you embarrass yourself later on. Hearing Jimo's laughter, the crowd turned their gazes to Zhang Xian, and a scornful expression appeared on their faces. Can the random spilling of ink be considered a painting? What a joke. Are you done with your painting? Lifting his hand to interrupt the crowd's discussion, Vice Guild Leader Wu turned to look at Zhang Xian. I'm almost done. At this point, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If someone were to pay careful attention, the person would notice that his body was trembling and that his face had become pale. After browsing through books on poison in the poison hall, Zhang Xian had gained the ability to convert the heaven's pathshenqi into tonic or poison with a single thought. He had been secretly controlling the savage beast using the zhenqi he left inside its body, making it behave as he desired on the paper. Even though it had only been 10 minutes or so, it was sufficient to wear out his spirit, sending him into a state of weakness. Seems like my cultivation is still too weak, Zhang Xian lamented. Taking a deep breath, he started to pump his zhenqi to rejuvenate his body. He had been converting the zhenqi he deposited in the savage beast into either poison or tonic to stimulate its acupoints, so as to induce the savage beast to act the way he intended. Even though it sounded simple, it had a high requirement on one's soul depth. If not for Zhang Xian's soul depth exceeding 5.0, it would have been an impossible task. But more importantly, the savage beast was of an extremely low tier, making it easy to manipulate. If it were any stronger savage beast, given Zhang Xian's current cultivation, it would have been an impossible task to manipulate them. Almost done? Disappointment surfaced on Vice Guild Leader Wu's face. He was wondering what formidable painting the youngster could create, but to think that this would just be it. All right, since Jimo's painting is completed, and this youngster's painting is roughly done, let's just announce the results right away, Vice Guild Leader Chengfeng said. All right, Vice Guild Leader Wu nodded. Pointing to Jimo Gongzi's work, he appraised. Painter Ji's peony creates ripples in the surrounding spiritual energy, and it has a deep artistic conception. Undoubtedly, it has reached the third level of painting, infused intentions. After which, he turned to Zhang Xian's work and said, as for this painting, I am unable to understand its meaning. In my opinion, it is nothing at all. After hesitating for a moment, Vice Guild Leader Wu continued. Thus, my verdict is that it is Painter Ji's victory. I share the same opinion as Vice Guild Leader Wu. Vice Guild Leader Chengfeng nodded in agreement. I've won. Hearing the results from the judges, Jimo Gongzi turned to Zhang Xian and sneered. Since the results are out, are you going to kneel down and then scram on your own 2 feet? Or do you want me to break your legs before throwing you out of the Painter Guild? Before the competition, they had decided to have the loser kneel down and apologize to the other party before leaving the Painter Guild, never to return. Now that Zhang Xian had lost, how could he simply allow this matter to slip by? Seeing the savage expression on Jimo's face as he pressurized Zhang Xian, the 2 Vice Guild leaders glanced at each other. Initially, they had intended to mediate between the two, but eventually, they simply shook their heads and chose to stay out of this matter. This foreign lad had shown blatant disrespect for painting by having a savage beast paint in his stead, and the both of them thought that he should be taught a lesson. Otherwise, wouldn't it signify there are no consequences for desecrating the Painter Guild? You've made a verdict just like that? After resting for a moment, Zhang Xian finally regained some strength. Upon hearing Jimo Gongzi's gleeful words, he lifted his head. Why? Do you refuse to acknowledge the verdict by the 2 Vice Guild leaders? Jimo harumphed coldly. The 2 Vice Guild leaders are 2-star painters, and I believe in their eye for painting. Just that. I had only mentioned that my work was almost done. I have never said that it was done. Zhang Xian shook his head. Are you claiming that your work is incomplete? What do you want to do then? Do you intend to lift your brush and continue painting? Jimo Gongzi was taken aback. Since I said that this is a savage beast painting, naturally, I won't use my brush. Just that, this painting is still lacking one final step. Zhang Xian smiled. One final step? The entire crowd was startled. The painting that you created through the savage beast is such rubbish. Do you think that adding some final touches will make any difference? Under the situation that you aren't going to use the brush, do you think that the conclusion can really be changed? I think that he's just unwilling to admit defeat, to be bragging despite the fact that he is lost. How can there be such a person in the world? Shameless. Everyone began to clamor, and looks of disgust fell on Zhang Xian from all around. Weren't you behaving very arrogantly? You're already nearing your end. Why are you still putting on an act? Even Vice Guild Leader Cheng and Vice Guild Leader Wu were perplexed. It is just a layer of ink water on top of the paper. Without using a brush, is there really a way to turn it into a painting? You say that there's a final step before its completion. Fine, let's see what you have to say after this then. GMO Gongzi laughed coldly. All right, I'll start then. Disregarding the commotion around him, Zhang Xian walked up to the painting, grabbed the Xian paper by the corner, and gave it a gentle shake. Walala! The ink water on the surface of the painting flowed down, dyeing the entire painting. All right, I've completed my final step. Placing the Xian paper back on the table casually, Zhang Xian smiled. That's all? Everyone was taken aback. They thought that the youngster's final step would be some incredible move, but to think that it would be just a gentle shake. For a moment, they were completely dumbfounded. Wait, something's not right, look. Just as they were wondering what that fellow was up to, a person from the crowd suddenly shouted. Upon hearing the voice, Vice Guild Leader Cheng and Vice Guild Leader Wu turned to look at the Xian paper. Instantly, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, with their faces turning pale and their eyes widening. A moment later, words of disbelief escaped through their mouth. How, is this possible? Chapter 290. A Draw? With a gentle shake from Zhang Xian, the ink on the Xian paper flowed down. The many footsteps left behind by the savage beast were linked together by a dark stroke, forming a painting of haughty and unyielding plum blossoms. The portion where the ink flowed through formed a black dry tree bark, on which plum blossoms bloomed sporadically. Looking rather desolate from afar, one could feel bone-chilling intent from the painting, as if the bitter winter had struck. The location where the savage beast fell formed two glaring boulders, and the marks left behind by its fur formed ridges of differing depths on the surface of the boulder. Plum blossoms grew from the crevices within the boulders, standing proudly in the frigid weather. GMO Gongzi made use of a field of flowers to accentuate the nobility of the peony. On the other hand, these plum blossoms didn't have any other flowers to compare to, but one couldn't help but sense its haughtiness, with nothing that dared to vie with it, that there was no one that did not fear to stand beside it. Even without the intention to vie for supremacy, it was able to surpass the radiance of all other flowers. Upon seeing this flower, one could almost see the painter standing lonely by the edge of the world. So what if they disregard me? So what if they don't understand me? All I desire is to stand proud and remain true to my conscience. Why am I crying? I feel as though I saw a man uncomprehended by the world, but even so, he continued to step forward bravely, without the slightest intention to retreat. Is this the third level of painting, infused intentions? That must be it. Otherwise, it is impossible for our emotions to resonate with it with just a single glance. The surroundings fell silent. In that moment, many people's emotions were influenced by the desolate mood in the painting, and their eyes reddened in agitation. A painting with high artistic conception is able to influence the state of mind in its viewers. Clearly, this painting is one such masterpiece. A painting that was drawn by a savage beast has reached the third level, infused intentions. Seeing the crowd being influenced by the desolate beauty of the winter plum blossoms, Vice Guild Leader Cheng Feng's mouth quivered, and his body trembled. Since others were able to tell the level of the painting, naturally, he did so quickly. With just a shake of the painting, the other party was able to turn a nothing into a masterpiece. Not only was the spirit of the painting overwhelming, its artistic conception shone through in an instant. Even they, as two-star painters, would need a long period of preparation before they can create a painting of such level. Yet, For a savage beast to create such a painting by walking a few steps, rolling about, followed by a mere shake. Even though it happened right before their eyes, they nevertheless couldn't help but suspect that it was a dream. It was inconceivable. The crux to the painting is that final shake. Vice Guild leader Wu contemplated for a moment before saying, how much ink is left on the Xian paper, how one should shake it, and how much force should one use. One has to take all of these into account to determine the flow of the ink to form the tree branch to finish the painting. One has to imprint and remember all of these details perfectly into mind before one can create this painting. Even the slightest error could spell failure. Indeed, it may seem simple, but it is actually a profound movement. With different ink and paper, the effects would be different. To be able to reach such a state with a mere shake, his eye of discernment and mastery of painting. Even I would be unable to do it. Even though he was reluctant to admit it, Vice Guild leader Cheng Feng nodded in agreement. Previously, it was the savage beast who was in charge of painting. The youngster didn't do anything at all. However, the most important part of the painting was the final shake. It was just like adding the eyes to a painted dragon. With the slightest error, the result would be completely different. If not for Zhang Xian's perfect control over the final shake, this painting of the third level would be nothing at all. And for him to find the ideal strength and method to shake off the ink on the painting, this meant that he had absolute control over the painting. He knew what the product would be and what level it would reach. This required a profound understanding of painting, for one to picture what the complete painting would be like down to the minor details. Even their guild leader, a 3-star painter, would be incapable of such a feat. This, impossible. Upon witnessing the stalk of plum blossoms appear with the shake, GMO Gongzi, who was gleefully waiting for Zhang Xian to make a fool of himself, staggered backward in shock. His face paled and looked as if he were going insane. The other party had just randomly dipped a savage beast into a pool of ink and threw it on a Xian paper, and it became a painting of the third level. When did a painting of the third level become so easy to create? He had worked so hard, to the point that he almost vomited blood, just so that he could refine his painting to reach this level. Yet, the other party easily. It can't be that my talents are inferior to a savage beast? The green-robed attendant who had brought Zhang Xian in was also yanking at his ears. If not for the inappropriate occasion, he would have gone on a rampage by now. As an attendant of the Painter Guild, he earned a mere several thousand gold coins a month, and even at best, his wages would only reach 10,000. Yet, the other party was able to create a painting which was worth several million just by throwing a savage beast on a paper. The heck? Why was he working so hard then? If he were to capture the savage beast to draw for him, wouldn't he have long become a millionaire? The numerous apprentices who carried the tables before also felt tears welling up in their eyes. Of them, there were those who had spent more than a decade on painting, but even so, their painting could only reach the level of reality depiction at best. Spiritual canvas and infused intentions were way out of their reach, and they didn't dare to think about it. Seeing a savage beast produce a better painting that they could, in that instant, they felt that all of their hard work in the past few years had been completely useless. It was already a miracle that they didn't break down on the spot. The two Vice Guild leaders, may I know whether it is my victory or my loss with this painting? Seeing the painting take the shape as he had planned, Zhang Xian turned to the two elders with a smile. It was just as the two Vice Guild leaders thought. The crux to the painting was his final shake. Even if he was able to control the savage beast perfectly, how could this create a painting of the third level? In order to turn the ink-filled paper into a complete painting with his final shake, he had to make use of the ability of the Library of Heaven's Path to avoid all mistakes. Since there were no mistakes in his movements, it had to be correct. The timing, the strength, the shaking method, grasping the paper, all of these had to be paid attention to. A single error would cause the entire painting to fall apart. It was fortunate that he succeeded. The two Vice Guild leaders glanced at one another. Your Winter Plum Blossoms painting and Painter G's Peony painting have both reached the third level. Even though the two paintings are of completely different style, they are both on the same level. Thus, I announced that. Hesitating for a moment, Vice Guild leader Cheng Feng declared, "It is a draw." Draw. Zhang Xian shook his head, although he had expected such a situation. In terms of quality, his painting was clearly of a much higher standard than GMO Gongzi's peony painting. However, as their competition had a wager at stake, and the latter would be a future elite of the Painter Guild if he were declared to be the loser, wouldn't that mean that he has to kneel down, apologize, and leave the guild for good? If that really happened, they would have to lose a valuable talent. Declaring that it was a draw could avoid offending any of the two parties. In a sense, it was the perfect conclusion. Of course, this GMO Gongzi wouldn't appear as dashing as he was before. Even though it was a draw, it was with a savage beast. In other words, he was no different from a beast. No matter where he went, people would definitely be gossiping about him. Even so, Zhang Xian was indifferent to his plight. The other party had it coming. A draw? To think that it would be a draw. This is for the best. That's right. It's best not to sully the harmonious spirit among fellow painters. Hearing the verdict, the crowd broke into a commotion. That's good. The two of you are genius painters, so you both should try to get along. After the declaration, Vice Guild leader Cheng Feng smiled in an attempt to mediate the conflict. However, GMO Gongzi took a deep breath and stepped forward. Vice Guild leaders, hold it for a moment. The crowd immediately turned to look at him. Everyone has seen the painting just now. The crux of the painting lies in his final shake. If not for that, it wouldn't even reach reality depiction. Needless to say, infused intentions. GMO Gongzi turned to look at Zhang Xian and sneered coldly. That's to say, his drawing was completed with the effort of a human and a beast. It was only with a combined effort from them that they were able to match up to my standard. So how can he be worthy of becoming my equal? Everyone was taken aback. It was obvious that having a savage beast in a painting process would only drag one down. To be capable of creating a painting of infused intentions under such circumstances bore testimony to the incredible painting mastery that the other party possessed. This fact couldn't be any clearer on everyone's mind, yet he dared to spout such words. He has truly thrown away his dignity for this competition. But even so, there was a sliver of truth to his words. It was indeed a collaboration between Zhang Xian and the savage beast. Since this was a competition between Zhang Xian and GMO, there should just be a single person painting. No one else should be allowed to touch the painting. Even a single word of guidance cannot be accepted. The plum blossoms by the savage beast's footsteps and the tree bark from Zhang Xian's shake. These two were essential to forming this art piece, and without any of them, it would have been incomplete. Given that this was a collaboration work against an individual, it was indeed an infringement of fairness. Oh, so you mean that? Seeing how shameless the other party was, Zhang Xian didn't get angry. Instead, he turned to gaze at the person squarely. Simple. I've won this competition. Since you have only managed to reach my standard through a collaboration, your skills can only be said to be inferior to mine. GMO Gongzi smiled coldly. Painter G, a draw isn't a bad conclusion either. Not expecting the other party to be so lacking in sportsmanship, Vice Guild leader Wu felt rather displeased. Can a savage beast really know how to paint? It is clearly that it was through the sole efforts of the painter that a painting of such quality could be created. Even though it could be said to be a collaboration by a human and a beast, it was due to the incredible painting mastery of this youngster that this painting could reach such a level. We are already giving you leeway to back down by declaring a draw, yet you don't know how to be contented. Vice Guild leader Cheng Feng was also incensed by the other party's actions. Just as he was about to speak up, Zhang Xian shook his hands casually and looked over with a faint smile. Ji Gongzi's words make sense. Since you believe that this is a collaboration between me and the savage beast, we'll take it as that. However, since you don't consider this a draw, I would like to ask, under what kind of circumstances will you be willing to admit defeat? Want me to admit defeat? GMO Gongzi sneered coldly. I'm a fair person, so I will not use your collaboration as a reason to proclaim my victory. If your painting had reached the 4th level of breathtaking verisimilitude, I would have admitted my defeat immediately. However, it's a pity that it isn't. Given that your collaboration has barely reached my level, how can I consider this a draw? Your words are logical, I can't find any words to refute them. Zhang Xian didn't seem to be vexed by the other party's words. Instead, he shook his head with a smile. Since you've nothing to say, just admit defeat. GMO Gongzi's eyes shone brightly. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the edges of the lips of the youngster before him curled up, and he looked at him pitifully. Are you that certain that this painting has only reached the 3rd level? What do you mean? GMO Gongzi glanced at the Xin paper on the table. As it was just a moment ago that the painting had been completed, the ink on it had yet to dry. The painting was outstanding, but it was clear that it had only reached the 3rd level. Thus, he sneered coldly, stop putting on an act here. If you wish to admit defeat, hurry up. Even if you were to argue about it the entire day, it's impossible for the painting to reach the 4th level. That might not necessarily be the case. Zhang Xin calmly turned around and said, Vice Guild Leader Wu, I've something which I need to trouble you with. Feel free to speak. Vice Guild Leader Wu nodded. May I know if there are any fire torches in the guild? May I borrow one? Zhang Xin asked. The Painter Guild used night illumination pearls as the source of light for its interiors. Its radiance was gentle as bright as the morning sky. But despite the brightness, it didn't provide any warmth. Furthermore, it was in the middle of the autumn, and the room was slightly cold. As everyone present was a cultivator, they didn't pay the matter any heed. There is. Vice Guild Leader Wu glanced at the youngster doubtfully for a moment before waving his hands. An apprentice stepped out from the room and soon returned with a fire torch in his hands. Bring it to the painting to warm it. Instead of receiving the fire torch, Zhang Xian instructed the apprentice. Yes. The apprentice glanced at Vice Guild Leader Wu, and upon seeing him nod, walked to the winter plum blossoms painting. Under the heat of the fire, the wet ink began to coagulate. Hong Long. Under the warmth of the torch, a change occurred in the ink, inducing a vastly different sensation in the painting from before. A slight trace of white appeared in the 4 corners of the inky black flower buds, as though the flower was beginning to bloom. For a moment, the crowd could smell the aroma of plum blossoms in the air. Woo woo woo. A few butterflies flew into the room from nowhere and landed on the painting, as if they were attracted by the aroma of flowers, then lingering on the surface for an extremely long time. Is this breathtaking verisimilitude? How is this possible? Everyone's body shuddered. They felt that they were about to go insane. Before the ink dried, it was clearly only at the level of infused intentions. Yet, the moment it dried, it became a 4th-level painting. How did this situation happen? However, if the painting hadn't reached the level of breathtaking verisimilitude, how could those butterflies be attracted to it? And how could they catch the faint aroma of plum blossoms in the air? Dang 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 dang. GMO Gongzi staggered backward with a pale face. He had just claimed that he would admit defeat if the other party's painting reached the 4th level, and never in his dreams did he expect that it would become one the moment it was dried with a burning torch. Are you for real? He has examined the painting multiple times to ascertain that it was only at infused intentions. How could the heat from a fire torch raise so easily the level of the painting? This can't be true. You must have cheated. Shaking his head vehemently, he was unable to believe the sight before him. He howled in a frenzy. Cheated? Zhang Xian shook his head. His gaze swept through the surroundings and finally fell on Vice Guild Leader Cheng Feng. Vice Guild Leader, are you able to tell the reason? I can roughly see a thing or two, but I'm unsure whether my judgment is correct. With a grim face, Vice Guild Leader Cheng Feng spoke of his conjecture. The savage beast which did the painting just now is known as the verdant alacrity beast, and it likes to build its nest in the mud. On the other hand, our ink originates from the black inkstone, and mud carries substances that neutralize the black inkstone. That's why, upon the heat of the fire torch, the color of the ink became lighter. The verdant alacrity beast that was brought here is likely to have just been caught, so there are traces of mud still on its body. The mud is mixed into the ink ground from the black inkstone, and after some heating, the effects were displayed immediately, creating the sight of the flowers blooming, thus inducing a rise in the level of the painting. To be able to do this requires a profound understanding of beast taming, as well as the properties of the various materials. You. At this point, Vice Guild leader Cheng Feng stared at Zhang Xian with eyes filled with disbelief. The sight before seemed magical. A painting of the third level was brought up by an entire level just using the heat from a torch. However, it was actually a fusion of numerous knowledge to create that exact outcome. In fact, even without the heat of the torch, this painting would automatically rise to the level of breathtaking verisimilitude in a day's time. And to do this, one has to have a deep understanding of beast taming, the properties of the substances involved, and numerous other matters. Everything must be fully within grasp, and this youngster who hasn't even reached 20 yet has managed to achieve this. The heck? Is it the world that's mad, or have I gone mad? Chapter 291. Painting of the 5th level, done. Is such a thing possible? To know the constituent of the ink and the mud on the savage beast beforehand, is he still a human? Listening to the explanation, the crowd widened their eyes in disbelief, as if it were the most absurd thing they had ever heard. Painting a picture using a savage beast that was caught at random, and you were able to create a breathtaking verisimilitude art piece which only 2-star painters are capable of producing. Brother, you are about to break through the heavens. Vice Guild leader Cheng does indeed possess a superior eye of discernment. Hearing the other party point out the reason, Zhang Xian complimented. Even though the other party's words were not perfect, the idea was there. While he was correct about the mud on the verdant alacrity beast, he failed to explain why they appeared so perfectly on each corner of the plum blossom. Naturally, it was due to his manipulation. However, since the other party had explained it this way, he did not bother to add on. You said that as long as this painting reaches the 4th level, you will admit defeat. Do you still have anything else to say? Zhang Xian glanced at GMO Gongzi with a sharp gaze. GMO Gongzi's knees caved in, and he fell to the ground. His face went as pale as a sheet of paper. Initially, he thought that his victory was certain and that nothing in the world could change it. Never in his dreams did he expect that the other party would hide a trump card within his painting. By heating it with a fire torch, the painting was brought up by entire level. GMO Gongzi could only hear the thunder rumbling in his mind, and he nearly burst into tears. At this moment, all he felt within himself was regret. Of all people, why did he have to provoke this fellow? Furthermore, he could have accepted the draw, yet he had to push his luck. In the end, he simply dug his own grave. Feeling greatly depressed, he turned to Vice Guild leader Cheng. Initially, Vice Guild leader Cheng intended to ignore his plight. However, after a moment of hesitation, he sighed and asked, "Little brother, how should I address you?" Zhang Xian. Brother Zhang Xian, you and Painter Ji are pillars that will prop up our guild. On my account, can you forgo the bet? Vice Guild leader Cheng Feng asked. GMO was courting death. Vice Guild leader Cheng Feng was already siding with him by declaring the match a draw, yet he wasn't content with the result, choosing to push the boundaries. Now that the other party has brought the painting up to the 4th level without having made a single action, GMO had no choice but to admit defeat. Just that, if he were to admit defeat, he has to carry out the bet they promised on, and this bet would be too huge of a loss for both this talent and the guild. Forgo the bet? I'm sorry, but I don't have the habit of not retaliating when someone has already climbed over my head. Waving his hands casually, Zhang Xian uttered, "Kneel down and admit your mistake. Then, leave the Painter Guild and never return." If the other party had merely provoked him once or twice, Zhang Xian wouldn't have been bothered to waste his efforts on him. However, since the other party had chosen to cross his line time and time again, he shouldn't be blamed for getting nasty. Hearing those words, Vice Guild leader Cheng and Vice Guild leader Wu exchanged gazes, shook their heads simultaneously, and fell silent. Since GMO has lost the bet, he was expected to carry it out. Otherwise, if word spread that the Painter Guild was siding with their own people, the prestige it had built up in the capital would crumble. Seeing that Zhang Xian was unwilling to give in even after the Vice Guild leader had pleaded on his behalf, GMO's face darkened. "Fine, I'll apologize to you." After which, he kneeled to the floor. Glaring at Zhang Xian with a grudge so deep as though the other party had killed his father, he spat. "It's my fault for provoking you. I apologize to you." Scram. The other party was clearly insincere in his apology, but Zhang Xian wasn't bothered. In his eyes, GMO was nothing more than a pesky fly. Scram? GMO stood up resentfully and he sneered, "Humph. I may have lost the bet, but you don't have the right to prevent me from entering the Painter Guild. Even I leave today, I can still return tomorrow. I am an official painter of the Painter Guild. Do you think that a mere bet can restrain me? Dream on." This. Hearing GMO's sneer, the crowd felt despised for this rising painter. However, they couldn't help but agree with the other party's words. No matter how mediocre and unseemly GMO Gongzi was, he was nevertheless an official painter after having passed the examination. Even if the bet could cause him to leave temporarily, it was clearly impossible to ban him from entering the guild for good. "The bet can't restrain you?" Zhang Xian stroked his chin, him appearing to be deep in thoughts. "That's right. Unless you camp outside the guild every day, I will still return, without a doubt. Haha, I might have lost this time, but it can't be considered your victory either." GMO Gongzi put on a "so what can you do about it" expression gleefully. His words were true. No matter who it was, it would be impossible to camp outside the Painter Guild forever. The moment Zhang Xian left, the other party would be able to easily return back in. After all, it is just a verbal bet, not an official contract. Even if I do not comply with the bet, what can you do to me? I won't be camping here. However, if you were to return while I am away, it will indeed look bad on me. When a human tosses aside his pride, he will feel invincible. Initially, Zhang Xian thought that this fellow would value his dignity, given how he had won himself the heart of countless ladies. Yet, to think that he would be so shameless. Thus, Zhang Xian could only nod his head in agreement. This is indeed a dilemma. However, this isn't any big issue, and there's a simple solution to it. A simple solution? Only 3-star painters are qualified to issue a ban. Are you thinking of banning me from the Painter Guild? Dream on. GMO Gongzi sneered coldly. Only painters who have reached a minimum of 3-star have the right to order a permanent ban on specific people. In GMO's opinion, no matter how incredible Zhang Xian's painting skill was, he could only be a 2-star painter at maximum. Since he wasn't a 3-star painter, how could he ban him? 3-star painters can issue bans? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before nodding his head. Then, "I'll take the 3-star painter examination first then." Take the 3-star painter examination? Is this person sleepwalking? To actually say that he wants to take the 3-star painter examination? He must be joking. While I admit that he's formidable for being able to create a 4th-level painting, he is still a far way off from reaching the level of a 3-star painter. Shocked by Zhang Xian's words, the crowd nearly fainted. Of the entire Tianwu kingdom, only the guild leader has reached the level of a 3-star painter, it being so obvious that to do so isn't any simple feat. Do you think that you can pass the examination just because you want to? Speaking so arrogantly, aren't you afraid that the heavens will punish you? Even the 2 vice guild leaders couldn't help but shake their heads to his words. The youngsters nowadays are complacent, unable to realize there is a huge world beyond what they are able to see and imagine. Even though it was just a level of difference between 3-star and 2-star, the gap was just like the divide between heaven and earth. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been stuck at the level of a 2-star pinnacle for so long. They weren't the only ones. There were more than a dozen 2-star painter in the Tianwu Kingdom Painter Guild, but there was only one 3-star painter. The disparity between a 2-star and a 3-star painter wasn't something that just anyone could fathom. Yet, to say so easily that he would take the examination, the ignorant sure is fearless. Haha, this is the funniest joke I've heard today. GMO Gongzi sneered coldly. Don't become complacent just because you happen to create a painting of the 4th level. You're still way too far from becoming a 3-star painter. Disregarding the conceited GMO Gongzi, Zhang Xian walked up to the 2 vice guild leaders, hesitated for a moment, before asking sheepishly, "Actually, I'm here to take the painter examination." I would like to ask, how does the apprentice examination work? Putong. Everyone fell to the ground. The heck? Didn't you just declare haughtily that you would take the 3-star painter examination? Yet, to ask about how the apprentice examination work. Brother, you must still be sleeping. Besides, you just created a painting of the 4th level, which means that your skill is on par with a 2-star painter. How can you not even know how the apprentice examination works? How does the apprentice examination work? It can't be that you aren't even an apprentice? Realizing something, Vice Guild Leader Wu could not help but ask. Cough, cough, that's right. I've never taken the apprentice examination. The reason why I'm here today is to give the examination a try. Zhang Xian nodded his head as if it was the most natural thing to do in this world. Pooh. Everyone's eyes fell to the floor. The 2 Vice Guild leaders shuddered at the same time, and they nearly vomited blood. Being not even an apprentice, you dare to challenge an official painter and wager with him? Aren't you being too bold? Furthermore, to be able to easily utilize a savage beast to create a painting of the 4th level. Despite not even being an apprentice, your skills and experience are clearly higher than ours. Are you sure that you aren't lying to us? More importantly, you speak so lightly of the examination as if it were nothing. Other people have to put in the grueling effort just to pass the painter examination. Yet, from your tone, it sounds as if you're doing this just because you've some free time. Fine. You do seem to have the ability to do so anyway. Suppressing the depression welling up in them with great effort, Vice Guild Leader Wu began to introduce the examination. The examination for painters isn't as complicated compared to the occupations. One doesn't need to take the examinations one by one. As long as one is able to create an art piece to prove that his skills have already reached a certain level, he is qualified for the rank. For example, a person who has created a 1st-level reality depiction work is qualified to become an apprentice painter, and a person who has created a 2nd-level spiritual canvas is qualified to become a 1-star painter. Given that you have just created a painting of the 4th level, you are already qualified to apply for the 2-star painter rank. It's that easy? Not expecting the painter examination to be so much easier than that of the other occupations, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Then, what is the requisite to apply for a 3-star painter rank? A 3-star painter has to create a painting of the 5th level, spirit creation. There is a huge gap between the 5th level and the 4th level, and of the entire guild, only our guild leader has reached this level. Seeing that the other party was still hung up on this matter, Vice Guild Leader Wu tried to persuade him. Given that you're able to create a painting of the 4th level at your current age, your talent is top-notch. Furthermore, you have never undergone professional painting training. If you study diligently under a true master, you will surely be able to create a painting of the 5th level in less than a decade and pass the 3-star painter examination. As such, there's no need for you to be so anxious. The difference between a painting of the 4th level and the painting of the 5th level was extremely huge, comparable to the gap between the Tongxian and Zhongshe realm. Even though the winter plum blossoms painting that Zhang Xian just created had reached the 4th level, luck seemed to have played a huge factor, and even so, the painting appeared to have barely reached that level. It is still a far way off from reaching the 5th level. To wish to sprint before you can even walk. Aren't you being too anxious? Vice Guild Leader Wu is right. Being able to create a painting of this level at your age bears testimony to your incredible talent. In my years with the Painter Guild, you're already the most talented painter that I've seen. As for 3-star, it's better for you. Vice Guild Leader Cheng Feng quickly chirped in as well. However, halfway through his words, he saw the youngster walk past him, and within a few steps, he was standing before the winter plum blossoms painting. There was a bowl of water, which appeared out of nowhere, in his hand. Taking a gulp, he sprayed the water out from his mouth, all of a sudden, onto the Xian paper. Walala! The water droplets fell onto the painting, and gray spots appeared on the previously white portions, as though snow falling from the heavens. In an instant, it created an image of the plum blossoms standing proudly in the snow, contending against the heavens. Wong. Spiritual energy in the surroundings suddenly gathered around the painting, and the plum blossoms emerged from the surface of the Xian paper. Relentlessly, the flowers were trying to climb into the sky, as though trying to challenge the heavens and destiny. I'm done. Placing the bowl on the table, Zhang Xian clapped his hands. Then, turning toward the two vice guild leaders, Zhang Xian casually pointed to the painting. A painting of the 5th level. Done. Chapter 292. Zhao Ye and the others arrive. Zhao Ye and the others arrive. The winter plum blossoms are using spiritual energy from the surroundings to grow. Is this a painting of the 5th level? Just by spurting some water, it became a 5th level painting? Does it have to be so exaggerated? The faces of everyone present distorted in shock as they became dumbfounded. It was merely a savage beast playfully running and rolling about on the paper, so they thought that the painting would be nothing at all. Yet, with a mere shake, it transformed into a 3rd level painting. And that wasn't the all. By heating the painting with a fire torch, it was immediately elevated to become a 4th level painting. Then, with a spurt of water, it created the effect of snow, allowing the painting to reach the 5th level. The heck? Are you a painter, or are you a street performer? A 5th level painting is something that only a 3-star painter is capable of creating. Yet, to be able to reach that level with a savage beast. What is this craziness? Everyone turned to look at Zhang Xian once more, and they couldn't help but doubt if he were human. A moment ago, they thought that he was just an arrogant, boastful, and ignorant lad. But now, they realized how wrong they were. He was actually a grandmaster possessing skills beyond their imagination. A painting that seemed to be scrap was forcefully raised to become a painting of the 5th level. It was just like magic, leaving the crowd present thoroughly bewildered and dizzied. This. The lips of the two vice guild leaders quivered in astonishment. This is beyond incredible. For a child who isn't even 20 to create a 5th level painting. Even in the headquarters, he would be considered as one of the top geniuses. More importantly, anyone else, even if it were a 3-star painter, would have to abstain from meat, meditate, and conduct several types of preparations to adjust their state of mind before they were able to create a painting of the 5th level. Yet, this fellow achieved this with just a spurt of water. When did creating a 5th level painting become so simple? Did I actually challenge a fellow who is capable of creating 5th level paintings? GMO Gongzi's face paled, wishing to knock himself dead on a pillar at this instant. After scolding the other party took out a savage beast to challenge his skills. After mocking the other party's painting, the other party immediately brought the painting up to the 3rd level with a shake. After saying that the other party's work was a collaboration and that the result shouldn't be a draw, the other party immediately raised the level of the painting to the 4th level. And now, it has been raised to the 5th level. Are you here with the purpose to slap my face? If I knew that you are a grandmaster capable of producing a 5th level painting, no matter how foolish I may be, I wouldn't have dared to provoke you. Now, my attempts to make my name known has made me a fool, and I have become a laughingstock. Needless to say, flirting with ladies, I would be too embarrassed to walk in the streets. Give it a check. Ascertain whether it is a 5th level painting. Ignoring the shock that the crowd was going through, Zhang Xian turned to the two vice guild leaders. There's no need to check. It is definitely a 5th level painting. The two vice guild leaders were astonished beyond words. A 5th level painting is capable of absorbing spiritual energy to materialize its own contents. Even though the painting didn't yet possess wisdom, it was capable of leaving the original dimension of the painting and creep outward. One didn't require a deep understanding of painting in order to identify a 5th level painting, only requiring that one not be blind. As the vice guild leaders of the Painter Guild, 2-star pinnacle painters, how can they possibly be unable to tell a 5th level painting? Then, am I eligible to claim the 3-star painter emblem? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. This, Vice Guild leader Wu forcefully calmed down the agitation rippling within his mind, and after hesitating for a moment, spoke, going by logic, you are eligible as a 3-star painter. However, our guild leader is the only 3-star painter at our branch, and he is absent at the moment. We don't have the qualifications to confer this rank upon you. You don't have the qualifications? Grandmaster Zhang, there's no need to panic. Vice Guild leader Wu waved his hands immediately to placate him. His method of addressing Zhang Xian had changed from brother to grandmaster. Since the other party was able to create a painting of the 5th level, This showed that his skills had far surpassed theirs. Even though they were much older than him, they didn't dare to overstep their boundaries and call him brother. It would truly be indecorous for them to do so. They would be disregarding order and hierarchy. As long as we send your painting to the headquarters and have someone to examine and verify it, the emblem should be issued soon. Vice Guild Leader Wu added. This will take around 10 days. 10 days? Yes. However, while we are unable to give you the 3-star emblem, for the time being, we can present you with the 2-star emblem on the spot. Vice Guild Leader Wu gestured, and an apprentice walked forward to receive instructions. Very quickly, an emblem with 2 shining and brilliant stars on it was brought out. 2-star painter emblem. It signifies one's identity as a 2-star painter. Zhang Xian was delighted. He didn't expect the painter examination to be so simple that one is able to directly obtain a rank just by producing a piece of work. It is unlike the other occupations which conduct all kinds of troublesome tests in order to assess one's skills. Since Grandmaster Zhang has successfully produced a 5th-level painting, even though you have not obtained the actual emblem, you already possess the authority of a 3-star painter. Vice Guild Leader Cheng Feng interjected. Can I already exercise the authority of a 3-star painter? Very well, this painter GMO has provoked me time and time again, and I hereby declare that he is permanently banned from the Painter Guild. Zhang Xian turned to the crowd as he spoke. Hearing those words, GMO Gongzi's face turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground. The other party had become a 3-star painter, and he had gained authority to issue bans. Once this ban was filed, all of the branches of the Painter Guild would receive the order, and he would be unable to enter any single one of them. Any attempt to circumvent this ban would be taken as an act of provocation against the Painter Guild, and the offender could be killed on the spot. GMO thought that he used this countryside bumpkin as a stepping stone to make his name known. Never in his dreams did he expect to instead knock into a tough boulder, leaving himself with a smashed head. Painter G, you may leave now. Hearing Zhang Xian's orders, Vice Guild Leader Wu shook his head, having no choice but to drive the other party away. Even though he thought that it was a little too harsh, it was an irrefutable fact that GMO had lost the competition, and thus, the wager. Hence, there was nothing more he could say about the situation. Besides, in Zhang Xian's presence, GMO Gongzi's talents amounted to nothing at all. There was no need to think about whom they should support. Yes, albeit reluctant, GMO Gongzi knew that the ban had been issued, and there was no point of reconciliation. Unless his skills surpassed that of the other party, he would never be able to overcome this ban. Voila! Rising to his feet, he turned around and walked out of the Painter Guild immediately. He would only be embarrassing himself further by staying here. Damn it! Damn it! Upon leaving the guild, he roared furiously to the skies, and killing intent shone in his eyes. To dare to humiliate me like that, I'll never forgive you. Men. Young master. A figure immediately appeared from the depths of the darkness. Investigate his background, find out who that fellow is, and if there is an opportunity, kill him. He flung his hands grandly. For him, a young master of one of the 3 great clans in the capital, to be humiliated in public by a nobody, he felt an indescribable rage within him. Yes, the shadowy figure nodded and, with a slight blur, disappeared into the darkness once more. Where is your library? After obtaining the status of an official painter, Zhang Xian didn't leave immediately. Instead, he inquired about the location of the library. The painting books he browsed through in Master Lu Chen's house back then only covered the fundamentals. While it was sufficient to create lower-level paintings, Zhang Xian required more advanced books to improve. Since he had already become an official painter and was at the Painter Guild, it would be beneficial for him to look through the books and seek further improvements. Grandmaster Zhang, this way please. Vice Guild Leader Wu led the way. In no time, the party arrived at a massive room. This is our library. Vice Guild Leader Wu pointed inward. Zhang Xian nodded. I'd like to take a look at the books. Do not allow anyone to interrupt me. After which, he strolled in with his hands behind his back. The collection in the Painter Guild was much larger than that in Master Lu Chen's house. An innumerable amount of books and art pieces of all sorts laid within the massive room. Seeing that Vice Guild leader Wu and the others didn't follow him in, Zhang Xian took a deep breath, placing his finger on the first row, and then started on his job. Swiftly, book after book was duplicated into the Library of Heaven's Path. While Zhang Xian was duplicating books in the Painter Guild, a huge aerial savage beast landed outside Tianwu Kingdom, and several figures leaped off its back. So, this is Tianwu Kingdom? A youngster stared at the towering city walls, his eyes glittering with excitement. That's right. Within the crowd, an elder stroked his beard and chuckled. We had to take a carriage to Beiwu Kingdom so as to borrow an aerial savage beast from the royal family to travel to Tianqian Kingdom. Even though we didn't rest much throughout the journey, it took us a month to reach this place. Tianwu Kingdom is incredibly vast. A lady within the crowd smiled. The slight illumination from the stars and the moon added a mysterious allure to her beautiful face. Blinking her eyes twice, she asked, "Say, do you think that teacher has arrived yet? I heard from Shun Laosher that Zhang Laosher would be heading straight for the Red Lotus Ridge right after leaving the Beast Hall. He probably has something to attend to there, so I doubt that he has reached Tianwu Kingdom. However, there's no need for us to worry. He will surely come here to take the Master Teacher examination, so we'll just have to wait for him here." Another lady spoke up. In contrast to the shy lady from before, this one exuded a valiant aura. Her facial features were unbelievably beautiful. It was as if she had come right out of a painting. "Let's not waste our time here. We should proceed into the city." The elder from before interjected into the discussion. "I'm reminding all of you beforehand, Tianwu Kingdom is a Tier 1 kingdom, unlike Tianqian Kingdom. You have to behave cautiously so as to not offend any formidable figures by mistake. Although I can solve most problems through the Master Teacher Pavilion, it will be exceedingly troublesome. Thus, it'll be best to remain prudent." "Yes," a few people answered harmoniously. Seeing the group agreeing to his words, the elder nodded. "The sky has turned dark. We should enter the city and find a place to rest. Tomorrow morning, I will contact the Master Teacher Pavilion to check if Senior Zhang has arrived. Before Senior Zhang returns, you must have all broken through to Dingli Realm, or else I would be too ashamed to meet him. Lu Shi, rest assured." Hearing his instructions, the group nodded immediately. If Zhang Xian was here, he would surely be able to recognize these figures as his 5 students, together with Lu Shi, Lu Sun, Huang Yu, and a few others. When Zhang Xian left Hongtian Academy for the Beast Hall, this group had also headed for Beiwu Kingdom. Riding on a carriage, it took them more than 10 days to arrive at their destination. Then, Lu Shi borrowed an aerial savage beast from the Beiwu royal family, and only then did they manage to pick up speed. However, this savage beast was unable to compare up to Zhang Xian's howling firmament beast, possessing only a Tongxian realm cultivation. Thus, it took them a dozen more days to arrive here. As such, it took them slightly over a month before they managed to arrive at Tianwu Royal City. In this long period of time, Zhao Ye and the gang's cultivations had improved significantly. The Library of Heaven's Path modified secret manuals that Zhang Xian left behind were top-notch, and coupled with Lu Shi's tutoring, it would not be an easy feat for them to not improve swiftly. Right after the awakening of her unique constitution, Zhao Ye's cultivation had originally risen to Dingli Realm Pinnacle. At this moment, 2 faint bundles of light could be seen on her body surface, bearing testimony to the fact that she has already opened 2 acupoints to become a Pishue realm expert. On the other hand, Zheng Yang and the others had also improved swiftly. They had reached Fighter 4 Dan Pigu Realm Pinnacle, and they were only a single step away from reaching Dingli Realm. Of the group, the one with the weakest cultivation remained as Yuan Tao, but even so, he had already reached Pigu Realm Intermediate stage. On top of that, his defensive ability had grown greatly, to the point that Zhao Ye's offense was a mere itch to him. Even Pishue Realm Pinnacle experts would be unable to break through his defense. He had become a human shield in the truest sense. Lu Sun, as Lu Shi's apprentice, had also improved significantly under the latter's guidance. A month of training had allowed him to advance to Tongxian Realm Primary Stage. Huang Yu had also successfully advanced from Dingli Realm Pinnacle to Pishue Realm. But of course, The one who underwent the greatest improvement was Lu Shi. The pointers which Yang Shi offered him back then in Tianqian Kingdom allowed him to overcome the obstacle which had hindered him for many years, and he successfully became a Zhongshi realm expert. The magnificent energy in his body billowed mightily. All right, let's enter. After paying the entrance fee, the group entered the capital. Zhao Ye and the others were immediately captivated by the bustling city, and their eyes widened in thrill. We'll stay here. Walking through the streets, they soon spotted an inn in the distance. Lu Shi led the group there and settled them in. Lu Shi, on the way here, I noticed that the Painter Guild is in the vicinity. I would like to try taking the apprentice painter examination. Having made all necessary arrangements, Lu soon walked over and looked at Lu Shi expectantly. You will require a supporting occupation to become eligible for the master teacher examination in the future. Go on. Lu Shi waved his hands casually. Yes. Nodding his head, Lu Sun walked out of the inn. Chapter 293. He is called Zhang Xian Hu. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Xian rubbed between his eyebrows. Even though there were many books in the Painter Guild, to Zhang Xian, it just meant a slightly longer run. In less than an hour, he managed to duplicate all of the books in the library into the Library of Heaven's Path. Even though I am able to produce 5th-level paintings, my understanding of the occupation is sorely lacking. Now that I possess these books to augment my knowledge, I should finally be able to live up to my identity as a 3-star painter. Looking at the neat rows of books in the Library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian stretched his back lazily. Even though he was able to create 5th-level paintings through the painting techniques mentioned in Master Lu Chen's books, he didn't know much about the basic history of painting, the various styles, schools, and such. Taking Duan Yu, for example, he was capable of executing the top-notch martial arts technique, 6-pulse divine sword, which allowed him to defeat the powerful Morong Fu. However, his fundamentals were extremely weak, and he didn't know any other basic techniques. If he were to face a group of hoodlums, he might not even be a match for them. Zhang Xian was in a similar circumstance. He was able to create a 5th-level painting easily, but if one were to ask him to produce a reality depiction painting, he would find it very difficult to do so. However, with the books from the Painter Guild library, it was no longer a problem. Once Zhang Xian read all of these books, his knowledge would far surpass that of 3-star painters, and perhaps even 4-star painters. However, I have countless books in the Library of Heaven's Path collected from Tianqian Kingdom Book Collection Vault, the Beast Hall, Poison Hall, and Painter Guild. There are several 10 million of them in the library, and if I were to read them one by one, how long would it take for me to finish reading all of them? After gathering the books, another dilemma struck him, leaving him with a slight headache. He had already duplicated over tens of million books since his time at Tianqian Kingdom, and even though he had been reading whenever he found the time, accompanied by his fast speed at reading, he could only cover a maximum of 1,000 to 2,000 books every day. In comparison to the huge collection consisting of tens of millions of books, the number of books he could read a day was just like a droplet of water in an ocean. Furthermore, as he goes further and deeper into each occupation, the amount of books he would have to read would only increase. Without several years of effort, it would be impossible for him to convert all of them into his own knowledge. If only I have the golden page, Zhang Xian thought. The golden page was something that was formed by the Book of Heaven's Path. It could instantly assimilate all of the knowledge contained within the library into his own mind. If he obtains the golden page, he would be able to easily remember everything contained in the library, and he wouldn't have exhausted himself flipping through the books one by one. I thought that it is formed only when someone is grateful to me, but thinking about it now, that shouldn't be the case. When I was passing off as Yang Shi, there were many people who were grateful to me, but the golden page didn't form. This means that there is more to it. Thinking of the golden page in the Book of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian tried to recall the scenario in which it appeared. He had no idea when the first golden page appeared, but the second golden page appeared when Zhao Ye and the others challenged Lu Sun on the dueling platform in order to defend his honor. Back then, their gratitude carried the purest and most earnest of emotions between teacher and student. Can it be that? Only strong feelings of gratitude between the teacher and his students can make the golden page appear. As Yang Shi, most of the people he helped felt deference to him instead of such feelings. I can give it a try. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. While other people might find it impossible to verify such matters, Zhang Xian had a method up his sleeves. Casually taking out an empty book from his storage ring, he wrote his conjecture in a book before touching it lightly. Wong. With a jolt, an identical book appeared in the library of Heaven's Path. Zhang Xian flipped it open casually. It is really the earnest gratitude between the teacher and student that forms the golden page. To think this would be the case. Upon seeing the results of his conjecture, Zhang Xian felt agitated. If he knew that this golden page was formed like that, he wouldn't have exhausted himself reading along the entire journey. He put in so much effort, but had only managed to read a small portion of the entire sea of books. Looks like I should accept a few students and think of a way to make them feel grateful to me. Zhang Xian smiled gently. Once the golden page was formed, he would be able to easily convert those knowledge into his own. Right now, what he lacked was an accumulation of knowledge. Only with sufficient knowledge can he easily identify flaws and solve problems without utilizing the library of Heaven's Path. I wonder if Zhao Ye and the others have arrived. Seems like my only choice is to make an inquiry at the Master Teacher Pavilion tomorrow. Since I'm free now, maybe I should walk around to see if there's anyone I can guide. Perhaps I might even find myself a student. Thinking so, Zhang Xian stepped out of the Painter Guild library. As he was leaving the library, he met the two vice guild leaders, and after a short chat, he stepped out of the guild onto the streets once more. Time is precious, so it was imperative for Zhang Xian to identify a way to form the golden page. The moment he stepped out of the guild, another young man walked in from another direction. He was Lu Sun, who had just arrived at Tianwu Royal City. The Tianwu Inn, which they settled in, was just a few hundred meters away from the Painter Guild, and he rushed here as soon as Lu Shi finished making arrangements. To take the Master Teacher examination, one must have a supporting occupation. I have learned painting from my father from young, and I've long been able to produce paintings of the reality depiction level. I should first settle the apprentice painter examination before thinking of a way to become an official painter. Witnessing the large and majestic calligraphy at the entrance of the Painter Guild, Lu Sun felt agitated. With his current skills, it would be difficult for him to qualify as an official painter. However, becoming an apprentice painter shouldn't be much of a challenge. Upon stepping into the guild, he saw paintings after paintings hung on the walls. There were mountains, streams, canaries, spring, the radiant sun, and to his astonishment, all of them had attained the level of reality depiction. With a single gaze, he could tell that the painters behind those works possessed an understanding of painting that was in no way inferior to his. As expected of the Painter Guild, impressive. Lu Sun couldn't help but comment with glowing eyes. Because this branch didn't have a long history, even Master Lu Chen hadn't been here to visit, so Lu Sun naturally wasn't aware of what was within. He hadn't expected to be able to see so many incredible art pieces the moment he enters, and was impressed by the sight before him. Gongzi, may I know what kind of painting you are looking for? I can bring you around the guild. Right after he entered, the green-robed attendant who served Zhang Xian previously walked up to him with a respectful attitude. I'm not here to buy a painting. I am here to take the apprentice painter examination. May I know where the examination held would be held? Lu Sun smiled. Are you here to take the apprentice painter examination? The green-robed attendant was taken aback. Usually, examinees appear only once every several months. What is going on today? Why have they appeared in a whole group today? Right after GMO Gongzi's assessment, Grandmaster Zhang appeared. And right after Grandmaster Zhang left, this fellow came to take the apprentice painter examination. It sure is lively today. This way, please. Even though he was bewildered by the situation, he didn't dare to keep Lu Sun waiting. After all, he was just an attendant of the guild, while an apprentice is someone who has a chance to become an official painter in the future. There was a huge gap in status between the two. Lu Sun followed behind him. Impressive. This is really a 5th-level painting. Indeed, to think that he would be capable of painting a 5th-level work in his first examination, and moreover, below the age of 20. He is such a genius. Even GMO Gongzi fell in defeat before him and was chased out of the guild. His talents are indeed impressive. My head is still whirling from the situation just now. That is truly the most exciting competition I've ever seen. I didn't think that a savage beast would be capable of painting as well. This is something which I've never dared to even think about in the past. Making his way in the spacious hall, discussions and hushed voices echoed from all directions. Even though there were many of GMO Gongzi's fans within the crowd during the competition an hour ago, there were also plenty of noblemen and aristocrats who were truly passionate about painting. It was Grandmaster Zhang's first appearance here, and he had already left the entire guild amazed. They say that someone was able to produce a 5th-level painting in his first attempt at the examination. What is that about? With the discussions around him heating up, Lu Xun could no longer hold back his curiosity and asked the green-robed attendant, "Oh, they're talking about the competition that concluded just a moment ago." The attendant's eyes glowed with excitement when he heard the question. Not only was he able to watch the proceedings of the competition clearly from right beside, he was the one to attend to the Grandmaster, and he felt greatly honored. Competition? That's right. It happened just a few moments ago. The green-robed attendant soon recounted the events vividly to Lu Xun. You say that the Grandmaster dipped the savage beast in ink, allowed it to walk on the Xin paper, and with just a shake, turned the painting into a 3rd-level art piece? Lu Xun widened his eyes in disbelief. Having studied painting under his father since young, he understood the difficulty in producing a 3rd-level painting. Even his father couldn't guarantee to be able to produce a 3rd-level painting every single time he paints. Yet, this Grandmaster is able to create such a painting using the random footsteps of a savage beast and a casual shake. Are you trying to exaggerate things? However, the true shock was laying in wait. By heating the painting with a fire torch, it turned into a 4th-level painting. With a mouthful of water, it became a 5th-level masterpiece. The more he heard, the more he found his mind unable to cope. He was on the verge of entering a frenzy. Why does it sound like fiction? If it is true, then that Grandmaster's control over his painting is way too fearsome. It's all true. I attended to the Grandmaster myself, and I witnessed the proceedings of the competition personally. I can't be wrong. Seeing the disbelief in the other party's eyes, the green-robed attendant declared proudly, "That's amazing. If I can become a student of this Grandmaster, my painting mastery will definitely soar rapidly, and it won't be long before I become an official painter." Seeing how the other party was so certain of himself, a thought appeared in Lu Xun's mind, and it soon grew to the point that it could no longer be contained. One of the prerequisites to the master-teacher examination is to become an official member of another occupation. Even though Lu Xun had been studying painting from young, he knew that there was a world of a difference between reality depiction and spiritual canvas. If he studied all by his own, he could possibly take decades to reach the next level. However, with the guidance of an incredible teacher, this process could be greatly shortened. He didn't know about other Grandmasters, but the one which the attendant just spoke of amazed him greatly. To be capable of elevating the level of a painting so easily, especially to the 5th level, the Grandmaster's comprehension of painting must be unimaginably profound. If he were to come under the Grandmaster's tutelage, he would be able to clear all the doubts he had immediately, and his path as a painter would become much more smooth sailing. What is the name of that Grandmaster? Do you know where he is? Is he accepting any students? Arriving at this conclusion, Lu Xun could not help but ask. His face reddened with agitation. That Grandmaster? If I'm not wrong, his name is Zhang Xian. The green-robed attendant pondered for a moment before replying. Zhang Xian? Lu Xun's eyes widened immediately. Duan Yu. Reference to demigods and semi-devils, he is known for being capable of utilizing the ultimate art, 6 Meridian's divine sword. However, he only managed to learn this technique due to a series of coincidences, and due to his lacking fundamentals, he was unable to execute the technique every single time, which posed as a fatal flaw. He managed to defeat powerful antagonists like Morong Fu, but often lost to minor and weaker characters. Chapter 294. Sneak Attack. Can it be that this person is Uncle Zhang? Lu Sun's body swayed, and an urge to vomit blood welled up within him. From the moment he challenged him in Tianxian Kingdom, he had been suffering blow after blow. He thought that now that he had come to Tianwu Kingdom, he would be able to walk out from the other party's shadow and make a name for himself. Yet, the moment he arrived, he suffered yet another blow. Are you my nemesis? Why must you appear wherever I go, just like a vengeful spirit? More importantly, to always hog the limelight. Holding back his dismay, Lu Sun asked, "How does this Grandmaster Zhang look like?" "He's around my height, slightly thin, having fair and smooth skin." The green-robed attendant pondered for a moment before describing Zhang Xian's physical traits. Halfway through, Lu Sun could already tell that it was definitely Zhang Xian. "Forget it. I'm already used to suffering these blows on my confidence." Ascertaining that it was the person he was thinking of, even though Lu Sun felt gloomy, he heaved a sigh of relief. This monster wasn't just incredible, the students he taught were the same. Competing with him would just frustrate him and shorten his lifespan. Lu Sun had thought this matter through on the way here and had decided to just accept his lot. Initially, when he heard about the legendary affairs of this grandmaster, he thought that there were monsters like Zhang Xian in Tianwu Kingdom. But since they were the same person, at the very least, it was proof that Zhang Xian was the anomaly. Otherwise, if everyone were like him, Lu Sun wouldn't stand a chance at all. "I should first take the apprentice painter examination. After I'm done, I'll inform teacher, Zhang Yang, and the others about it. They'll probably be delighted at the news." Adjusting his state of mind, Lu Sun decided not to dwell on this matter and, under the lead of the green-robed attendant, entered the examination hall. Zhang Xian was oblivious to the fact that Lu Sun had entered the Painter Guild right after his departure. At this moment, he was strolling casually on the streets. In order to form the golden page, he must find students and win their earnest gratitude. But where can Zhang Xian find a student? He couldn't possibly grab a random passerby and demand the person to acknowledge him as his teacher, right? If he did so, he would probably be pummeled to death on the spot. Tianwu Academy. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up all of a sudden. He would definitely be pummeled to death if he were to grab random passerbys and plead with them to become his student. But, in an academy, the situation was completely different. The reason why students join an academy is to seek knowledge, and they offer their unconditional trust to its teachers. It was feasible for Zhang Xian to impersonate a teacher. As long as he is able to find a suitable student, it wouldn't be difficult to make him feel grateful. Furthermore, he had heard that the best academy in Tianwu Kingdom is in the capital when he first entered the city. Not a bad idea. I shall head over now. Thus, he made up his mind to ask around for directions to this academy. However, at this moment, he noticed something strange and his eyebrows shot up. Someone is following me. He is currently a half-Zongshi expert, and even without utilizing the library of Heaven's Path, he is able to sense the hostility in others. Despite the dense crowd, he could clearly sense a faint but malicious intent in the air. Even though this intent was carefully concealed to the point that any other Zongshi realm experts would find it hard to detect, Zhang Xian, who had reached a soul depth of 5.0, was still able to discern it easily. Could it be that GMO Gongzi? He had just arrived at Tianwu Kingdom and didn't know anyone. The only enemy he had made was GMO, whom he had just taught a lesson. He didn't expect the other party to send someone after him so quickly. He glanced over casually using his peripheral vision. There was a total of 5 people, and they were all at Tongxian Realm. 2 of them had even achieved Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. It seemed that GMO Gongzi was unaware of his actual cultivation realm, thus he thought that sending these few people would be sufficient to deal with him. After all, painters are different from the other occupations of the upper 9 paths. A prerequisite for beast tamers and apothecaries to attain a promotion to 2-star is to possess Zongshi realm cultivation, and to reach 3-star, they have to possess a Jizuan realm cultivation. On the other hand, one's cultivation realm is irrelevant to his status as an official painter. Regardless of whether he is at Tongxian realm or Pishue realm, as long as one has reached a level of enlightenment and is capable of painting a 5th-level work, he would be eligible to become a 3-star painter. That being said, those who are capable of produce a 5th-level painting tend to have a rich experience in life. most of them already in their 70s and 80s. In addition, given the huge amount of money they could earn from each of their painting, they wouldn't lack resources. Thus, even if they weren't able to reach Jizuan realm, they would be at minimum Zhongshe realm pinnacle. Thus, on the whole, there wasn't too large of a difference between painters and the other occupation. It was extremely rare for a quirk such as Zhang Xian to appear. To paint a 5th-level painting before the age of 20, he had already broken all of these underlying assumptions. Back in the Painter Guild, he didn't display his strength, and the Heaven's Path Zhenqi allowed him to conceal his cultivation realm perfectly. Thus, no one was able to tell how high his cultivation realm was. However, based on his age, it was unlikely for him to exceed Pishue realm. Thus, GMO Gongzi thought that these few experts would be more than enough to give him a punishment. There are too many people here. I should look for somewhere remote to play with them. Zhang Xian chuckled. Since his transcension, even though he has been trying his best to raise his cultivation all along, he didn't have much of a chance to try out his moves, and his fists had been itching for an opponent. Since these fellows were here to cause him trouble, he could make use of them to test his techniques. Acting as if he didn't notice the other party, he glanced around to look for a remote alley. To his frustration, he realized that Tianwu Kingdom was way too prosperous. Given that the sun had just set not too long ago, the streets were still filled with crowds, so he was unable to find any suitable locations. Time to go out of the city then. Besides, he was on the outskirts of the city and wasn't too far from the city gates. Thus, he began walking with widened strides. Why is this fellow heading out of the city? The group of pursuers, upon seeing Zhang Xian stride past the city gates, became dumbfounded. There were too many people in the city, and if a conflict occurs, it was highly probable that it would blow out of proportions. Just as they were in a dilemma about how they could bring this fellow to an isolated location, this fellow took the initiative to leave the city, all by himself. Isn't he acting too obediently? Who cares? He's just a young lad. Don't tell me that you're scared of him. That's true. Even if he were to have started cultivating even from inside his mother's womb, he can only have attained Tongxian realm at best. It is impossible for us to lose. The few men hesitated for a moment before nodding simultaneously. Even though the environment and resources for cultivation in Tianwu Kingdom were much better than that of Tianqian Kingdom, a Tongxian realm cultivator could already be considered an expert. Given that not one but 5 such experts were at once sent to deal with an insignificant young lad, it was no wonder why they were so confident. I shall remind all of you once more, the young master has instructed us not to kill that fellow. No matter what, he's a 3-star painter. If he were to die, the Painter Guild headquarters would definitely look into the matter, and this would bring the young master a lot of trouble. What we'll do is to humiliate him. I trust that you know what you should do. A Tongxian realm expert, who appeared to be the leader of the group, instructed the others in a suppressed voice. Rest assured, we know what to do. The others nodded simultaneously. Because of his status as a 3-star painter, the Painter Guild headquarters would definitely send someone to investigate if he were to go missing. Even though the Ji clan was one of the 3 great clans of Tianwu Royal City, it was impossible for them to withstand the Painter Guild's rage. Thus, GMO Gongzi had already instructed the group that instead of killing Zhang Xian, they were to humiliate Zhang Xian and allow him to comprehend the meaning of a fate worse than death. Tailing behind Zhang Xian, it didn't take long for the group to leave the city. After walking for a distance, they soon arrived at a remote forest. Be careful. I think that lad has already noticed us, and he brought us here by intention. The leader said with a hushed voice, What do we have to fear? This is just what we wanted. We can let loose and teach him a lesson here. The rest of the group was unsuspecting. From their perspective, Zhang Xian was simply courting death. Despite knowing that there are people on his tail, he dared to come to such a secluded place. Isn't it obvious that he is tired of living? Voila! Drawing their weapons simultaneously, the few of them entered the forest. They were wondering if the fellow would conceal himself and wait secretly for them, when they suddenly caught sight of him lying opening on a tree branch, looking at them with a bright grin. Did GMO send all of you here? Since there was no one here, Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush. To him, they were just a few small fries. Move. Not expecting the young lad to face them so fearlessly, the leader harumphed coldly and gestured. I'll do it. The weakest of the group, a Tongxian realm intermediate stage cultivator, chuckled, pushing forcefully against the ground. He leaped straight at Zhang Xian with amazing speed. Walala! The human was airborne, the powerful zhenqi that he exuded causing the surrounding flora and fauna to bow before his presence and sent sonic waves into the surroundings. This battle technique is not bad. Judging from his wholesome aura and the might of his leap, it seems that Zhang Qing isn't too far off from reaching Tongxian realm advanced stage. The leader nodded. At the same time, he bellowed, "Control your strength, do not kill him." "Don't worry, I know what I am doing," Zhang Qing replied. He was still considering how much strength he should put into his fist when the vision before him blurred all of a sudden. Pa! With a crisp sound, a slap struck his face, and an excruciating pain assaulted his cheeks. Before Zhang Qing could react, his entire body had twisted like a fried dough twist, and he flew several dozen meters away, coughing up mouthfuls and mouthfuls of blood. A few of his teeth could be seen on the ground amidst red liquid. What? Initially, they thought that Zhang Qing would be able to subdue the young lad easily. Yet, contrary to their expectations, he was sent flying with a single slap. The sight left the leader and the 3 remaining members stunned with astonishment. "I'm sorry. I've been cultivating by myself, and I haven't really fought with anyone. Thus, I accidentally put too much strength into my slap." Zhang Xian scratched his head. Ever since he transcended into this world, he hadn't fought with anyone. Thus, he wasn't able to accurately gauge how much strength his slap would wield. He thought that it was just a gentle hit, and at the very most, the other party would just feel a slight sting. But, upon seeing how the other party was already on the verge of death, Zhang Xian apologized immediately and sheepishly. "This fellow isn't as simple as we thought him out to be. Everyone, use your full strength." Seeing that Zhang Xian was capable of exerting such great might easily, the leader's face turned pale immediately. Initially, he thought that the young master was making too big a deal out of nothing to send so many of them just to deal with an insignificant fellow. Nevertheless, they obeyed his order since it was just a simple mission. However, upon witnessing this situation, they realized that it wasn't as they thought. That young lad was definitely stronger than them. Possessing a strength exceeding Tongxian realm pinnacle under the age of 20, probably only the number 1 genius Mo Hongyi is capable of rivaling him. Voila! The others weren't fools either. With a single glance, they recognized that the fellow was much stronger than they had expected. They held their swords tightly as they surrounded Zhang Xian, each of them with a grim expression on their face. Of the 4, 2 were Tongxian realm advanced stage, and the rest were Tongxian realm pinnacle. With their strength united, they exerted an imposing might, and the atmosphere seemed to have grown heavy all of a sudden. Go! Knowing that the other party was strong, the leader didn't hesitate and immediately ordered everyone to charge forward in order to claim the initiative. Walalala! 4 weapons stabbed out at them simultaneously. All 4 of them were guards of the Ji clan, and they had been living together for more than 5 years, so they possessed great teamwork. Driving their zhenqi, they struck at the same time with amazing speed, and their swords were aimed at each of Zhang Xian's top, middle, and bottom, sealing all possible escape routes. With their outstanding coordination, coupled with powerful battle techniques, it would be difficult for even a half-zongshi to deal with them. However, Zhang Xian wasn't an ordinary half-zongshi but could be considered an unparalleled genius. The 4 of them thought that they would be able to land at least a single strike on the young lad, but the moment they sent their swords out, they suddenly felt an emptiness in their palms. Looking downward, they realized that their ferocious assault had been completely neutralized. The swords in their hands were already in the other party's grasp unknowingly. The entire group was alarmed, and they shrieked in fear. The heck? This is too frightening. To be able to steal their swords with bare hands, it was no longer just a problem of the difference in their cultivation. The other party had to have a complete understanding of their battle techniques, strengths, their movements, and the position of their swords to be capable of achieving this feat with a single error. It could mean the loss of his fingers. Even a Zhongshe realm pinnacle expert would be incapable of doing so. They thought that it would be a walk in the park to teach this young fellow a lesson. Yet, it turned out that what they were dealing with was a ferocious tiger. Retreat. Narrowing his eyes, the leader knew they would die if they continued to remain here. Thus, after yelling out a command, he turned around to escape immediately. Without any hesitation, the other three turned to flee as fast as they could as well. They had no choice but to ignore the convulsing fellow on the floor who was sent flying by Zhang Xian with a slap. "We haven't even done anything. Why are you in such a hurry?" They had yet to cross any blows, yet these fellows were already escaping. Speechless, Zhang Xian beckoned. "Who?" Before the four could react, the view before them turned pitch black. A massive figure descended from the sky. Pada. As though they were struck by a small mountain, the four of them were blasted like a cannonball. The sight before them blurred, and they spurted large mouthfuls of blood. It is a half-Shizuan realm savage beast. It took them much difficulty before they could recover from their stupor. Squinting at the massive fellow, they nearly lost their minds. To think that it would be a half-Shizuan realm savage beast. Only the old ancestor of the Tianwu kingdom would possess the strength of a half-Shizuan. This beast can already be considered the most lethal weapon in Tianwu kingdom. To think that the other party would possess such a tamed beast. What kind of monster did they exactly provoke? The howling firmament beast had been roaming around the forests and, upon hearing Zhang Xian's commands, rushed over immediately. In its eyes, these few fellows were mere ants. If it hadn't held back, these fellows would have been easily reduced to meat paste. After knocking the four away, before they could even land on the floor, the howling firmament beast's massive body shook once more. It dashed forward and struck them with its wing. Pada, 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 pada. For consecutive thuds sounded loudly in the silent forest. As they fell limply to the ground, fresh blood gushed from their mouths. Most of their bones seemed to have been fractured from the impact. The howling firmament beast had a half-Shizuan realm cultivation and, not to mention, savage beasts tend to be significantly stronger than cultivators with the same cultivation realm. With just a few light sweeps, it nearly shattered half of all the bones in their bodies and dissipated their zhenqi. Even with treatment, it was likely that they would remain crippled for life. I told you to go easy on them, didn't I? I still have questions to ask them. How in the world can I interrogate them when you have reduced them to such a state? Seeing how the howling firmament beast had crippled the four of them, Zhang Xian frowned. It would have been better if they did not hear him. Upon catching those words, the four of them twitched, and tears nearly spilled from their eyes. Brother, how can you be so thick-skinned as to criticize your savage beast? You were the one who attacked Zhang Qing, and his state seems to be worse than ours. Until now, he is still puking blood, and his entire face has distorted under your slap. Even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him now. If he isn't given treatment soon, losing his cultivation would be a small matter. He might not even survive tonight. Dealing such cruel blows yourself, how do you have the skin to criticize others? Wuru, who in the world told us that this would be a simple mission? Young master, come here. We promise that we won't beat you to death. Chapter 295. Acknowledge me as your teacher, speak. Is it GMO who sent you here? After reprimanding the howling firmament beast, Zhang Xian turned to the leader of the group. Even though they were stubborn at the start, upon being forced to consume poison by Zhang Xian, they realized immediately that the person before them wasn't just a simple painter and cultivator. He was a poison master as well. Recalling the stories about poison masters that they heard of, the final line of defense in their minds crumbled. They disclosed everything that they knew. GMO Gongzi told you not to kill me, but to strip me, hang me on the tree, and then record this down using a record crystal? Hearing the other party's motive, Zhang Xian became speechless. However, after giving the matter some thought, Zhang Xian realized why the other party would want to do so. Zhang Xian had become a 3-star painter, and if he were to be humiliated, he would probably keep silent for fear of embarrassing himself. On the other hand, if he were to be killed, the Painter Guild would definitely pursue the matter. Given that he had a recent dispute with GMO, the latter would become the prime suspect. That would put the GMO at risk of facing the Painter Guild's punishment. If it were just a 1-star or 2-star painter, the headquarter might not even be bothered to interfere. However, if a genius who managed to reach the level of a 3-star painter before 20 were to be killed, it was possible that they would destroy the G clan out of rage. On the other hand, if they were to humiliate Zhang Xian and use the record crystal to tape down his shameful demeanor, GMO would gain a weapon against him. Even when he eventually discovers the culprit, in order to prevent the video from getting out, Zhang Xian wouldn't dare to confront the G clan. It must be said that even though GMO Gongzi appeared to be a rash person, he had actually planned out the matter carefully in consideration of the consequences. However, it was a pity that he had underestimated Zhang Xian's cultivation, causing the 5 of them to land in such a pitiful state. Upon uncovering the other party's motive, Zhang Xian glanced to the 5 and gave each of them another kick. The poison that I fed you will act up within 5 days, and it will corrode your organs, making you die in agony. Regardless of how you do it, strip GMO Gongzi naked, hang him up on a tree, and record a video using a record crystal. In return, I will give you the antidote to your poison. You don't have to dream about finding any other poison masters to treat you. The poison that I introduced into your body is my own secret concoction. Even a 3-star poison master would be helpless before it. An eye for an eye. Weren't you trying to embarrass me? Fine. I'll have these subordinates of yours give you a dose of your own medicine. Let's see what happens. As for the secret poison concoction that Zhang Xian used, it was actually just Heaven's Pathshanqi. However, it was true that no one could remove it except for him. With a single thought, Zhang Xian would be able to detonate the Zhenqi, already hidden deep inside their acupoints, causing them to die on the spot. Thus, he wasn't lying. Yes. Upon hearing about the poison that was planted in their bodies, their lips quivered in fear. Poison masters were afeared throughout the continent, their methods sinister and terrifying. Offending any of them spelled certain doom. If only they knew that the person whom their young master sent them after was such a terrifying figure, they would have disobeyed his order and escaped from the city. They had never thought of rushing to their dooms just like that. Scram. After instructing them, Zhang Xian sent them away. Yes, supporting each other, the 5 of them struggled to their feet and left the forest in a haste. The moment they returned back to the city, they glanced at one another with uncertainty. What should we do? The severely injured Zhang Qing asked the others in a feeble voice. What else can we do? We can only obey his commands. At worst, we'll just leave Tianwu Kingdom after that, never to return. The leader gritted his teeth. They were all mercenaries who worked for the G clan in return for money and resources. Now that their lives were threatened, it was clear what was the most important. Besides, if not for GMO Gongzi's willful nature, he wouldn't have offended such a formidable character, which eventually landed them in such a tragic state. Their hatred for this young master fella had long permeated their bones. We should discuss this matter carefully to see how we can accomplish his mission within 5 days. Having decided their next course of action, the 5 men pledged their brotherhood, before limping to find a suitable resting spot to treat their injuries. Ignoring the crippled 5, just as Zhang Xian was just about to return to the city to look for Tianwu Kingdom, he heard a ruckus in the mountain not too far away. There seemed to be a battle going on. I should go and take a look. Zhang Xian leaped onto the back of the howling firmament beast, and with a strong gust of wind, the savage beast soared into the skies and, under the cover of darkness, crept toward the source of the noise. Tianwuan, are you saying that teacher took the painter examination just moments ago? Zhao Ye and the others stared at Lu Sun, their faces red with agitation. They had thought that their teacher would require another period of time before he could arrive at the kingdom. To think that he would get here earlier than them. I heard that from the personnel of the Painter Guild that a person named Zhang Xian had passed the examination to become a 3-star painter. As for whether he is, senior uncle, I'm not too certain. Lu Sun said. After he passed the apprentice painter examination, he rushed back to the inn immediately to inform the group about the news he had. It must be him. For 2 people to possess the same name and, at the same time, be capable of painting a 5th-level art piece, is such coincidence even possible? Huang Yu said. She had personally witnessed Zhang Xian painting, and not only were his painting skills formidable, his speed was one to behold. She didn't think that it was impossible for him to use a savage beast to produce a 5th-level painting. Since teacher took the painter examination less than 2 hours ago, he should still be nearby. Let's search around. Perhaps we may be able to find him. I agree. I want to look for teacher as well. Hearing that their teacher was in the vicinity, Zhao Ye and the others couldn't remain seated. All right, let's check the area and meet back here in 4 hours then. Understanding their feelings, Lu Shi found it hard to reject them. Thus, he issued his instruction. All right. Unable to remain still any further, Zhao Ye and the others dashed out upon hearing the elder's command. Hong hong hong. Jinqi filled the air, and shock waves ravaged the surroundings. A human and a beast was engaged in an intense battle. A Zhongshe realm cultivator against a Zhongshe realm savage beast? Standing on the back of the howling firmament beast, Zhang Xian observed the battle from above and felt somewhat astonished. A Zhongshe realm pinnacle cultivator was actually battling a Zhongshe realm advanced stage crimson tiger. The crimson tiger's physique greatly resembled the gold-alloyed panther that Zhang Xian tamed previously. Not only did it possess tough fur and skin, it also wielded tremendous strength in its compact body. This crimson tiger was clearly much stronger than the gold-alloyed panther. Every single claw and kick seemed to rip air apart. Under the devastating force from both human and beast, trees were torn into pieces while boulders were smashed into fragments. Even though the Crimson Tiger was only at Zhongshe Realm Advanced Stage, its physical advantages allowed it to match up against cultivators stronger than it. The Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle seemed to possess multiple incredible methods, but he was unable to overcome the Crimson Tiger's defense. In a mere few moments, they had already crossed blows numerous times, but none of them was able to get the better of the other. Pong 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 pong. After a few more blows, upon realizing that there would be no conclusion to this battle, the Crimson Tiger shook its thick tail, turned around, and left. Seeing it disappear into the distance, the Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle Cultivator heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes narrowed suddenly, and he lifted his head to look at the howling firmament beast which was airborne. It was already late into the night, but the howling firmament beast wasn't flying too far off the surface and was visible to the naked eye. Back then, the cultivator's attention had been completely taken by the battle with the Crimson Tiger, so he failed to notice its presence. However, now that the battle had ended, if he still were to be unable to notice that powerful presence lingering above him, he should really jump off a building. May I know which elder it is? I hope to seek your understanding for being unable to welcome you. The cultivator clasped his fist respectfully and in a hurry. Since the other party was able to tame a half-Jizuan savage beast, he was probably a Jizuan realm expert. Even though he possessed a Zhongshe realm pinnacle cultivation, he didn't dare to act impertinently before the other party. Elder? Right after the battle, Zhang Xian was about to leave when he was noticed by the cultivator below. Hearing his words, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. That's right. I am looking for a student to make him feel grateful toward me. Since this fellow thinks of me as his elder, I can make use of this opportunity to hoodwink him. Perhaps this might work out. Zhang Xian was getting frustrated over where he could find a student when this fellow appeared out of nowhere. Thus, he decided to give it a try. However, my current appearance is too young. He will definitely question my abilities if he sees my face. I should assume Yang Shi's appearance. Thus, making use of his disguise ability, Zhang Xian's bones and muscles shifted to model Yang Xian. In any way, he was on the howling firmament beast, and it was late at night. Even though the other party had noticed his presence, he was unable to see his appearance clearly. Who? Upon command, the howling firmament beast slowly descended to the ground. Landing on the ground surface, Zhang Xian could see that the Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle Cultivator was a spirited, middle-aged man dressed in tight clothes. With prior experience from passing off as Yang Xian, Zhang Xian was able to get into character easily. Standing atop the firmament howling beast, Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back, and then with a completely calm expression, he replied, "There's no need to worry. I am just passing by this area. I happened to see you battling with the Crimson Tiger, so I stopped for a moment to observe the fight. Are you trying to tame it? There were many ways to tame savage beasts, and pleasing them was just one method. Battling them was another. Even though the beast and the human had fought ferociously, if they were to truly get serious, they should have been bleeding by now. Given that this middle-aged cultivator allowed the crimson tiger to leave freely, it was highly probable that he was trying to tame it. Furthermore, judging from their battle, they seemed to have some understanding of each other's techniques. It was most likely that that wasn't the first battle between them. You're right, Elder. I do intend to tame it. The middle-aged man clasped his fist in response. He had tried to examine the other party, but he realized that he wasn't able to detect any signs of his cultivation at all. To be capable of this feat, the other party's zhenqi must either be purer than his or that his cultivation far surpassed his. Given that the other party possessed a half-Jizuan howling firmament beast as a tamed beast, and that he was unable to see through his cultivation, the elder before him was at minimum a Jizuan realm expert. Coming to this conclusion, the middle-aged cultivator's attitude grew even more respectful. The crimson tiger is the king of the forest, and taming it is no easy task. It is impossible to do so through a few mere battles. Zhang Xian spoke casually. Even though Zhang Xian might not have heard of rarer savage beasts, just as the lava beast, as a 2-star beast tamer, he nevertheless knew quite a bit about the crimson tiger. The crimson tiger is the king of the forest, and upon maturity, it would possess the strength of a Zongshi realm pinnacle. Given that this crimson tiger was only at Zongshi realm advanced stage, it had yet to reach maturity. Such savage beasts, who are powerful from birth, rarely submit to anyone. The chances of taming it with just a few fights is extremely low. I understand that as well, but I can't help my greed. The middle-aged man flashed a bitter smile. He knew that it was too difficult to tame this crimson tiger. However, when he thought about the benefits taming it could bring him, he found himself unable to suppress his desire. I can impart to you the way of taming it, Zhang Xian said. Is Elder willing to teach me? The middle-aged man was feeling distressed over this matter when the other party spoke these words. Narrowing his eyes, his face grew slightly red in agitation. Elder, may I ask if there's anything you need help with? As long as it is within my abilities, I won't speak a single word of complaint. Knowing that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world, even though the middle-aged cultivator was thrilled by the idea, he didn't allow it to consume his rationality. I've nothing that requires your help, and given your cultivation realm, you won't find it worth to be used by me. However, I can't allow my techniques to be leaked. Since it's fate that brought us together, I'll teach you the method, but you'll have to acknowledge me as your teacher. Zhang Xian glanced at the other party. Acknowledge you as my teacher? The middle-aged cultivator had thought of the countless different requests that the other party could come up with, but even so, Zhang Xian's words caught him by surprise, and for a moment, he became dumbfounded. Chapter 296. Student Jiang Shu. He had heard of experts injuring others because of a mere disagreement, and had also heard of experts breaking societal conventions. But he had never heard of experts going around accepting random strangers as students. The middle-aged man blinked his eyes. The ability to achieve Zongshi realm pinnacle bore testimony to his talents, but he was also aware that he was a far cry from true geniuses. He wasn't a genius, yet the other party, without thinking twice, offered to accept him as his disciple. What in the world is going on? That's right. Are you bewildered why I would accept you as my student? Zhang Xian shook his hands casually. With profound intent and composure reflecting in his eyes, he spoke. Your talent isn't top-notch, and your cultivation isn't anything. Therefore, there should be no reason for me to have taken a fancy to you, right? Having his thoughts verbalized, the middle-aged cultivator smiled awkwardly. I watched your battle with the Crimson Tiger. You complemented the Verdant Stream movement technique with Hong Yin Fist. Even though it's quite a good combo, you are unable to display the full might of these skills. If I'm not wrong, the Hong Yin Fist which you practice is incomplete. Zhang Xian said, as a matter of factly. Elder, how did you know? The middle-aged man's face warped in shock immediately. The verdant stream movement technique was a famous movement technique in Tianwu Kingdom, so it wasn't surprising that the other party knew it. However, Hong Yin Fist was his exclusive technique. He happened to stumble upon the grave of a Jizuan expert inside a valley during his travels, and in it, he found the Hong Yin Fist secret manual. The fist technique was created by an elder named Hong Yin. The technique allows the user to exert an immense force that is capable of breaking through even a savage beast's resilient defense. Even though the secret manual left in the grave of the expert was an incomplete version, after practicing the technique for many years, the middle-aged cultivator had already mastered it, and he had since always regarded it as his trump card in times of danger. During the battle with the Crimson Tiger, he executed the technique with the intention of brushing up his skills. Never in his dreams did he expect that this elder would be able to recognize it in a single glance. Zhang Xian didn't reply his question. Rather, he continued impassively. The Hong Yin Fist emphasizes heavily on brute force through huge motions. If you practice just this battle technique, even though it is incomplete, there wouldn't be any adverse side effects. However, you cultivated the 3 Fist along with it. The main concept behind the idea is a burst of strength within 3 of space. The idea of huge motions and explosive strength is at odds with each other. If I'm not wrong, you should have some stubborn ailments on you. The middle-aged man shuddered in astonishment and hurriedly clasped his fist out of respect. Elder, you're right. The very first battle technique that he ever practiced was the 3 Fist. Subsequently, when he encountered the Hong Yin Fist, he knew that it was likely that the two techniques would be in conflict, but was unwilling to allow such a powerful fist technique pass him by. Thus, he chose to practice it forcefully. He thought that given his identity, he would be able to solve all possible traumas easily. But who knew that the more he cultivated the technique, the greater the damage to his body was. Especially in the recent few years, he could already sense that his stamina was far lacking as compared to before. This was precisely the reason why he wanted to tame this young Crimson Tiger. If anything happened to him, he could still ensure the safety of his kins. As a master teacher, despite knowing that there is a conflict between both fist techniques, you chose to go ahead and practice it, damaging your own body. Foolish. Zhang Xian spoke sharply. Elder, you know that I'm a master teacher? The middle-aged man stared at Zhang Xian in disbelief. In the previous battle, he had utilized both the Hong Yin Fist and 3 Fist, thus it wasn't surprising for the other party to be able to tell that much. However, he wasn't dressed in the master teacher robe and didn't don the emblem either. How did the other party know that he was a master teacher? He didn't say anything that would have betrayed his identity. When you fought with the Crimson Tiger, you were able to predict and avoid the other party's lethal blows. Even though this is partly due to the numerous fights with it which resulted in familiarity with each other's techniques, the fact you were able to exploit the other party's weaknesses to launch counterattacks precisely every single time proves that you are a master teacher. Zhang Xian said. Master teachers possess the state of insight, which allows them to peer into the flaws and weaknesses of each battle technique. It is through such that they are able to pinpoint problems and their causes and steer their students to the right path. This is also the reason why master teachers are the strongest among cultivators of the same realm. In the battle just now, the middle-aged cultivator was able to strike a good balance between offense and defense. Despite facing a ferocious savage beast, he was able to remain calm, and every single move he made was purposeful. Any cultivator could have easily sensed that something was amiss. Furthermore, when he fought with the Crimson Tiger previously, he had executed several battle techniques. As such, a book on him had been compiled in the Library of Heaven's Path. Elder, your eye of discernment is incredible. The middle-aged man contemplated for a brief moment and suddenly, his eyes lit up. Can it be that? Is Elder a master teacher as well? Other than a master teacher, he couldn't think of anyone else who would be capable of discerning the battle technique he practiced, deduce that there was a problem with his body, and even identify his occupation. As Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back, a mountainous breeze tugged on his robe, creating an impression reminiscent of a saint. I spend my time traveling around the world, and it has been years since someone last addressed me by that title. As expected, Elder is a master teacher. Hearing the other party's words, the middle-aged man's eyes shone in agitation. The fact that the other party was at least a Jizuan realm cultivator and that his discernment ability far surpassed his meant that he was at least a 3-star master teacher. If he was a master teacher, he could understand why the other party would request him to become his student, although they had just met. Master teachers bear the responsibility of educating the masses. Upon meeting the puzzled, they are to answer their doubts. This is precisely the reason why the human race was able to prosper throughout the entire land. It was the reason why master teachers became an occupation respected by the masses. The hierarchy among master teachers was strict. It was normal for a low-tier master teacher to address a high-tier master teacher as teacher, and there weren't rules against acknowledging a fellow master teacher as one's teacher. More importantly, given how the other party was able to see through his problems in a single glance, and that he could help him tame the Crimson Tiger, it would be nothing but advantageous for him to become his student. It's my honor to become Elder's student. Holding back his agitation, he hastily replied with a reddened face. Do you not doubt me anymore? Zhang Xian asked. I dare not to. The middle-aged man quickly nodded his head. Given the other party's indiscernible cultivation realm, half-Jizuan tamed beast, and incredible discernment ability, even if the other party were to now claim that he wasn't a master teacher, he would definitely not believe it. The Crimson Tiger that you fought with has yet to mature, and his strength hasn't reached its peak yet. If you can find a way to raise its cultivation to Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle, it won't be difficult for you to tame it. Now that the other party was convinced of his identity as a master teacher, the rest was easy to accomplish. Without further ado, Zhang Xian began to toss out the benefits. I know that as well, and I've tried. However, I couldn't find anything that can raise its cultivation. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before answering. Master teachers are expected to be knowledgeable in all occupations, and the middle-aged cultivator dabbled in beast taming, so he knew that he would have to offer some incentive to tame the other party. However, he had experimented numerous methods, but wasn't able to find anything which could help this Crimson Tiger achieve a breakthrough. After all, the savage beast's strength was shackled to its age. There are no herbs in this world that can raise one's age. Even if such a herb did exist, that would be equivalent to pulling on a seedling for it to grow taller. If the Crimson Tiger were to learn of it, it would definitely feel a resentment toward him, and by then, it would be impossible for him to tame it. Do you have any pills on you? Zhang Xian asked impassively. I do. I have a few pills for injuries. Not knowing the intention behind the question, the middle-aged cultivator hesitated for a moment before replying. Pass it to me. Zhang Xian stretched out his hand. Yes. Even though he didn't understand why the other party wanted his pills, he didn't hesitate at all. With a flick of his wrist, a jade bottle appeared in his palm. With a light toss, the pill rode on his zhenqi and floated slowly to Zhang Xian. Even though his actions were simple, it displayed the amazing control he had over his zhenqi. Zhang Xian was astonished by the other party's feat, but hid his expression well. Grabbing the jade bottle, he opened it casually and saw 10 smooth, round pills within. Every single one of the pills had reached grade 2. Every single grade 2 pill was worth an exponential sum, and the entire bottle of pills was likely to be worth more than 10 million. Probably, only a master teacher would bring such a bottle around with him and throw it so casually. Pouring these pills onto his palm, he started to infuse the pure Heaven's Path zhenqi into them. Then, he crushed the 10 pills to form one large pill. The only way for an immature savage beast to achieve a breakthrough was the bloodline evolution. Zhang Xian didn't know what medicine was capable of inducing a bloodline evolution in a Crimson Tiger, but he knew that his Heaven's Path zhenqi could. The Crimson Tiger was at Zhongshe Realm Advanced Stage, while Zhang Xian was a step away from reaching Zhongshe Realm. Thus, his Heaven's Path zhenqi should still be highly effective in inducing a bloodline evolution in the former. However, the Heaven's Path zhenqi was too pure, and the other party was a master teacher who also possessed incredible discernment ability. If he were to help the Crimson Tiger achieve a breakthrough directly, it was possible that the other party might notice something suspicious. If so, his efforts in disguising as an expert would have been in vain. Furthermore, If Zhang Xian wanted to infuse Heaven's Path Zhenqi straight into the other party's meridians, he had to ensure that the other party would not retaliate. Be it his own strength or the middle-aged cultivator's strength, it was impossible for them to knock the Crimson Tiger out. Thus, even if he wanted to do so, it was unfeasible. As such, he chose to pump his Zhenqi into the pills instead. As soon as the pills dissolve within the Crimson Tiger's body, the Heaven's Path Zhenqi would permeate into its body. As it circulated along its bloodstream, it would cleanse its bloodline, thus inducing in the savage beast a bloodline evolution. However, the method was exceptionally wasteful on pills. The higher the grade of a pill, the more Zhenqi it could hold. In just a short moment, 10 million gold coin worth of pills went to waste. But of course, to Zhang Xian, it made no difference whatsoever. The pills didn't belong to him. Furthermore, 10 million gold coins for a tamed Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle Savage Beast. This was an extremely good deal. Alright, I've modified the pill a little. Once you feed it to the Crimson Tiger, it would be able to break through its current cultivation realm immediately. As for how you'll make it submit to you afterward, that would depend on your skills. With a flick, the pill shot straight back at the middle-aged man. He didn't possess the other party's control over Zhenqi, so he could only use this crude method. Yes, the middle-aged cultivator grabbed the pill but found it hard to believe the other party's words. He had bought these recovery pills from the Apothecary Guild and knew that there was nothing unique about them. All the elder did was to grab the pills for a moment and then knead all 10 of them into a large pill. Is just this sufficient for the Crimson Tiger to achieve a breakthrough? Why does it sound so unreliable? Find the Crimson Tiger and feed this to it now. Zhang Xian didn't bother to explain. Yes, even though the middle-aged cultivator held doubts, he didn't think that the other party would lie to him. After all, as a 3-star master teacher and a Jizuan realm expert, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. Thus, as he nodded his head, he kept the pill properly and dashed in the direction where the Crimson Tiger escaped. Instead of following him, Zhang Xian waited calmly on the back of the howling firmament beast. Around 2 hours later, a violent roar sounded. Then, the middle-aged cultivator could be seen returning on the Crimson Tiger's back. This time, without any hesitation, he leaped off the back of the tiger and kneeled to the floor. Student Jiang Shu pays respect to teacher. Chapter 297. Taking Liberties with Zhao Yan. He saw that the Crimson Tiger, which hovered about the middle-aged Jiang Shu, had indeed reached Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle. Knowing that the other party had successfully tamed the savage beast, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. He turned to Jiang Shu and spoke in an indifferent manner. This teacher of yours is called Yang Xian, and I just happened to pass by Tianwu Kingdom and decided to stay here for a while. During this period of time, you'll be considered as my student, but after my departure, I'll remain as myself, and you'll remain as yourself. After all, we're just mere passerbys in each other's life. However, you are not to use my name to conduct villainous acts, otherwise, I will kill you. Zhang Xian's motive for accepting this student was to form the Golden Page. Naturally, he couldn't bring him around and, thus, decided to make things clear beforehand. Yes, Jiang Shu nodded as a tinge of disappointment crept onto his face. Earlier, when the other party said that he would take him as a student, even though he didn't outright decline, he felt resistant to the idea. However, when he fed that pill to the Crimson Tiger and the latter really achieved a breakthrough, he realized that it was his fortune to be able to come under the tutelage of the other party. Just by needing an ordinary recovery pill, the other party was able to turn it into a treasure that would help savage beasts achieve a breakthrough. Despite the vast knowledge he possessed as a master teacher, he had never heard of such a matter. Just this feat alone allowed Jiang Shu to realize that the person before him wasn't likely to be simply a 3-star master teacher. May I know where does teacher live, so that in time to come, I may pay my respect. Even if it were just for a short period, becoming Yang Shu's student was a huge advantage. Jiang Shu clasped his fist, hiding his disappointment. I do not have a definite abode as of now. Once I find one, I will send someone to inform you. Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. All right, you should return first. To induce gratitude in another person and form the Golden Page, wasn't something that could be done all of the sudden. Zhang Xian was already making great progress, having collected the other party as his student and establishing trust. If he were rush into things, he might just mess it up instead. Yes, knowing that experts have their own way of doing things, Jiang Shu didn't dare to inquire any further. After leaping onto the Crimson Tiger, he turned around and left. Who? After the other party left, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It was troublesome to act as an expert before a master teacher. After all, master teachers possessed incredible abilities of discernment. A single lapse in his disguise could have resulted in failure. Right. I forgot to ask him where Tianwu Academy is. Zhang Xian had intended to ask about the location of Tianwu Academy so that he could gather a few more students to groom in one go, but he ended up forgetting about this matter. His only choice was to return to the city to look around. Soon, he was once again back in the capital. This time round, with no one stalking him, he was able to conduct his inquiries freely. Tianwu Academy was where the talents of the capital were gathered, hence nearly everyone knew about it. Thus, it didn't take long before he found out about its approximate location. It was actually in the vicinity of the Master Teacher Pavilion, near the center of the city. To travel there by foot would take 3 to 4 hours. Upon hearing that it was so far away, Zhang Xian dropped his plan of finding a student today. When he first arrived at Tianwu Kingdom, the sun had already set. Eating dinner, competing with GMO, and reading books had taken up more than 2 hours of his time and, after which, he dealt with the assassins and accepted Jiang Shu as his student, taking up another 2 hours of his time. With reference to the time system used in his previous life, it was already nearing 11 o'clock. Even if he were to rush over now, everyone would have been asleep by the time he arrived. If he were to sneak into the academy compounds in the middle of the night to solicit some students, others might just think that he was some corpse who had climbed out from his grave and bury him back in. I leave this for tomorrow. For the time being, I'd better look for a place to rest for the night. After a long journey here, as well as the painter competition, fighting, and feigning as an expert, he had long been drained of energy. Tianwu Inn? All right, I'll stay here. After looking around the streets for a short while, an inn appeared before Zhang Xian, and he walked right in. The inn was wide and clean, and after finding out at the receptionist that there was an empty room available, he then chose to settle down here. The moment he stepped into the room, a few figures rushed into the lounge. Is Zhao not back yet? Yes, Lu Shi. Wang Ying replied apprehensively. Didn't I instruct all of you to return in 2 hours regardless of whether you managed to find him? Why is she not back? Lu Shi frowned. All of us split up the moment we left. We didn't see her on our way back in, so we thought that she had already returned to her room. We then waited for her, but she didn't come out after such a long time. Wang Ying replied fearfully. All right, Lu Sun, bring Zheng Yang to look around the east. Sun Chong, you bring Lu Yang and Yuan Tao to search the west. Wang Ying, Huang Yu, and I go to the north. As for the south, that's where the city gates are, so there's no need to look around there. Lu Shi instructed. Regardless of your outcome, just like the last time, all of you must return within 2 hours. Yes. Everyone nodded their heads before proceeding out of the inn. Physician Bai had been on a roll lately. Ever since he returned from Red Lotus Range, all the physicians that he met treated him with utmost respect and deference. In fact, even the guild leader of the Physician Guild had a complete change in attitude. From an insignificant snub figure, he was now the center of attention. All of those haughty 2-star physicians from before didn't even dare to speak loudly before him. He was getting increasingly happy and increasingly satisfied with his new life. To think that getting knocked out in an alley would reap such benefits. Today, the guild leader even proclaimed him as his brother and drank with him. By the time he left and was back on the streets, he was already feeling very groggy. The turning point in his life came from being knocked unconscious in the Red Lotus City. After waking up, the attitude that all the physicians had toward him changed. He had even thought that he was dreaming. But of course, in the past few days, he had managed to understand the situation fully. That fellow from that day, who appeared together with Princess Mou, knocked him out and saved the great Herb King in his appearance and name. The reason why these physicians were behaving so friendly to him was first, to be able to purchase good medicinal herb from the great herb king through him at a discounted price, and secondly, to find out what the contract goo actually was and how it could be treated. He was unconscious and naked in an alley throughout the entire incident, so how could he know the great herb king? Needless to say, the contract goo. However, this change in his life didn't come easy. He had become so highly regarded, and it would be embarrassing if he were to speak the truth. Wouldn't it be likely that he would get beaten to death? Thus, after contemplating carefully, he decided to carry on with the lie. Whenever someone asked him about the incident with the great herb king, he would change the topic forcefully. Since he was unwilling to speak, the crowd assumed that some kind of important secret was involved, so they didn't dare to continue asking. Thus, his status grew instead. This outcome left him thrilled. Every time he saw an alley, he would dive in expectantly in hopes that he would be knocked out again, so as to gain greater prestige. After bidding the guild leader farewell, he was on his way back to his residence all alone. Upon noticing an alley, he was just about to enter when he saw a lady walking toward him from the opposite direction. The lady was young, her age between 16 and 17, but her facial features were extraordinarily beautiful. Even Princess Mou, who was reputed as the #1 beauty of Tianwu Kingdom, wasn't a match for her. He had never met such a beautiful person in his life. He had a reputation for being lecherous, and that was the main reason why Mou disregarded him then. Having pretended to be an expert for such a long time, he had already begun to feel deprived. Upon confirming that there was no one around, as well as under the influence of alcohol, his eyes started to glow. Knowing that Zhang Laoshe appeared in the Painter Guild, Zhao Ye and the others left the inn to look for him. For greater efficiency, all of them split up to search alone. They looked around the surrounding alleys and taverns, but there wasn't a single sign of him. Having just completed searching this alley, Zhao Ye was rubbing her rather exhausted eyes, intending to return to the inn before doing anything else when she saw a middle-aged man with a lustful look on his face approaching her. Drinking alone is boring. Lady, do you want to accompany me for a drink? Physician blocked her path. Get out of my way. Zhao Ye frowned. After her pure Yin body was activated, her appearance and disposition had become more refined. Thus, she would often meet with this kind of harassment, just that they mostly came from those of her age. Yet, upon seeing a person who was old enough to be her grandfather appearing before her, her expression became especially awful. What if I refuse? Physician Chan harumphed. It was already close to midnight, and the bustling streets were nearly empty. Furthermore, even if there were anyone around the area, they would be hesitant to stop him once they notice his extravagant clothes. You're courting death. Seeing how the other fellow was behaving like a rogue, Zhao Ye's eyebrows knitted together. With a flick of her wrist, a sword appeared in her palm. Circulating her pure Yin body fully, a frigid sword chi immediately was sent straight at the fellow before her. You don't know what's good for you. Seeing how Zhao Ye dared to swing her sword at him, Physician Chan harumphed coldly before stepping forward. Ding! Zhao Ye's sword fell into the other party's hand. Even though Physician Chan was someone whom Zhang Xian could knock out with a single punch, he was after all a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert. He wasn't someone that Zhao Ye, who had only opened 2 acupoints, could stand against. This is bad. Having her sword taken from her, Zhao Ye was astonished. She could tell that with her cultivation, it was impossible for her to handle this person. Thus, she dashed straight toward the inn immediately. With the awakening of her pure Yin body, even though she didn't become as fast as Wang Ying, her speed was incredible, nevertheless. She wasn't far from the inn, and once she was there, Lu Shi would surely be able to deal with this rogue. Trying to escape? Do you think that I will allow you to do that? It wasn't easy for him to come across such a beauty, so how could Bai Chan allow her to escape so easily? Thus, he chased after her hastily. Zhao Ye! Sprinting with all her might, Zhao Ye soon arrived at the lounge of the inn and encountered Lu Shi and the others, who were just about to set off. What's wrong? What happened? Seeing her charge into the lounge anxiously, everyone became perplexed. Someone tried to take advantage of me. Zhao Ye pointed to the back. At that moment, Physician Chan walked into the lounge as well. What? Upon hearing that someone wanted to take advantage of her, Zhang Yang and the others flew into a rage and prepared to charge at Physician by Chant. Hold your horses. Seeing through the other party's cultivation in a single glance, Lu Shi halted them immediately. Upon seeing the people present, a gleam flashed across Physician by Chan's eyes. It's no wonder why you escaped so quickly. You have backups here. If so, this will make the matter much easier. As a cunning old wily, he had experienced such situations innumerable times, so he was able to react immediately without panicking. This friend, may I know why you are chasing my student? He knew that Tianwu Royal City had many powerful and influential clans, and that members of these clans were everywhere and could be anyone on the street. Therefore, even though he felt angry, Lu Shi held himself back, stepped forward, and clasped his fist. This young lady stole my item, so I chased her to take it back. Since you all know one another, this will make this matter easier to settle. You either can choose to return my item, or leave her for me to deal with. Physician by Chan spoke, casually gesturing with his hand. Stole your item? You're lying. Not expecting that the other party would frame her as a thief after trying to take liberties with her, Zhao Ya's face flushed in anger. Sword Qi. This refers to a visible wave of energy from the might of a sword swing. Chapter 298. Framed. May I know what it is that you have lost? How could Lu Shi not tell that the other party was lying? Hearing the other party's words, his eyebrows knitted together into a frown. I lost a stalk of precious medicinal herb. Physician by Chan had been used to carrying out this scam, so he continued calmly, hand it over now, or else I will report all of you and have you jailed. Lu Shi, I didn't take his things. He's slandering me. Zhao Yu explained hurriedly. Indeed, Lu Shi. Zhao Ya's father is the city lord of Baiyu City, and she has everything she needs. It isn't possible that she resorts to stealing. Zhang Laoshi is an apothecary. There is no need at all for her to steal. Zhang Yang and the others stepped forward. Having spent so much time together, all of them naturally placed their trust in Zhao Ya's character. How could she possibly steal the belongings of this shabby middle-aged man? Lu Shi held his hand up to silence everyone before raising his head to look at the other party. I am Beiwu Kingdom's one-star master teacher, Lu Ling. These are my students whom I have brought along, and there seems to be a misunderstanding. After which, he flicked his hands and a token representing his identity as a master teacher appeared in his palm, one-star master teacher. Physician by Chan was taken aback. Master teachers possess an extremely high standing in Tianwu Royal City, and with them both having a one-star grade in their respective occupations, he was far beyond what a mere physician could compare up to. However, the truly prestigious ones in Tianwu Royal City were the two-star master teachers. Furthermore, as a veteran in the city, he didn't fear a mere outsider. So what if he was a master teacher? As long as the other party didn't come from Tianwu Royal City, he had 10,000 ways to silence him. At the same time, he recalled how respectful the other one-star physicians were to him recently, and his pride immediately swelled. With a darkened face, he said, Misunderstanding? Even the guild leader of the physician guild treats me respectfully, and you say that I framed your little student? That's not what I meant. Lu Shi didn't expect the other party to disregard his identity, so he quickly explained himself. In Tianxin Kingdom and Beiwu Kingdom, no one would have dared to offend a one-star master teacher. However, in a Tier 1 kingdom like Tianwu, the standing of master teachers took a dive. Some of the powerful clans even raised master teachers of their own. This was precisely why, even though the identity of a master teacher could induce fear in most people, those who had truly strong backings wouldn't care too much about it. Unless the person was a two-star master teacher. With the master teacher pavilion behind his back, Lu Shi wasn't worried that anyone would do anything to him. However, Zhao Ya and the others were different. He didn't have many connections here, and if this matter wasn't resolved properly, it could potentially bring about a lot of trouble. If the other party tried to be shameless, it might even affect his reputation as a master teacher. If that's not what you meant, then what do you mean? Your student stole my possession, and I have already chased her all the way here. Do you mean to say that I chased her for nothing? Physician Bai flung his hands imposingly. He knew what the other party was afraid of, and this boosted his courage. "Masters, what's wrong?" Because both sides were speaking loudly, their quarrel caught the attention of the boss of Tianwuin. "These customers of yours have stolen my possession. What do you think that we should do?" Physician Bai Chan pulled out a chair and sat down. The boss panicked. Before he came over, an attendant had already informed him of the situation. On one side was a one-star master teacher, and on the other was the prominent physician Bai Chan. He couldn't afford to offend any of them. "I shall not make things difficult for you. Since you can't settle this, let's just invite a patrol squad in." Lifting his eyelids slightly, physician Bai Chan felt confident. A master teacher that hailed from a small place such as Beiwu Kingdom, there wasn't a reason to feel fear. Yes. The boss heaved a sigh of relief. He gestured to the attendant in a hurry, who then ran out hastily. Tianwu Royal City was huge, and there were all kinds of fights and conflicts every day. Only by resolving them in a timely manner could order be maintained. Thus, the royal family formed patrol squads to uphold the peace within the city. In case of trouble, one could inform and invite them over. "May I know what kind of medicinal herb did you lose? It's not convenient to alarm a patrol squad at this time of the night. Why don't we settle this matter privately?" Upon hearing the other party mention calling for a patrol squad, Lu Shi chose to give in. It was a major disadvantage being in the other party's territory, it being likely that the patrol squad would side with the opponent. If they pronounced that Zhao Ye stole the other party's possession, she would have to go through all kinds of interrogation and investigation. If it were just him, he wouldn't have feared the other party. Without the Master Teacher Pavilion's approval, no one would dare to capture a Master Teacher. However, Zhao Ye and the others came from the humble Tianqian kingdom, and they didn't possess any formidable background. The moment investigation began, it was likely that it would drag on for months. Furthermore, once they were thrown into the jail, wouldn't the other party would gain the power to twist their words? His senior had entrusted these students to him. If they were to be locked up, how could he account to his senior? Thus, he chose to settle this matter peacefully in order to avoid trouble. "What medicinal herb did I lose?" "Since you want to know, I'll tell you then. I lost a 1,000-year-old green steel flower. It is worth at least 10 million gold coins. I'm fine with settling it privately. You can choose to either pay me 10 million gold coins or hand this girl over to me." Physician Bai Chan looked at them gleefully. "Small matter. So you wish to settle this privately now? Let's see how I play with you." "You. Bullshit. How dare you frame me?" Zhao Ye didn't expect the other party to be so shameless. Her face turned scarlet in anger, and her breathing hastened. Zhang Yang and the others clenched their fists as well. A 1,000-year-old green steel flower? Lu Shi's expression turned awful too. As a master teacher, although he didn't specialize in medicine, he had heard of the green steel flower. Those which had grown to reach a maturity of 1,000 years were extremely valuable, and even with 10 million gold coins, one might not necessarily be able to purchase one. Given his many years of savings, he did have 10 million gold coins. However, anyone, even him, would find it hard to accept to being scammed of so much money all of the sudden. "That's right." Physician Bai Chan's finger drummed on the table. Lifting his eyelids slightly, he said, "Right after bumping into your student, the medicinal herb which I just bought went missing. If it isn't her who is responsible, who else can it be? You can either pay me the money or hand her over for me to interrogate. Otherwise, I shall publicize this matter, claiming that you turn a blind eye to your student's misdeed. Let's see how the Master Teacher Pavilion deals with you." Pouring a cup of water for himself as he spoke, he glanced at Lu Shi gleefully. Lu Shi's was livid. The other party seemed to be clear of a master teacher's weakness. All master teachers valued their own reputation. If he were to be framed of condoning his students' misdeeds, how will he be able to take the 2-star examination in future? How will he face the world? Walala. The entire room was silent when a group of men arrived. The attendant had returned with a patrol squad. All of them had a Pishuer realm cultivation at the minimum, and the one standing at the forefront was a Tongxian realm expert. They were dressed fully in steel and carried swords in their hands, appearing to be a cold-blooded bunch. Paying respect to Physician Bai Chan, upon stepping into the lounge, The members of the patrol squad glanced around the room and recognized Bai Chan immediately. They walked forward and clasped their fists. To name the persons who were the most prominent in the capital recently, without a doubt, the first place would go to third Princess Mou, and after which, the second place would go to this person before them. It was said that he cured an illness which even 3-star physicians were incapable of treating. If so, his ability must have far surpassed a 3-star grade, just that he was unable to take the examination due to his lacking cultivation. Oh, it's Squadron Leader Yao. With a brief look, Bai Chan recognized the other party as well. He waved his hands grandly and proclaimed, "Since it's you, this will make things easier. This girl stole the medicinal herb which the great Herb King just gave me, a 1,000-year-old green steel flower. What do you say about how we should handle this?" The great Herb King? Squadron Leader Yao's complexion changed. The great Herb King was an extremely famous person in the capital. He represented the Poison Hall and, as a result, could almost be considered an overlord in the Red Lotus City, such that even the Tianwu royal family dare not deploy troops against him. If the great Herb King gave him a medicinal herb personally, it appeared that the rumors were true. He had to deal with this matter prudently. Audacious! How dare you steal Physician Bai Chan's medicinal herb? Harumphing coldly, Squadron Leader Yao walked over to Lu Shi. This master teacher here. In respect for your identity, I will not make a move on you. So, hand over your student so that I can interrogate her. Rest assured, the patrol squads are impartial, and if she is innocent, I will do her justice. However, if she really stole something, even if you are a master teacher, we won't hesitate to raise this to the master teacher pavilion. Please calm down. We are willing to settle this matter in private. Seeing how the both of them were acquainted, Lu Shi knew that Zhao Ye would surely be deemed as a thief if she were to be captured. Thus, after taking a deep breath, he decided to give in. Lu Shi, you mustn't. Zhao Ye didn't steal anything. Why should we settle this matter privately? That's right, Lu Shi. The moment we choose to settle this matter privately, it would mean that Zhao Ye had taken his item. This will be harmful to teacher's reputation. Hearing that Lu Shi intended to settle the matter privately, Zheng Yang, Lu Sun, and the others voiced their disagreement immediately. The moment this matter was chosen to be settled privately, it would mean that they were guilty, that they had really stolen the other party's possession. This would blemish Lu Shi's reputation, and if the matter reached the master-teacher pavilion, he might even be taken in for investigation. It would be impossible to explain himself then. Enough. Keep your mouths shut. Lu Shi's face darkened. If he didn't keep the matter privately, Zhao Ye would surely be taken in for interrogation. How would he dare to face his senior if a mishap happened to his student while she was under him? You choose to settle it privately? Not expecting the other party to be willing to pay 10 million gold coins for a student's sake, Physician Bai Chan was surprised. He then adapted quickly and sneered, I'm fine with settling it privately. However, I recalled that this 1,000-year-old green steel flower is incredibly valuable, and it is impossible to get it at 10 million, requiring at least 50 million. Take this sum out and I'll leave immediately. Otherwise, I apologize, but I'll be taking her with me today. 50 million? What kind of medicinal herb would be worth so much money? You just said it's worth 10 million. How can you inflate the price so abruptly? Damn it. Hearing the other party raise the price to 50 million, everyone burst into an uproar and glared at him furiously. Lu Shi clenched his knuckles. In his numerous years as a master teacher, he had never suffered such humiliation. Why? If you wish to settle this privately, hurry up. My time is precious and I don't have any to waste on you. Physician Bai Chan raised his cup and gazed at Lu Shi gleefully. Lu Shi's face steeled. Lu Shi, I'll go with them. He is obviously the one who tried to take advantage of me. Yet now he frames me for stealing his medicinal herb. I don't believe that Tianwu Kingdom is such a lawless place. Stepping forward, Zhao Ye declared loudly. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhang Xian had just washed up, and as he was about to go to sleep, he froze all of a sudden. That sounds like Zhao Ye. Can it be that they have arrived? Chapter 299. A beating after half a month getting along with each other. How could Zhang Xian not recognize Zhao Ya's voice? Who else could the owner of that angry voice be, if not her? After a brief moment adjusting his clothes, he pushed open his door and came out, immediately noticing the two hostile and opposing sides in the lounge. It really is her. Upon seeing so many familiar figures, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that they would arrive at Tianwu Kingdom right after him. Furthermore, they happened to put up lodging at the same inn, which was extremely lucky. Is that person Bai Chan? Glancing at the fellow standing opposite Zhao Ya and Bai Chan, Zhang Xian realized that it was the fellow whom he knocked unconscious at the alley back then. Seems like this fellow is trying to bully my student. The situation wasn't complicated, and it didn't take long for Zhang Xian to understand the situation using just his own observation. Zhang Xian knew very well what kind of person Zhao Ya was. Stealing? What a joke. On the other hand, this physician Bai Chan was greedy and lustful. He wasn't anything good. Since Zhang Xian happened to meet him here, he could use the chance to teach him a lesson. Chuckling lightly, he lifted his foot and began walking over. Zhao Ya, you can't go. You won't know what will happen if you follow them. Hearing Zhao Ya's decision, Zhang Yang and the others panicked. It was clear that the physician and the patrol squad were in cahoots. If she were to follow them, who knows what kind of crime would be pinned on her? Can't you tell? He's doing this intentionally. No matter how much money you give him, he'll just keep raising the price. Zhao Ya said. Everyone fell silent. She was right. The other party was clearly taking advantage of them, just because they were outsiders. Even if they agree to give him money, he would simply say that it was insufficient. Perhaps, he might even claim that he has lost something else. Rather than to face humiliation here, she might as well follow the patrol squad and vie for her innocence. The crowd thought that the capital of a Tier 1 kingdom would be filled with hopes and that they could fulfill their dreams here. Yet, right after arriving, they encountered such an incident and a sense of helplessness gloomed over their hearts. If you go, it would be falling for the other party's trap. I have no choice. The patrol squad is here, and looking at how adamant he is on insisting that I stole his herb, I will be taken in regardless. With their fists clenched tight, everyone was infuriated, but they found themselves without any solution. 50 million. So be it. I am still willing to settle it privately. Lu Shi shook his head, full of indignance. Just as the saying goes, a dragon by the shallow shores would be ridiculed by a prawn, and a tiger which leaves its mountain would be bullied by a dog. If such a thing happened in Beiwu Kingdom, this fellow before him would have been beaten to death right on the spot. But over here, despite his status as a dignified master teacher, he was rendered completely helpless. Lu Shi. The crowd was incensed. They squeezed their fists tightly, and their faces were steeled. Enough, it's just a small matter. There's no need for anyone to go. Just as everyone thought that this matter was a hopeless cause, a slightly lazy voice echoed, and with his hands inside his pocket, Zhang Xian strolled over. Ah, teacher? Zhang Laoshi, why? Are you here? Zhang Laoshi, you put up lodging here as well? Seeing him emerge from inside the inn, everyone was taken aback for a moment. Then, furious joy overwhelmed them. They had been searching for him the entire night, but to think that he would be right under their noses. Ignoring the crowd which was filled with excitement, Zhang Xian sauntered to physician Bai Chan and smiled. Are you the one who is bullying my student? Thinking that victory was in his grasp, Bai Chan sipped on his tea, not even bothering to lift his head to look at Zhang Xian. As such, he didn't recognize him. Gesturing grandly, he harumphed. It's your student who stole my possession. I am merely retrieving what I lost. Steal your head. Before Bai Chan could finish his words, he heard a voice, and a shadow flitted across his vision. A teapot had crashed onto his skull. Pong! The teapot shattered, and steaming hot water drenched his entire body. Scalded, Bai Chan leaped up abruptly and fanned himself hard. You are freaking courting death. These days, be it the guild leader, nobles, or prestigious clans, who didn't treat him with respect. Yet, this fellow slammed a teapot on his head. How dare he? Hair fell off from his entire face under the hot water. His head, which had become as red as a braised pig head, was steaming, and the aroma of cooked flesh could be smelled. Teacher, this is way too intense. Zhao Ye and the others widened their mouths in shock, and their lower jaws nearly fell to the ground. They knew that Zhang Laoshe would definitely stand up for them, but they didn't expect that he would do it like that, smashing a pot of hot tea into the other party's head. The heck? Zhang Laoshe wasn't even treating the other party as a human. On the other hand, Lu Ling and Lu Xun's lips twitched, and they nearly fainted on the spot. If this was a matter that could be solved through brute force, why would he, as a Zhongshe realm master teacher, behave so subserviently? Just from how arrogant the other party acted, it was clear that he possessed an extraordinary status. Furthermore, he had the patrol squad standing guard right beside him. Yet, Zhang Xian still chose to slap him hard in his face. Seems like this matter will not end peacefully. This is too rash. Lu Ling shook his head with a bitter smile. This senior of mine has always been calm, always planning his actions carefully. Why is he acting so rashly today? This is Tianwu Kingdom, not Tianqian Kingdom. To beat someone up right after arriving, not to mention a person of tremendous standing. The thorns in the path ahead can already be seen clearly. Has this fellow gone mad? That is Physician Bai Chan. Squadron leader Yao and the other squad members didn't expect such a twist and were dumbstruck. Are all of you here to catch a show? This fellow made a move on me. What are you dawdling around for? Kill him. It took him a while before he could recover. Seeing the patrol squad standing idly by the side, Physician Bai Chan bellowed angrily. Yes. Only then did they recover from their daze. Squadron leader Yao drew his sword and charged forward. Lad, how dare you touch Physician Bai? Do you not know who he is? How dare you attack someone in the capital? Who do you think you? Aya the hell. Before he could finish his words, a shout of agony escaped his mouth, and his face was immediately distorted, just like a fried dough twist. Then, he flew backward, flipping a few rounds before landing on the ground more than a dozen meters away. Squadron leader. The entire patrol squad flew into a frenzy. The heck? They were the Kingdom Patrol Squad. They represented the kingdom's dignity, and wherever they went, people would be trembling, careful not to step on their toes. Yet, that fellow gave a tight slap to their leader. Lad, you are making yourself an enemy of the kingdom. With a roar, they charged forward to avenge their squadron leader. However, before they could finish their words, a series of crisp sounds echoed in the air. Pa, 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 pa. Their faces warped, and they were sent flying as well. In an instant, wails of agony echoed in the air. We're doomed, doomed. The inn and the attendant in the inn almost clawed out all of their hair upon witnessing this sight. They thought that this incident could be resolved quickly since the patrol squad was present. It had been many years since anyone dared to lay their hands on a patrol squad. The only difference was that the one 10 years ago was a Zhongshe realm primary stage wandering cultivator. He had a conflict with a patrol squad member and ended getting violent. Eventually, he became wanted throughout the city, and in less than a single day, he was caught and executed. Yet, not only did this fellow beat up the entire patrol squad, he even scalded Physician Bai Chan's head into a pighead-resembling mess. They thought that it was just a simple affair that could be resolved quickly. To think that it would escalate so dramatically. If they knew this would happen, they would have never gone to look for the patrol squad. If the authorities were to blame them for housing such violent characters, their inn would be shut down immediately. You are courting death. Physician Bai Chan finally regained himself from the searing pain. Through his puffy eyes, he saw members of the patrol squad lying all over the ground. Infuriated, he turned to Zhang Xian and declared, "You're done for. You're really done for this time. To dare to lay your hands on even the patrol squad, no one can save you now." Before he could finish his words, he felt his throat tighten, and an excruciating pain could be felt at his neck. Zhang Xian had lifted him up. Pa, pa, pa. He felt stinging pain on both sides of his cheeks. Just like that, he had been slapped more than a dozen times consecutively. No one that can save me? Are you sure? Zhang Xian smiled brightly. Woo! Physician Bai Chan was on the verge of tears. It was too painful to bear. He had never suffered such a beating from birth. Not daring to spout any further nonsense, he slowly opened his swollen eyes to look at the person who beat him up. He was intending to imprint the other person's features into his mind so that he could get back at him in the future. However, with this single glance, his face turned deathly pale. Too familiar. He was the fellow who was with Princess Emoyu at the Red Lotus Range, as well as the one who knocked him unconscious. The status he possessed today was all because of him. That's right, it's me. Throwing Bai Chan to the floor, Zhang Xian said impassively. Bai Chan's expression became distorted. If there was a person whom Bai Chan wanted to meet the most, it was definitely the person standing before him. It was because of his impersonation that he possessed such an important standing today. However, if there was a person whom Bai Chan would never want to meet, it was this very person as well. He could expose the fact that he wasn't the one who treated the great Herb King and pull him down from his high horse. Once the truth was exposed, who in the Physician Guild would respect him? Who would even bother to look at him? He thought that he merely had to guard against Princess Emoyu. Thus, wherever she went, he would avoid. This way, he would be able to continue living off the prestige of having treated the great Herb King. However, never in his wildest dreams had he expected to meet Zhang Xian under such a situation. And not to mention, he had even tried to take advantage of the other party's student. Was I courting death? Even if Zhang Xian didn't touch him, just by revealing the fact that Physician Bai Chan wasn't the one who actually treated the great Herb King, he would have been pummeled to death by the countless physicians even before he could take a step out of his own doors. Senior, we're in trouble now. Seeing the unkempt and head-swollen Physician Bai Chan, Lu Ling walked forward and could not help but to shake his head. Trouble? There's no trouble at all. Zhang Xian answered casually. Since he had made his move, it naturally meant that he had long thought of a solution to resolve this situation. If everything else fails, he would just have to feed each of them lethal poison. He didn't believe that they would dare to wreak havoc under the threat of death. This is the patrol squad. To have given them a beating. Not knowing what Zhang Xian was thinking, Lu Ling spoke a short few words before stopping. Then after hesitating for a moment, he continued again. Why don't I go to the Master Teacher Pavilion to seek for protection? Given my identity as a Master Teacher, the Tianwu Kingdom shouldn't dare to do anything to me for the time being. It is just that I might have to undergo judgment at the Master Teacher Pavilion. The Master Teacher Pavilion carries the responsibility of protecting Master Teachers, but if Master Teachers were to err, they possess the authority to judge them as well. Originally, because the other party tried to exploit them, they had valid reasons in their defense. However, now that Zhang Xian had beaten them up like that, no matter how they explain it, they were the first to get physical and hence, in the wrong. There's no need. Zhang Xian gestured. Pointing to the Bai Chan, whose head had swelled to resemble a pig head, he said, He'll settle this matter for us. Him? Lu Ling was perplexed. Even Zhao Ye and the others looked at Zhang Xian in bewilderment. The very reason why this fellow is here is to cause trouble, and not to mention, now that you have smashed a teapot on his head and even beat him up into such a state, if he could, he would probably kill you on the spot. Yet you hope that he'll settle this situation for you? You must be pulling our legs. Even Lu Sun, who was standing off to the side, shook his head as well. This senior Uncle Zhang is exceptionally talented in various occupations, but he has one fatal flaw. He is too rash. With such a personality, it is a matter of time before something grave happens. Physician Bai Chan, what do you think we should do? Ignoring the doubtful look that the crowd cast on him, Zhang Xian turned and smiled at the physician whom he had just beaten up. Cough cough this. Despite the other party's smile, he could see a menacing gleam in his eyes and cowered backward immediately. I am in the wrong. I was blinded by lust and came to cause trouble for your student. Don't worry, I'll resolve this issue quickly. After which, Physician Bai Chan stood up, and with an expression full of righteousness, walked over to Squadron Leader Yao's party and took out a bottle of medicine. This is some medicine to treat superficial wounds. Also, here is 100,000 worth of gold bill. Squadron Leader Yao, you should bring the men to eat something good. Physician Bai, seeing how the fellow was paying and speaking up for the person who beat him up, Squadron leader Yao and the other patrol squad members were on the verge of madness. However, at this moment, the hushed voice of Physician Bai sounded by their ears. Sure, this person over here has connections with Princess Imoyu, and I saw him traveling alongside her. You should know how to handle the rest. Connections with Princess Imoyu? Squadron leader Yao and the others froze, and their eyes narrowed. Chapter 300. Extorting Physician Bai. Even though Princess Imoyu couldn't compare to Imo Hongi, the #1 genius of Tianwu Kingdom in the past 1,000 years, she was nevertheless a top-notch genius. Her status far surpassed any other princes and princesses. Furthermore, she was on the verge of passing the master-teacher examination, besides being highly favored by the emperor. In fact, there were even rumors claiming that he would devote the resources into grooming her as the candidate to become the next emperor. This way, he could prevent the throne from falling into the hands of Imo Hongi. To have connections with her? Traveling alongside her? Could it be? They were merely ordinary soldiers who relied on bribes to earn some additional money. Offending the princess's friend, that was no different from suicide. Are you serious? Squadron leader Yao's heart quivered, and he found himself unable to accept the situation. How is the world be so small? To stumble upon the princess's friend in such a huge Tianwu kingdom? Besides, the princess had always maintained her purity and stayed a distance away from the countless geniuses who attempted to pursue her. They had never heard of her having such a friend. I wish that it were false too. Physician Bai Chan looked as if he was about to cry. Seeing the other party's expression, the patrol squad members immediately understood that it was true. After all, this was the up-and-coming, highly prominent Physician Bai Chan. To not even dare to retaliate after getting pummeled into such a state, something was clearly amiss. Since that's the case, then we'll accept Physician Bai's kind gesture. Farewell. After struggling to his feet, squadron leader Yao clasped his fist. He didn't dare to offend Physician Bai. Needless to say, Princess Imoyu. Rather than asking for a beating here, it was much wiser for them to just leave. To be patrolling in the capital, if they didn't know how to adapt to situations, they would have long been beaten to death. Regardless of whether it was Physician Bai or Princess Imoyu, they were both figures whom they couldn't afford to offend, and it was best that they leave as soon as possible. Walala. In just a few moments, the patrol squad members disappeared completely. How are they leaving just like that? Lu Ling and the others were still worried just a moment ago, and upon witnessing this occurrence, each and every single one of them became dumbfounded. This was especially so for Lu Sun. He thought that his senior Uncle Zhang had been too rash, and upon seeing this sight, his mouth twitched violently. That was the Kingdom Patrol Squad. They represented the dignity of the kingdom. They got beaten up so badly that their entire faces were swollen like pigs, yet they walked away without a single word. However, this wasn't the end yet. Physician Bai, who was so arrogant as to disregard even Lu Shi, walked up to Zhang Laoshi and bowed respectfully. That, elder, I have already settled the matter. Do you think that I can leave now? Everyone's eyes popped out. Senior? You are already in your 40s to 50s, while the other party hasn't even reached his 20s. And you call him your elder? Do you have to be so shameless? Can it be that? Are all Tianwu Kingdom civilians that cheap? Do they have to be beaten up before they can talk properly? Yuan Tao could not help but mutter. Upon hearing those words, even though the crowd remained silent, internally, they couldn't approve of Yuan Tao's words anymore. How in the world did Zhang Laoshi do it? That fellow was already threatening to make this matter known to the entire city before they even did anything. With the smash of a teapot on his head and more than a dozen consecutive slaps, wouldn't he exterminate everyone here? Yet, at this moment, he was behaving just like an obedient dog. No one could understand what had happened, and at this very moment, all they could feel was deep admiration for Zhang Laoshi. It seemed as if, regardless how insurmountable an obstacle could be, once it comes into his hands, it would become a non-issue. Lu Sun had initially harbored hopes of comparing with the other party. From the looks of it now, his thoughts were truly laughable. Leave? Don't be in such a hurry. I'm not an unreasonable person. Since I did something, I will definitely take responsibility. After all, I do feel embarrassed for beating you up. Zhang Xian glanced at the other party. How do you intend to deal with your injuries? I was asking for it. It will be fine if I just find some medicinal paste to apply. Physician Bai Chan laughed dryly. Make the other party take responsibility? He didn't dare to. Putting aside his relationship with the princess, just the fact that he could treat the contract goo, which baffled even 3-star physicians, showed how incredible his mastery in the way of medicine was. Most probably, no one in Tianwu Kingdom would be able to match up to him. In addition, considering his relationship with the great Herb King, make the other party take responsibility? That was no different from committing suicide. Since you say you deserved it, I will not interfere. However, you framed my student, and this has left a huge trauma in her mind. How should we settle this? Knowing what the other party was thinking of and what he feared, Zhang Xian looked at him impassively. Physician Bai Chan's mouth twitched. Didn't you say that your stock of medicinal herb is worth 50 million? How about this? Since your actions have left a scar in my student's heart, you will use this money to compensate her. After paying up, you can scram. Otherwise, let's see if I will break that calamity-bringing thing of yours. After which, Zhang Xian's eyes drifted downward and fell upon a certain spot. Feeling terrified, Physician Bai Chan could but help but to shudder. I don't have so much money. After a moment, Physician Bai Chan replied meekly with a tearful face. He was only a 1-star physician. Even though he had swindled quite a bit fortune and committed many evil deeds, he wasn't able to save up that much of money. You don't have it? Chuckling lightly, Zhang Xian's hand stretched out all of a sudden and stabbed straight at the other party's forehead. Almost jumping in shock, Physician Bai Chan's neck tilted backward and simultaneously, his mouth opened just a little. Who? Zhang Xian flicked his finger, and an object flew straight into his throat. Cough, cough. What is this? Pinching his throat, Physician Bai Chan's face paled. It's nothing much, just some good stuff which the great Herb King gave me. Didn't you treat the great Herb King's illness? You should be familiar with him, right? You can try asking him about it. Zhang Xian answered casually. Physician Bai's face reddened, and his legs went weak. Unable to suppress himself any longer, he fell to the floor, kneeling. Elder, please be magnanimous as to spare me. The great Herb King was the spokesperson of the Poison Hall. Even without thinking, it was clear what the other party fed him was. It's not impossible for me to spare you. We have just arrived at the capital, and we don't have a place to stay. I want you to find a mansion near the Master Teacher Pavilion. Once you're done, I can consider saving you. Otherwise, even if I don't do anything, the great Herb King's poison should be more than sufficient to send you on your way. Zhang Xian waved casually. Even though this fellow's character was atrocious, he could still be of help. Zhang Xian and the others had just arrived at the capital, and they were strangers in a strange place. With Physician Bai taking care of stuff for them, many difficult matters could be resolved easily. The reason why Zhang Xian chose to beat the other party up directly was that he knew the other party would recognize him. Back then, he was with Princess Mou when he encountered the other party, so the other party would surely think that they were related. If the situation was any different, such brute actions would have had a completely opposite effect. Thus, he decided to render help from Physician Bai. This way, they could have a reliable person stand up for them and settle any matter that occurred in the future. Elder, Physician Bai Chan felt dismal, and bitterness welled on his face. What the heck is this? He had merely drunk a little bit of alcohol and teased a beautiful lady. In the end, not only was he scalded with boiling water, the assaulter even demanded a mansion as compensation. Why does he have to pay despite being the victim? Why? Are you unwilling? Fine then. I heard that the poison which the great Herb King gave me causes maggots to grow in one's head, resulting in a constantly groggy state of mind. If it gets severe, the person might even rip off his clothes and run about nude. This will last for 3 days straight before one succumbs to death. I wonder, does this suit your taste? Zhang Xian said. Physician Bai Chan felt so terrified that his face was drained of color. Even though his behavior was atrocious, if he really did something like stripping nude and running in the city, life would lose its meaning. Why? Don't you like it? That's easy. He gave me 18 types of poison back then, and if you don't like it, I can let you try something else. Zhang Xian said. Don't. Tearful, Physician Bai Chan shook his head in a hurry. Elder, there's no need to go through that much trouble. Isn't it just about looking for a mansion? This is simple. I will do it right now. I'll find one by tomorrow. Having been inflicted with poison, his life and death were under the other party's control. Since he couldn't defy the other party, he might as well submit to him. That's more like it. Sun Chong. Hearing his reply, Zhang Xian turned around. Young master. Sun Chong walked forward. Yang Shi was his old master, and naturally, he would address Zhang Xian, who was Yang Shi's student, as young master. Follow him and look for a good mansion. Tidy the place carefully. My teacher may be coming in 2 days. Zhang Xian said. Is old master coming? All right. Sun Chong nodded his head in excitement. Hurry along then. Are you waiting for the sun to rise? Placing his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian said. Yes. Physician Bai Chan quickly nodded his head and left. He didn't wish to stay here for a single moment longer. Only after leaving the inn did he heave a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but turn to Sun Chong, who had just chased up to him. May I know, what's the name of your young master? When he met the other party in the Red Lotus City previously, the other party has merely mentioned that he was a fan of his before knocking him out. Even today, the other party had not revealed his identity. Even though he was so fearful of him, he realized that he didn't even know the other party's name. Our master is called Zhang Xian. Sun Chong nodded. Zhang Xian? Physician Bai Chan was perplexed. He hadn't heard of any prince or incredible genius going by that name. You spoke about your old master previously. May I know who he is? Even though Physician Bai was bewildered, he didn't dare to underestimate them. Thus, he continued asking. Our old master is a master teacher of a grade exceeding 3-star. Sun Chong said in admiration. A master teacher of a grade exceeding 3-star? Physician Bai Chan trembled. Even Tianwu Kingdom's most formidable Jiang Shi, the pavilion master of the Master Teacher Pavilion, was only a 2-star master teacher. Yet, Zhang Xian's teacher was a master teacher who had exceeded 3-star. It could be said that if his teacher wished to do so, he would be capable of destroying the entire Tianwu Kingdom at his whim. This Zhang Xian. So he's actually a student to such a person. Indeed, as the old master's direct disciple, the young master has received his inheritance. The reason why he came to the capital is to take the master teacher examination. Not only so, he's a 3-star painter, 2-star beast tamer, heard for Shan Bai Ru, and 1-star apothecary. Sun Chong continued. 3-star painter, 2-star beast tamer. Physician Bai Chan's body stiffened. It was no wonder why he was so incredible at such a young age. Any single identity that he casually mentions would already be earth-shattering. Perhaps, even Princess Mo, you might be inferior to him. If you serve the young master and old master well, you will be in for a life of glory. But if you were to betray him, I believe that I don't need to tell you what would come. Knowing what the other party was thinking of, Sun Chong added in, Yes. Physician Bai Chan nodded. Thinking about what he had enjoyed in the past few days, his heart leaped all of a sudden. The events today are truly unfortunate, but perhaps this might also be a rare opportunity. Chapter 301. The excited GMO Gongzi teacher, why are you here? Zhang Yang couldn't help but ask. The others also quickly turned to look over. They had searched the entire area but didn't even see a hint of him in the city. Yet, it turned out that they were in the same inn. Truly, one always overlooks the places closest to them. I just arrived at Tianwu Kingdom today. This inn is closest to the city gates, so naturally, I settled in here as well. Zhang Xian smiled. This was the only decent inn near the city gates. Where else would he choose to stay if not here? You just arrived today? Then, Zhang Yang pointed at Physician Bai Chan's departing figure in disbelief. The other party was so arrogant that if he could, he would have torn down the entire heaven. Yet, after you beat him up, he acted so obediently as if he were a loyal dog. It is inconceivable for the two of you to not have known each other before that. Furthermore, the patrol squad seemed to have left fearfully after they heard something. He had just arrived but was able to instill fear in them? What was going on? Perhaps my slaps were more painful than usual, so he felt intimidated. Zhang Xian replied casually. The matter regarding the Red Lotus Ridge involved the Great Herb King, Poison Hall, Poison Master, Physician, Disguiser. This wasn't a matter that could be easily explained even if he wanted to. Therefore, he decided that he might as well avoid the topic altogether. Besides, what Bai Chan was fearful of wasn't just his connection with the Great Herb King. What he was more intimidated by was his relationship with Princess Mou. So in a way, Zhang Xian was taking advantage of another person's prestige. It wasn't anything honorable, so Zhang Xian didn't feel compelled to explain the matter to them. Slaps are more painful than usual? Everyone became speechless. If beating the other party up was useful, they would have long done so. There wouldn't have been a need for you to interfere at all. If you don't want to explain, you should at least come up with a better lie. This lie of yours is way too perfunctory? This fellow is the same as ever. Huang Yu rolled her eyes. This fellow was just like that. If he didn't want to speak, he could just say so. After all, everyone has their own secrets. However, what they found hard to accept was him lying so blatantly without any feelings of embarrassment. Regardless of the reason, as expected of teacher, no matter how big the problem is, you can solve it without a hitch. Zhao Ye and the other students' eyes burned ardently. The issue with Physician Bai Chan had left all of them helpless, yet their teacher was able to turn the situation around the moment he appeared. More importantly, the other party listened obediently to him. As expected of their teacher, it seemed as if there was nothing in the world that was insurmountable to him. Senior, if I'm not wrong, your cultivation has reached half Zhongshe, right? Seeing that Zhang Xian was reluctant to remain on that topic, Lu Ling stroked his beard and asked. Zhang Xian possessed the Heaven's Passion Qi, and even a Jizuan realm expert or a 2-star master teacher would be unable to tell the depth of his cultivation. However, during the battle just now, Lu Ling was able to discern Zhang Xian's cultivation realm through the overwhelming might and aura he that displayed. Even so, he found it hard to believe. Although reaching half Zhongshe wasn't as difficult as reaching Zhongshe realm, it was nevertheless an extremely tall obstacle to overcome. In Tianqian Kingdom, there were several hundreds of Tongxian realm pinnacle experts, but only one of them, old ancestor Shen Hong, was able to reach half Zhongshe. This proved clearly how Herculean the advancement to half Zhongshe was. It was just a while ago that Zhang Xian was still Tongxian realm pinnacle. Lu Ling thought that it would take at least 2 to 3 years of effort before Zhang Xian could take the final step to reach higher realms. Yet, never in his dreams did he expect that, in just a month of absence, the other party had already achieved half Zhongshe. Half Zhongshe. Everyone was astonished, especially Lu Sun, who became wide-eyed. After an entire month's time, Lu Sun finally broke through to reach Tongxian realm. He thought that he could finally be on equal footing as the other party. He wasn't expecting that. The other party would have walked even further ahead. Zhang Xian replied. By embracing the various schools of cultivation, a Zhongshe is able to create his own unique school. This is the first difficult hurdle of the Fighter 9 Dawn. Even though you aren't far from it at half Zhongshe, it will be difficult for you to achieve a breakthrough without accumulating experience and reinforcing your cultivation time and time again. Upon hearing the other party affirming his conjecture, Lu Ling nodded. Half Zhongshe may sound as though one is extremely close to reaching the level of a Zhongshe, but in reality, one has only stepped onto the jumping platform. To truly make a successful leap over is another matter. Xinhong, him, Zhuangshi, and Zhangshi, which of them weren't famous geniuses when they were younger? Alas, they were stuck at this hurdle for decades, unable to make the final jump no matter how hard they tried. If not for Yangshi, they might have been stuck at half Zhongshe for the rest of their lives. Thus, Lu Shi knew very well that if one didn't adjust one's state of mind to cultivate properly and patiently, reaching Zhongshe would be nothing but a fleeting dream. Yes, Zhang Xian knew that the other party was saying these words for his own good, so he nodded in agreement. You're much more talented than I am, and you are entitled to teacher's personal guidance. Thus, your breakthrough should be much smooth sailing than mine. The reason why I said so much to you is that I hope that you won't get anxious and lose yourself. You would still be considered a genius among geniuses if you managed to reach Zhongshe realm within 3 years. Lu Ling continued. This senior of his had reached half Zhongshe at such a young age, and it was unavoidable for him to feel complacent. The reason why he said so much was that he wanted to remind the other party to remain humble and persevering so as to not lose himself in pursuit for greater heights. Otherwise, he might just end up destroying himself. All right, I won't obstruct the reunion between senior and your students. We'll leave to take a rest first. Knowing that Zhang Xian and his students had a lot to catch up on, Lu Ling smiled, clasped his hand, and bided his farewell. Huang Yu, Lu Sun, and the others followed behind him. Teacher. After the three left, Zhang Yang and the others kneeled onto the floor in agitation. This was especially so for Zhaoya. She felt extremely grateful to her teacher for saving her. If not for his timely appearance, who knows what might have happened to her by now. Execute a punching routine so that I can see how much you have all improved. Flinging his sleeves, Zhang Xian sat down and looked at his students. Since he was their teacher, it was his responsibility to keep a close watch on their cultivation. Yes, the group immediately executed their punching routine. Hoo-hoo-hoo. A strong gust of wind, full of might, whipped up within the room immediately. If it were anyone else, even if they managed to discern the cultivation realm of the five, they wouldn't be able to see where their flaws laid. However, Zhang Xian was different. With a jolt inside his mind, the recent flaws in their cultivation appeared in their respective books instantly. Not bad. All of you have improved in the past month. Nonetheless, you are still far lacking. After browsing through the issues they met in cultivating written in each of their books, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. Zhang Yang, the cultivation technique I gave you specifically called for you to cultivate your Taiyin meridian. Why are you cultivating your Sanka meridian instead? Not only are you wasting your effort, you are destroying your own cultivation. If you continue to behave like this, you should just scram now. Don't waste my time. Lu Yang, although your right arm has recovered, when you're training, you still have to be mindful of exerting too much strength. Do you wish to be crippled again? Wang Ying. Very quickly, Zhang Xian pointed out the recent cultivation flaws that his 5 students had and imparted them some new methods. Even though Zhang Xian might be unreliable when it came to other aspects, he didn't slacken at all when it came to guiding his students. Honglong. Pipa. In the next 2 hours, the 5 students started to achieve breakthroughs. Zhang Yang and Wang Ying first broke through Piga realm to reach Dingli realm primary stage, and Yuan Tao followed closely behind, reaching Piga realm pinnacle. Of the 5, the one who experienced the biggest improvement was still Zhaoya. Initially, she had only opened 2 acupoints. However, after Zhang Xian's explanation and deciphering of the Pishue realm, she opened 10 acupoints consecutively in the next 2 hours, resulting in an exponential rise in her strength. Having their cultivation raised significantly in such a short period of time, everyone felt both excited and astonished. Previously, Lu Shi said that if they wanted to achieve a breakthrough, they would require an impetus. Even at the fastest, it would take about half a month. However, after a session with Zhang Laoshi, all of them broke through into higher realms immediately. Didn't this display clearly that Zhang Laoshi's means were superior to Lu Shi's? Upon realizing this fact, they felt even greater admiration for Zhang Laoshi. All right, I'll be taking the master-teacher examination tomorrow, so we'll stop here for today. Have a good rest. Zhang Xian instructed. After this incident with Zhaoya, he realized that there was an urgent need for him to raise his status. This fueled his determination to pass the master-teacher examination. I have urgent matters to report to GMO Gongzi. At the Ji clan, one of the 3 great clans of Tianwu Kingdom, a figure could be seen in an urgent rush to the doorstep. If Zhang Xian were here, he would surely have been able to recognize the person as the leader of the group whom he pummeled outside the city previously. This leader was still wounded throughout his body. However, after undergoing treatment, his situation had alleviated greatly, and at the very least, he was able to move around without help. How is it? Have you succeeded yet? Jia. The doors opened. Upon seeing the other party's face, GMO Gongzi's face lit up. Reporting to Gongzi, even though we are severely injured, we have managed to accomplish the task you asked of us. The leader kneeled onto the floor. Not bad, not bad. An excited gleam flashed across GMO Gongzi's eyes. That lad had caused him to lose his entire dignity, and he wouldn't be able to vent his anger if he didn't teach him a good lesson. Take out the record crystal. I want to take a look. Stretching his palm forward, GMO Gongzi asked expectantly, "Weren't you full of arrogance? Producing paintings of the 3rd level, 4th level, and 5th level as if they are circus acts. So what if you're a 3-star painter? Let's see if you can remain as haughty now that we hung you nude on a tree." Reporting to young master, the record crystal was ruined in the middle of the battle. The leader answered in embarrassment. Ruined? Yes. However, we have hung that lad on a tree outside the city, and the other brothers are currently guarding him. Young master, why don't you follow me there to mock him in his face? This way, you will be able to vent your anger better. The leader replied, That's a good idea. Ridiculing him right in his face is what I like best. Chuckling, an evil gleam flickered across GMO Gongzi's gaze. It felt that it would be a great pity if he didn't personally view and mock that arrogant fellow who had been hung naked on a tree. Let's go. GMO Gongzi was ready to go right after putting on his robe. Gongzi, no matter what, the person we have offended is a 3-star painter. Even if we were to record his sorry state with a record crystal in order to blackmail him, and that the other party does not dare to do anything to us, if any of those elders in the residence find out about this, you won't be able to avoid a lashing. In my view, why don't you put on a black suit and sneak out? This way, we won't alarm anyone, thus preventing the news from leaking out and avoiding unnecessary trouble. Seeing that GMO Gongzi was about to walk out openly through the main door, the leader immediately advised him otherwise. You're right. Not bad. Seems like you have given the matter some thought. I'll deal with those old fellows sooner or later. Once I become a 2-star painter and inherit the position of the clan leader, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. GMO Gongzi nodded his head in satisfaction. Did you see that? This is what a loyal subordinate should be like, keeping the welfare of his owner at heart. I am probably the only person who is sufficiently charismatic such that my subordinates give their all in order to accomplish my tasks. Thinking of this, he felt exhilarated. Chapter 302 Paying Respect to Zhang Laosher 2-in-1. I shall reward you handsomely, in view of your loyalty, when we return. Giving the leader a compliment, GMO Gongzi changed into a black suit and followed behind the other party to an isolated corner of the residence before secretly flipping over the wall. They proceeded carefully, and they successfully managed to avoid alarming anyone. Soon, they arrived at the forest beyond the city. Young master, this is the place. The leader pointed forward with a finger. All right. Upon hearing that the person who embarrassed him was inside, GMO Gongzi proceeded in, his body shaking with excitement. Where is the person? Walking into the forest, GMO scanned the surroundings, but it was completely empty. He was feeling perplexed when the sight before him turned dark all of a sudden. A gunny sack had been pulled over his head. What are you doing? Feeling shocked, GMO was about to struggle, but he felt a sudden and excruciating pain on his face. Fists, sticks, and stones came raining down on him. Pili-pala. The sounds of fists and legs sinking into his flesh filled the air, and before GMO Gongzi could react, he was already knocked onto the ground. Innumerable bones throughout his entire body had been fractured. Woo! GMO Gongzi wailed through lips that had swollen to look like sausages. Until now, he had yet to comprehend the situation. Isn't the purpose of the trip here to watch Zhang Xian getting humiliated? Why am I getting beaten up now? It seemed as though an eternity had passed before the torrential blows on his body came to a stop. The gunny sack was torn apart, and his clothes were taken off his body. Then, he felt an ache on his hands. When he finally recovered, he was already hanging on a tree. A chilly night breeze blew across his bare body. What are all of you up to? At this moment, GMO finally saw the faces of the group who bashed him up. They were the 5 subordinates whom he sent after Zhang Xian. Gongzi, we don't have a choice either. Why did you have to offend someone you shouldn't have offended? You even had to implicate us. As the leader spoke, he infused Zhenqi into a record crystal, recording the sight before him. You, Pu. Realizing that his naked body was getting recorded, GMO Gongzi felt embarrassed and infuriated, and he spurted a mouthful of blood. What the heck is this? Aren't these people my subordinates? When did they betray and become the other party's lackeys? It wasn't easy for me to devise this plan, a plan where the other party has no choice but to suffer in silence. Yet, to think that it would be executed on me instead. It was laughable that he had felt impressed with his subordinates' loyalty. They were indeed loyal, just not to him. All along, I thought that he would be big and strong since he was able to attract the attention of so many beauties. To think that it would be that small. You're right, it's really small. It's my first time seeing one of that size. Me too. It is such an eye-opener. Just as his frustration was bubbling within, he heard the discussion that went on in the group below him. The hell? You're the one who has a small one. Your entire family has small ones. Pooh. Greatly infuriated, GMO Gongzi couldn't hold himself back, and he sprayed another mouthful of fresh blood. Then, he fainted. It was a silent night. When Zhang Xian finally woke up from his sleep, his fatigue from the journey had disappeared completely. As he stepped out from his room, he saw Lu Ling and the others standing right outside his doors, looking at him as if he were a monster. You simply gave them a few pointers and they achieved breakthroughs? Pointing to Zheng Yang, Zhao Ya, and the others, Lu Shi asked in disbelief. When he woke up early in the morning and saw the leap in the group's cultivation, he was so shocked that his teeth nearly fell onto the floor. For all of them to achieve breakthroughs with just a brief of guidance. Isn't it way too easy to achieve breakthroughs? All along, Lu Shi thought that even though his senior had a unique and impressive way in guiding his students, his senior was inferior to him, especially since that he wasn't yet a master teacher. Only after witnessing this situation did he understand that there was indeed a gap between the two of them, but it was the other party who was way ahead of him. Ah, that's right. Zhang Xian nodded. It isn't anything much. Let's go to the master teacher pavilion. Upon hearing these words, the group staggered on their feet. Breakthroughs in their cultivation aren't any big deal? Seeing how casually he put it, Lu Shi and the others felt as though they had taken 1,000 arrows to their heart. In order to help students achieve a breakthrough, they had to go through all kinds of trouble and dig up every last inch of their knowledge. But even so, it wasn't certain that the other party would succeed. Yet, Zhang Xian made it seem as easy as eating and sleeping. Indeed, humans aren't born equal. After checking out from the inn, they rented 2 carriages and headed straight for the master teacher pavilion. 2 hours later, a grand building stood before them. On top of the entrance were 3 grand words which represented the ultimate authority. Master Teacher Pavilion. Even though the Master Teacher Pavilion is considered as a function of the Teacher Guild, it wields much greater influence and power. Those who are able to join its ranks would gain incredible standing in society. Flashing his emblem, Lu Shi led the group in. The hall was vast and grand. Zhang Xian, you're here. Melded within the crowd, Zhang Xian was about to inquire about the examination venue when he heard a voice. Then with a turn of his head, he saw a young lady who was accompanying an elder. It's you? The person was the master teacher apprentice whom Zhang Xian met right after entering Tianwu City, Ling Xiaoxiao. Yeah, you're here to attend Princess Mo's question symposium as well, right? It's about to start, and almost every master teacher in the city is there. Let's go. Even though she wasn't very fond of this ignorant fellow, he was nevertheless an acquaintance. Thus, Ling Xiaoxiao invited him with a smile on her face. Are they all there? All right, let's go then. Hearing that every master teacher was there, Zhang Xian knew that his master teacher examination would have to wait until after the question symposium. Hence, he decided that he might as well take a look to get an idea of the symposium, so that he will be able to make better preparations for his own turn. Upon hearing that someone was facing the question symposium, Lu Shi and the others became interested as well. Thus, all of them followed Ling Xiaoxiao into a room. It was similar to those theory classrooms. Tables and chairs of various designs filled the room, and a crowd, numbering above 100, was gathered in here. An entire row of powerful-looking elders and middle-aged men were seated at the very front. To think that this fellow would be here as well? Scanning the surroundings, Zhang Xian suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. He was squadron leader Yao of the patrol squad from yesterday night. This fellow stood by the corner and was acting as a guard. If not for his reddened and swollen face, Zhang Xian would have suspected if he were his twin brother. After scanning the entire room briefly, Zhang Xian didn't see Mou. Thus, he followed the group and casually took a seat. Just as Zhang Xian noticed squadron leader Yao, the latter saw him as well. In usual circumstances, the Kingdom Patrol Squad would never be responsible for the safety of the Master Teacher Pavilion, but because the person taking the examination this time was Princess Mou, he was transferred here for temporary duties. Initially, he intended to look for a replacement due to his injuries, but upon recalling that it was the princess's examination, he thought that the fellow would definitely appear if he was truly related to her. If he didn't show up, or if the princess didn't recognize him, that would mean that physician Bai Chan was lying. Considering how badly he was beaten up, no one could blame him for desiring to take revenge. Thus, with such motives in mind, he endured his injuries and stood guard at a corner. To think that the fellow would really turn up. Humph, I would really like to witness if you were indeed close to the princess. With a cold harumph, squadron leader Yao stood upright and observed the situation quietly. Zhang Xian and the others took a seat. There's a total of 13 one-star master teachers and 3 two-star master teachers in Tianwu Kingdom. The question symposium is the last formal procedure for a master teacher examinee, and none of the two-star master teachers is here. Knowing that the person before her knew nothing at all, Ling Xiaoxiao explained kindly. Zhang Xian was astounded. Tianqian Kingdom didn't even have a one-star master teacher, yet Tianwu Kingdom had 13 one-stars and 3 two-stars. Just by the number of master teachers, one could tell the difference in the national might. As expected of the strongest kingdom within the cluster of 13 countries. With so many master teachers conducting lessons here, how is it possible that the next generation not be incredible? How would the nation not be so mighty? Who are the two-star master teachers in the kingdom? Recovering from his shock, Zhang Xian could not help but ask. Hearing the other party ask such a fundamental question, Ling Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes once more. The most formidable two-star master teacher in the empire is naturally Pavilion Master Jiang. According to the rumors, he has reached 2-star pinnacle, and it is just a matter of time before he reaches 3-star. As for the other two, they are Wang Shi and Mu Shi. Mu Shi reached 2-star less than 2 years ago, and he is the newest of the 3. Oh. Zhang Xian nodded. Glancing around, he asked, "Is the genius you spoke of, Mo Hongyi, present?" Of course he's here. Furthermore, he has the highest position of all the master teachers here. Look, he's the one seated right at the center. Ling Xiaoxiao pointed. Right at the center? Zhang Xian raised his head to take a look. At the center of the very front row of master teachers sat a young man who seemed to be about 25. He exuded an aura which felt as vast and deep as an ocean, and it exerted an immense pressure on those around him. Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle. Not only was he strong, his pitch-black eyes seemed to wield some kind of unique power as well. He appeared to be confident and astute, seeming as if there was nothing in the world which could trouble him. Incredible! With just a single glance, Zhang Xian could tell that the other geniuses he had met were nothing compared to him. They were in different leagues. Even Princess Mou paled far in comparison to him. I'm afraid that his soul depth is 6-0 at the very least. Lu Shi's attention was also on Mo Hongyi, and he sent a telepathic message over. 6-0? Zhang Xian was thrown. With a soul depth of 3-0, one becomes eligible for the 1-star master teacher examination. 6-0, one can take the 2-star examination. To possess such incredible soul depth at just 26-year-old and, not to mention, his formidable cultivation, he sure lives up to his name as the genius. Princess Mou is here. Just as he was busy examining Mo Hongyi, Ling Xiaoxiao's voice echoed once more. Turning to the entrance, he saw a young lady making her way in. Who else could the person be if not Mou? Dressed in a bright red robe, Her hair and face had been immaculately done up, making her appear much more charming and beautiful than before. At this moment, she was in no way inferior to Zhaoye, as expected of the number one beauty in Tianwu Kingdom. It was mere moments since her entrance, and she had already managed to attract everyone's attention. Once inside, Princess Imoyu began to scan her surroundings. Then her eyes fell on a certain spot and lighted up unwittingly. As the center of attention, her expression piqued everyone's curiosity immediately. They followed the direction of her gaze and swiftly turned their heads over. They thought that they would find a formidable figure, but it turned out to be just an ordinary young man. Seeing her look toward him, Zhang Xian became speechless. You know that you're the star of the show, yet you just have to look at me like that, bringing me unwanted attention. You are doing this intentionally, aren't you? Feeling despondent, Zhang Xian was thinking about what to say when he heard an agitated and excited voice sound out beside him. Princess Imo, you looked at me. She actually noticed me. Ling Xiaoxiao was so excited that her face turned red. If not for the situation, she would have shrilled in joy. Ah! Zhang Xian shook his head, looking at that zealous lady before him. However, coincidentally, her actions actually helped Zhang Xian to avert that awkward predicament. The question symposium begins. Upon the arrival of the examinee, Imo Hongyi declared, and the final test of the master teacher, the question symposium, began. The question symposium was similar to the pill debate of the apothecaries. Every one-star master teacher in attendance would pose a question regarding cultivation, and the scope would usually be limited to below Zhongshe realm. One Jinqi is congested at the last acupoint, resulting in the person being unable to reach Tongxian realm. How can this problem be solved? A master teacher asked. There are two solutions. The first solution is to gather a large amount of zhenqi around the acupoint to stimulate the block zhenqi. As for the second method, one can utilize medicine. A grade 1 acupoint soothing pill can resolve this situation, but it is ineffective for those who have suffered from this problem for an extended period of time. If so, one should consume a grade 2 acupoint breakthrough pill instead. Princess Imoyu answered the question calmly. Clearly, a question of this level wasn't sufficient to stump her. After listening for a few moments, a blank expression appeared on Zhang Xian's face. Although he could impersonate master teachers and had, in fact, helped many people achieve breakthroughs, he had basically been relying on his Heaven's Path zhenqi. The methods that Princess Imoyu mentioned were completely foreign to him. There wasn't a question that he could answer. Looks like I have to browse through some books first before taking the one-star master teacher examination. Otherwise, I will surely fail this question symposium. Zhang Xian shook his head. After all, when they asked him about how to achieve a breakthrough in different circumstances, he couldn't simply reply them all with a needle and a surge of zhenqi. If he were to really reply like that, he would surely be evicted right away. After listening for another duration, he ascertained that he truly didn't understand a single word that the other party spoke. Thus, he could not help but look at the lady beside him and ask, how many tests are there in the master teacher examination? Even though his purpose here was to attempt the master teacher examination, he had no idea how the examination was conducted. Do you not even know that? Ling Xiaoxiao was on the verge of going insane. She was even suspecting whether the other party had bought his apprentice emblem using money. These are all fundamental knowledge. If you don't even know these, how the hell are you going to take the master teacher examination? Zhang Xian nodded his head. All right. Feeling utterly defeated by the other party, Ling Xiaoxiao could only explain helplessly. There are a total of 5 tests for the master teacher examination. 5 tests? That's right. The first test is the House of Trust. What it assesses is the trust level that the examinee's student has for him, and the passing criterion is a trust level that exceeds 50. If one doesn't have any students, or if none of his students had a sufficient trust level, it would be deemed as a failure. The second test is the Supporting Occupation Pavilion. In order to become a 1-star master teacher, one must possess a supporting occupation and reach the level of an official member. The third test is Puppet Hall. During the test, 2 puppets fighting each other will appear. These puppets are forged using a unique method, and the moves and battle techniques they utilize will be completely different. However, they are similarly powerful, and neither of them is able to defeat the other. The examinee has to provide guidance on the spot such that one of them achieves victory over the other. The fourth test is the cultivation technique ocean. There are countless cultivation and battle technique manuals in the ocean, and one will have to pick out a random book and conduct a relevant lecture immediately. During the lecture, you will be judged by several master teachers, as well as the Wylam Sage Bell. Wylam Sage Bell? The Sage's Bell is a spirit treasure in the cultivation technique treasure. Imprinted inside the Wylam Sage Bell is the comprehension that former sages had over the techniques. If the content of one's lecture doesn't satisfy the Wylam Sage Bell, the bell will not chime, and he obtains a fail. Zhang Xian was taken aback. He didn't expect such an incredible object to exist in this world. After the first 4 tests, one will have to undergo the unerring pavilion. In the unerring pavilion, a puppet will display a cultivation technique, battle technique, or even a skill from the supporting occupation you chose. The movements that it displays will contain errors within them, but they will all be well disguised, making it nigh impossible to discover them. The examinee has to identify one error within an incense stick's burn time in order to pass, otherwise, it is considered a failure. Ling Xiaoxiao seemed to be extremely familiar with the various tests of the Master Teacher examination, and she explained each of them in detail. House of Trust, Supporting Occupation Pavilion, Puppet Hall, Cultivation Technique C, and Unerring Pavilion. 5 tests, with each of them is harder than the previous. Wait, what about the Question Symposium? Zhang Xian had a perplexed expression. Isn't the Question Symposium the final test in the Master Teacher examination? Why didn't Ling Xiaoxiao mention it? Even though the Question Symposium is the final test out of the entire Master Teacher examination, it is also the easiest one. As long as an examinee is able to pass the first 5, this last test is negligible. So far, its passing rate is 100%. Thus, as long as one passes the first 5 tests, he would be considered to have passed the Master Teacher examination and be qualified to call himself a Master Teacher. The Question Symposium is more of a formal event to introduce the new Master Teacher to the others. Ling Xiaoxiao explained. Zhang Xian nodded, but at the same time, a wave of dejection took over him. So it appears that this symposium is the simplest stage of the entire examination. To think I would be unable to understand anything that they said on stage. From the looks of it, the Master Teacher examination isn't that easy after all. As the two of them continued to converse, the Question Symposium above neared its end. Congratulations, Master Teacher MOU. Here is your emblem. From now on, you're a 1-star Master Teacher. The Master Teachers in the front row of seats offered their congratulations. After receiving the Master Teacher emblem and the robe specially tailored for Master Teachers, Princess MOU felt thrilled. There seemed to be just a sliver of difference between an apprentice and a true Master Teacher, but the status they possessed were worlds apart. Only after successfully becoming a Master Teacher can one truly be considered to be at the pinnacle of society. I have something on, so I'll first take my leave. After presenting the emblem and robe to MOU, Mo Hongyi nodded and then turned around to leave immediately. Seeming to be well aware of the other party's temperament, MOU didn't look angered. After trading a few obligatory pleasantries with the crowd, MOU was finally able to extricate herself, and she headed in Zhang Xian's direction. Upon seeing MOU walking over, Ling Xiaoxiao's face flushed in agitation, and words could do little to describe her excitement. My idol is coming. Does she really recognize me? Hurry, help me take a look. Is my hair messy? It's not messy. Zhang Xian shook his head. That's good. Ling Xiaoxiao stood up hastily. Apprentice Ling Xiaoxiao pays respect to Mo. Nodding her head slightly, Princess MOU then ignored her, turning to face Zhang Xian instead. Seeing how the princess who had just passed her 1-star Master Teacher examination had her gaze fixated on an unfamiliar youngster, the environment fell into silence immediately. Ling Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded by the sight, and she nearly keeled over. She thought that her idol had come for her. Never in her dreams did she expect for Princess MOU to simply respond with a slight nod and then immediately turn to the person beside her. Isn't this fellow merely an ignorant apprentice who knows nothing? To come here specially to meet him. What in the world is going on? What physician by chance said be true? From the side, squadron leader Yao had been keeping tabs on Zhang Xian. Upon witnessing Princess Imoyu approach that person, his breathing hastened. What physician by chance said must be true, without a doubt. Otherwise, the princess wouldn't have gone to him. It was fortunate that he listened to the other party's advice and stepped down. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. However, the princess always carries herself with dignity and does not get involved with any men. If this fellow does have a relationship with her, many people will definitely soon learn about it. Squadron leader Yao thought, just as he was picturing how the bewildered faces of her suitors would look like when the news spread out. He saw Princess Imoyu clasp her hand and perform the formality that would only be done when a student meets her teacher. Student Imoyu pays respect to Zhang Laoshi. Chapter 303 Master-Teacher Examination. Begin. 2-in-1. Student Imoyu pays respect to Zhang Laoshi. The entire room became ghastly silent. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. What is going on? Princess Imoyu is the second greatest genius of the kingdom, a figure who became a one-star master teacher at such a young age. Yet, to respectfully greet someone younger than her as Zhang Laoshi, where did he appear from? What rights does he have to make the princess behave in such a manner? Putong. Squadron leader Yao felt his knees go weak, and he nearly kneeled onto the ground. Oh my gosh. He thought that the other party was romantically involved with the princess, but to think that the princess was actually the other party's student. Is there a need for such exaggeration? It was fortunate that he didn't behave too recklessly the day before. Otherwise, even if he were to be killed on the spot, no one would have dared to speak up for him. On the other end, Ling Xiaoxiao's face became frozen. She thought that her idol was here to speak with her. She couldn't have imagined that she was here to greet this ignorant lad. Brother, didn't you not know where the master-teacher pavilion is? Didn't you not know how the master-teacher examination is conducted? Didn't you not know who Imohangi is? An insignificant and ignorant apprentice made the number 2 genius of the kingdom, the newly qualified master-teacher, Princess Imoyu, bow and respectfully address him as Laoshi. What kind of twist is this? Even the expert beside her widened his eyes in astonishment, nearly dropping to the ground. Initially, he had been feeling somewhat dissatisfied to see the young mistress wasting her breath on this fellow. But at this moment, he realized that this ordinary-looking guy was actually a hidden expert. To be addressed by the princess's teacher, based on just this fact alone, he was on an equal footing with several prestigious clans in the capital. They weren't the only ones. Even Zhao Ye and the others felt bewildered. The arrogant physician Bai Chan was beaten to a pulp, but he didn't dare to retaliate. The genius princess bowed respectfully and addressed him as Laoshi. Didn't Zhang Laoshi say that he arrived at Tianwu Kingdom just yesterday afternoon? It had not been long since his arrival, and he had already managed to cause such a huge ruckus, earning himself respect, fear, and awe. If he were to remain here for any period longer, wouldn't the pavilion master of the master-teacher pavilion have to come greet him personally as well? Ignoring everyone's shock, Zhang Xian nodded his head faintly. He was indeed worthy of the other party's bow. If not for his guidance back at Red Lotus City, it would have been impossible for her to pass the 2-star apothecary examination. Zhang Laoshi. Princess Imoyu had intended to ask about the matter in the poison hall, but after hesitating for a moment, she decided not to bring it up, especially with such a huge crowd present. Back then, when she left Red Lotus City for Tianwu Kingdom, Zhang Xian and the Great Herb King had already set off for the Poison Hall. Impersonating the special envoy to enter the Poison Hall was extremely dangerous, so she had been worried about him. Initially, she thought that even if Zhang Xian were to return alive, it would be difficult for the two of them to meet again. But never in her dreams did she expect that she would encounter him in just a few days' time. This was why she lost herself back then and stared at him. Then after the end of the question symposium, she couldn't hold herself back anymore and came forward to greet him. As the number 2 genius of Tianwu Kingdom, she did possess her own pride. However, after the days accompanying this young man, she realized that the little talent she possessed meant nothing before him. Imoyu, aren't you going to introduce him to me? Imoyu was about to continue speaking when a voice suddenly sounded. Then, a tall and muscular man could be seen walking over. Looking to be in his 30s, he was dressed in a long robe, and the emblem on his chest signified his identity as a one-star master teacher. Judging from the aura he exuded and his immense strength, he was a Zhongshe realm expert. Being a one-star teacher and a Zhongshe realm expert in just his 30s, even though his talent was beneath that of Imo Hongi and Imoyu, he wasn't too far from them. Upon seeing him, a faint look of displeasure flickered across Imoyu's eyes. Nevertheless, she nodded, the reason why I am able to forge a grade 2 pill and pass the 2-star apothecary examination, despite my cultivation not having reached Zhongshe realm, is due to Zhang Laosher's guidance. As such, he is half a teacher to me. The apothecary is one of the top occupations among the upper 9 paths, and under normal circumstances, a practitioner's cultivation has to reach Zhongshe realm before he can take the 2-star examination. This is because only upon achieving Zhongshe realm can one better control the heat of the cauldron, the properties of the medicinal herbs, the clash of various energies within the cauldron, and from there, forge a grade 2 pill. By merely following Zhang Xian's instructions, Imoyu was already able to successfully forge a grade 2 pill in the Beast Hall. Then after continuing to learn diligently from Zhang Xian for several days in the Red Lotus City, her proficiency in pill forging improved even further. After returning to the capital, with the support from the royal family, her cultivation escalated. Even though she was still a distance away from reaching Zhongshe realm, she had already managed to reach Tongxian realm pinnacle. Under usual circumstances, no one is allowed to take the 2-star examination without first reaching Zhongshe realm. However, she successfully forged a grade 2 pill and was granted a special exception to be promoted to a 2-star apothecary. From then on, her feats became a legend. Half a teacher. For Imo sure to pass the 2-star apothecary examination at such a young age, that young man's pill forging skills must be incredible. The crowd burst into an uproar, and they stared at Zhang Xian in amazement. They finally understood why Imoyu regarded that young man so highly. If Imoyu passed the 2-star apothecary examination due to his guidance, doesn't that mean that he is superior to her in the field of pill forging? Surpassing 2-star? It can't be possible that he's a 3-star apothecary, right? A 3-star apothecary who has yet to reach 20? Everyone poured out a cold breath of air. Taught you how to forge pills? A flash gleamed across the muscular man's eyes. He turned toward Zhang Xian immediately and smiled. So it's a Grandmaster Apothecary. I apologize for my disrespect. My name is Jiang Chen, and I am grateful for your guidance to Princess Imoyu. However, Imoyu's eyebrows knitted together in displeasure, and she spoke sharply. I don't need you to thank him for me. Hee. Jiang Chen laughed dryly, not giving any heed to Imoyu's attitude. Flinging his sleeves aside, he carried an aura of superiority as he looked at Zhang Xian. The Apothecary Guild's Apothecary Hong is my friend, and he passed the 3-star apothecary examination recently. Since Zhang Laosher is a talented apothecary as well, I believe that the two of you should be acquainted with one another. But why have I never heard of there being a genius like you in the guild? Furthermore, I know every single apothecary in the guild who is 2-star and above. May I inquire what Zhang Laosher's grade is? Hearing what he said, everyone turned to Zhang Xian immediately, their eyes filled with curiosity. I am only a 1-star apothecary, Zhang Xian replied. He had only taken the 1-star apothecary examination and didn't think that he was a genius of any sort. Besides, he had never been to Tianwu Royal City's Apothecary Guild, so naturally, he neither knows Apothecary Hong nor possesses any fame. 1-star. A 1-star apothecary guided Princess Imoyu to forge a grade 2 pill? You must be joking. The hierarchy in the upper 9 paths occupation is extremely strict. How can a 1-star apothecary guide a 2-star apothecary? Everyone became baffled once again. They had seen for themselves how highly Princess Imoyu regarded the young man, and it felt as if she would really kneel down in admiration for the other party. Thus, they thought that the young man would be a formidable apothecary. In the end, it turned out that he was only a 1-star. Did someone make a mistake? 1-star. Jiang Chen was taken aback as well. An expression of disdain was revealed on his face, but was swiftly hidden. To be able to reach 1 star at your age, Brother Zhang is indeed talented. As long as you work hard, you will surely be able to reach great heights. He had addressed the other party as Zhang Laoshi previously, but in the blink of an eye, he had amended that to Brother Zhang. He had even dropped all of the pleasantries. After which, he ignored Zhang Xian completely and turned to Princess Mou. Mou, I have prepared a feast to celebrate your successful promotion as a master teacher. Let's go. I refuse. Princess Mou shook her slender hands. This celebration feast is specially prepared for you. How can the star of the show go missing? Getting rejected before such a huge crowd, Jiang Chun felt somewhat embarrassed. I still have things that I need to consult Zhang Laoshi with. Feel free to carry on with the feast without me. Mou replied coldly. It seemed that she wasn't fond of the other party. How about this? Why don't Brother Zhang come along as well? This way, you can consider it as repayment for his guidance. At which, Jiang Chun turned to Zhang Xian and said, What does Brother Zhang think? You seem like you have just arrived at the capital, and there are many VIPs joining in the celebration. Apothecary Hong will be there as well, and I can make use of this opportunity to introduce him to you. As a 1-star apothecary, it will be good for you to come into contact with high-ranking apothecaries like him. I'm not free. Zhang Xian shook his head. If the other party was inviting him sincerely, he would have considered heading over after he was done with his master teacher examination. However, Jiang Chen acted as though he was inviting Zhang Xian out of charity. Taking into account the other party's attitude, even if it were the emperor's birthday celebration, Zhang Xian wouldn't have bothered. You're not free? Jiang Chun could tolerate being rejected by Mou, but to be turned down in public by a 1-star apothecary, his complexion darkened immediately and his eyebrows shot up. He emitted the pressure of a Zhongshe realm expert. An official apothecary may possess incredible status, but that is nothing compared to a master teacher. You should reconsider your option. Don't let a moment of folly land you in deep trouble. Hey, I'm still talking to you. Hold it right there. Jiang Chen thought he could frighten the other party into obedience by pointing out the possible consequences of his rejection. However, before he could finish his words, the other party was already gone. Jiang Qian nearly fainted out of anger. As a 1-star master teacher and a Zhongshe realm expert, when had anyone dared to disrespect him like that? Shaking his head, Zhang Xian disregarded the conceited fellow and stopped before Mou. Bring me over. Yes. Back in Red Lotus City, Zhang Xian had told her that he intended to take the master teacher examination. Thus, Mou immediately understood the other party's intentions, and the duo walked past Jiang Chen. This fellow, seeing how Zhang Xian disregarded Jiang Chun and left just like that, the corners of Ling Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched. Do you know who this fellow is? To ignore him like that, even the emperor would have to give him VIP treatment, yet you ignore him. Ling Xiaoxiao was about to go forward to offer some advice when she saw Princess Mou stop before an elder and said, Wu Shi, Zhang Laoshi intends to take the master teacher examination. I will have to trouble you to make preparations. Take the master teacher examination? Ling Xiaoxiao had barely taken a step forward when she heard those words and staggered, nearly falling to the ground. It is just a moment ago that you were clueless about the master teacher examination, and you want to give it a try now? Brother, are you sure you aren't joking with me? After the conversation just now, she could have confidently declared that the fellow named Zhang Xian knew nothing about master teachers. In fact, she had even suspected that Zhang Xian's master teacher apprentice emblem was bought. Does he want to take the master teacher examination, just like that? Do you know what master teachers represent? Ling Xiaoxiao felt as that she was on the brink of going insane. Jiang Chen, who intended to step forward to teach the other party a lesson, also stopped upon hearing Mou's words. His eyes narrowed, and he seemed to have fallen into deep contemplation. All right, but I'll have to check if you are qualified to take the examination. Wu Shi nodded. In the guild, he was in charge of conducting the master teacher examination, thus he was extremely well-versed in the procedures. Before taking the examination, he had to ascertain that the candidate fulfilled both the internal and external conditions. The external conditions are the recommendation from a master teacher, the identity of an assistant master teacher, and at least one supporting occupation. The internal conditions are reaching the state of insight of the heart of tranquil water and Tongxian realm cultivation. Lu Ling had told Zhang Xian about these conditions at Tianqian Kingdom, so Zhang Xian was no stranger to them. With a flick of his wrist, he took out his master-teacher apprentice emblem and one-star apothecary emblem and passed them forward. At the same time, he revealed his half-zongsher cultivation. With a glance, Wu Shi verified that the emblems were genuine. Thereafter, he took out a stone of insight and passed it to Zhang Xian. "It's a test of your soul depth." Zhang Xian nodded. He grabbed the stone of insight and adjusted his state of mind. "Zhang Shi, there's no need to get angry. He is just an ignorant countryside bumpkin. I doubt that he will even be eligible for the examination." Upon seeing Jiang Qin's darkened expression, an apprentice walked up and fawned on him. "Besides, even if he is eligible for the examination, it is impossible for him to match up to you. After all, you are a genius who is born with a soul depth of 4.0. The requirement for the master-teacher examination was a soul depth of 3.0. Most apprentices, upon achieving Heart of Tranquil Water, would only possess a soul depth of 1.5. They would require countless years of cultivation before they are able to raise it to 3.0. But this Jiang Chun possessed a soul depth of 4.0 from the moment he reached Heart of Tranquil Water. His name was spread far and wide. Even though he wasn't able to match up to Imohongyi's 6.0 and Imoyu's 5.0, he was still ranked among the best of geniuses in the capital. Competing with me? Who does he think he is? Upon hearing those words, Jiang Qin's grim complexion lightened greatly. Other than those two monsters, he didn't fear anyone when it came to soul depth. The other party was just a nobody. He might be skilled in pill forging, but his soul depth, this is the foundation of being a master teacher, similar to what Zhenqi is to a fighter. Even if the other party's soul depth had reached 3.0, he would still be a far way off from him, who was blessed with a natural soul depth of 4.0. The difference between 3.0 and 4.0 doesn't appear to be great, but this gap can only be bridged by decades of effort. Ling Xiaoxiao looked over as well. She didn't think that this ignorant fellow would possess a soul depth that was eligible for the master-teacher examination. After all, have you ever met a master-teacher who came for the examination without knowing what would be tested? Every other master-teacher had to study and prepare for their master-teacher examination in advance, not daring to slack off in any way. Yet, this fellow wants to make an attempt without knowing anything about it. Examination? Your head. If even this guy manages to pass the examination, didn't that mean that I, who know everything about the tests, am ready for the 2-star examination? She was thinking about what she should say if the other party's soul depth didn't meet the criteria when she heard a light buzz. The stone of insight in Zhang Xian's hands shone, and a line of digits slowly floated into appearance. Wu Shi received the stone of insight over from Zhang Xian and lowered his head to take a glance. His indifferent expression was shattered immediately, and his lips quivered uncontrollably. This? Quick, let's see how much it is. Everyone was startled to see the usually calm Wu Shi behave in such a manner. With faces full of curiosity, they could not help but direct their attention to the stone of insight. With a single look, each and every single one of their bodies shuddered. Go and take a look. Full of pride, Jiang Chun refused to go forward and instead sent his apprentice. The young man nodded and walked forward, but when he returned, he had an expression that seemed as if he had just seen a ghost. Why? Can it be that his soul depth matches me, Jiang Chun? Did he attain 4.0 as well? Jiang Chun frowned. I come from a clan of master teachers and from young. I have been receiving guidance from master teachers. This is also the reason why I can achieve such a high soul depth upon reaching Heart of Tranquil Water. How can a wild brat like him compare with me? How much is it? With an extremely red face, the apprentice spoke hesitantly. He? 5.1. Putong. Jiang Chin's body swayed, and he immediately felt his heart stifle. The heck? He had just claimed that this fellow could never compare up to him, and his soul depth was revealed to be 5.1. This was superior even to that of Princess Imoyu. Jiang Chun could feel fresh blood welling up in his mouth. 5.1? This, Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock. Brother, you have achieved a soul depth of 5. 1, and yet you don't know what the master teacher examination tests are about? Do you live under a stone? 5. 1. That's already the level of a top-notch genius. With just a bit of effort, your soul depth will be able to reach 6. 0, and you will be eligible to take the 2-star master teacher examination. Despite the geniuses that have appeared in Tianwu Kingdom over the years, less than a handful became 2-star master teachers. The person whom she thought to be an ignorant countryside bumpkin suddenly became an absolute genius. Ling Xiaoxiao's face reddened, and for a long while, she was unable to say a single word. Soul depth of 5. 1. You are a genius among geniuses. Let's go to the field. I'll conduct the examination for you right now. With a greatly agitated expression, Wu Shi took large strides as he headed out of the room. Zhang Xian and the others quickly followed behind him. In no time, the group arrived at a vast hall. At the very end of the hall were 5 tightly shut doors. The 5 tests for the Master Teacher examination are House of Trust, Supporting Occupation Pavilion, Puppet Hall, Cultivation Technique Ocean, and Unerring Pavilion. If you have students, you can have them enter that room. As long as their trust level exceeds 50, you will pass the first test. Pointing to the very first door, Wu Shi said, Having heard the rules from Ling Xiaoxiao, Zhang Xian nodded and beckoned for Zhao Ya and the others to come closer. These are my students. They, glancing at the crowd before looking back at Zhang Xian, a sliver of doubt flashed across Wu Shi's eyes. Usually, there would be a significant age gap between the teacher and student because it would be easier to establish a trust that way. Taking, for example, if a 20-year-old man were to teach a 7-year-old child, he would be likely to hold unconditional trust for your words. However, if that same man were to teach a 16-year-old teenager, putting aside whether he would trust your words, it would be a problem in itself to have him acknowledge you as his teacher. Why should he? This was exactly the situation before him. This Zhang Laoshi appeared to be below 20, but his students were 16 to 17, and there was a small age gap. Are you sure that the trust level these students have in you exceeds 50? May I ask how long have you taught these students for? After hesitating for a moment, Wu Shi asked. While the small difference in age posed a problem, it could be made up with time. If one could impress his students with his guidance over time, the trust level would surely rise. Around half a month. Then, after hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian added sheepishly, For that half a month, I've been out often, so adding it all up, it's probably only around 5 to 6 days. 5 to 6 days. Wu Shi's body swayed violently, and he nearly passed out. He stared at the fellow before him as if he were looking at a monster. When others take the master teacher examination, they would bring students whom they have groomed for numerous years. This way, the trust level would be higher, increasing the likelihood that they pass the examination. Yet, you sure are bold. Bringing students whom you have taught for just 5 to 6 days, are you sure that their trust level in you exceeds 50? What's wrong? Zhang Xian didn't know that there were so many things to consider about deciding on which student to deploy, so he felt perplexed. It's nothing. I would like to ask if you have any other students whom you have taught for a longer period of time or younger. Fearing that the other party wouldn't understand his meaning, Wu Shi explained patiently. There's none. They are the ones whom I have taught for the longest period of time, as well as the youngest. Zhang Xian nodded. Wu Shi rolled his eyes. The heck? They are almost the same age as you, and you've only taught them for 5 to 6 days. And you say that they're your youngest students, those whom you have taught for the longest period of time? You must be pulling my leg. Feeling dismayed, Wu Shi was thinking about how he should explain to that fellow when the other party shot him a doubtful look. If they won't do, I have taught Princess Mou for a few days as well. She can give it a try too. Give it a try? Try your head. Do you think that the master teacher examination is a joke? He thought that since the other party had a soul depth of 5. 1, a top-notch talent, it shouldn't have been a problem for him to pass the examination. Yet, to think that even such simple words could not get through to him. If these are your only students, you can get them to enter. However, allow me to remind you in advance. Their trust levels and you must reach at least 50 in order for you to pass. If they don't, You can only try again the next time. Forcefully suppressing his own feelings of frustration, Wuxia couldn't be bothered to explain any further. I understand. Zhang Xian turned to Zhao Ye and the others. You all should enter. Yes. Zhao Ye and the others nodded their heads before stepping into the room. Drip a droplet of fresh blood here. Just like the crystal ball used to test trust level, all kinds of illusions will appear in this room to assess your students' trust in you. Eventually, the result will appear on the wall. Seeing the fellow urge his students to enter without even giving them any instructions, Wuxia felt increasingly dumbstruck. At this point in time, he was no longer carrying any expectations for him. Other teachers would explain to their students what they should do upon encountering the illusion to hint their students about how they can achieve a higher trust level. Yet, he didn't even bother to say anything. It was a wonder how someone like him became a teacher. It was true that Zhang Xian wasn't aware of the rules for the master-teacher examination, but from his perspective, there wasn't really a need for any clarifications. He simply came to the front and released a droplet of blood onto a pedestal. Wong. With a light ring, the entire house of trust burst into action, and a glaring radiance filled the room. Seeing that the first test of the master-teacher examination had begun, the crowd, who had followed along, focused on the tightly shut doors with great anxiety. To bring similarly aged students whom he had taught for just 5 to 6 days, it would already be considered incredible if his trust level reaches 20. Zhang Chun sneered coldly. Even though the master-teacher examination was difficult, there were certain tricks. As a one-star master teacher who came from a clan of master teachers, he was well aware of the ways to maximize the possibility of passing the examination. One's trust level toward one's parents would be only around 60, while this test required a trust level of 50 at the minimum. This was equivalent to trust that people have for their own siblings. How can he establish a trust of this level with students whom he had taught for just a few days? Putting aside a star teacher, even one-star teachers are unable to induce this level of trust in similarly aged students within such a short period of time. Did you really only teach these students for 5 to 6 days? Zhang Chun wasn't the only one who thought so. Mo could not help but ask Zhang Xian. Actually, if I were to add up the time I've been together with them, it's only about 15 to 16 hours. Zhang Xian contemplated for a moment before answering. During the period he was teaching Zhao Ye and the others, he was busy every single day with many different things. Thus, he would often just lecture and correct their flaws in the morning before disappearing in the afternoon. Thus, the time in which they spent together might only add up to a total of 15 to 16 hours. 15 to 16 hours? Princess Mo, you saw her vision turn gray for a moment. What kind of trust can you establish in such a short period of time? She thought that this fellow was well prepared, that's why she brought him here. To think that he would be so unreliable? Look, the trust level is out. Just as she was considering how she should explain the matter to this fellow and have him prepare himself properly before retaking the examination, she heard someone from among the crowd shout. Mo turned to look immediately. Wong. The first door trembled violently, and a row of digits slowly appeared on its surface. What? How is that possible? Mou, Jiang Chun, and the others exclaimed in shock. The trust level of life and death kindreds? This is what only a 5-star master teacher can achieve. Wuxia trembled vigorously in agitation. All of the master teachers who tagged along fell silent, displaying their shock for the numbers before them. The 2 large digits that hung on the door were exceptionally conspicuous, but those looking at it couldn't help but doubt their eyes. 85. Chapter 304. No mistake? The relationship between parent and child was around 60, while with one's spouse, it was around 70. Beyond that was the level at which both parties would be willing to die for one another, life and death kindreds. This was the level at which both parties had unreserved trust for one another. They would willingly die for the sake of one another if there was a need to. This was a level that would only appear in students taught by a 5-star master teacher. Zhang Qian had just said that it would be impossible for the trust level to even reach 20, and such a situation occurred in the very next moment. He felt a stinging sensation on his face, as though someone had slapped him hard and dislocated his lower jaw. He stared at the numbers with his mouth agape. He only taught his students for only 5 to 6 days? Have you ever seen anyone reaching such a high level of trust after teaching for just a few days? If you can reach this level after such a short period of time, doesn't that mean that if you were to teach them for a few years, you would reach 90 and above? The heck! Even a 5-star master teacher would be incapable of such a feat. Soul depth of 5. 1. Trust level of 85. This countryside bumpkin was about to charge through the heavens. Ling Xiaoxiao's slender body trembled, and 10,000 mud horses raced across her mind, bringing over new students who were around the same age as him. It was clear that the young man was a newbie who didn't know a single thing about the master teacher examination. Yet, it was the same person who casually blasted their eyes with a trust level of 85. She felt helpless and frenzied. Mo's mouth twitched violently as well. She had guessed long ago that Zhang Laoshe would surely pass this test. However, she had never expected him to do it so overwhelmingly with such inconceivable results. One must know that she had brought students who she had groomed for 3 years for her test, but their trust level only reached 52. Even the students brought here by the number 1 genius of the kingdom, Mo Hongyi, only had a trust level of 55. Those students had been following him since they were 7, and at the time of the examination, they were only 11. Regardless of whether it was the age of Zhang Xian's students or the duration he had guided them for, the result of the House of Trust was completely inconceivable, to the point that they started to doubt if it was malfunctioning. Jia. The door opened, and the slightly fatigued Zhao Ya and the others walked out. They turned around and glanced at the trust level on the door. "I'm sorry, teacher." The few of them apologized. On the inside, they felt that they would trust Zhang Laoshe unconditionally no matter what he did, or else they wouldn't have left their kin to follow him here. Thus, upon seeing the result of the test, they felt embarrassed. Seeing their expressions, the crowd immediately suffered billions of damage. Not only was the teacher a monster, the students were monsters as well. To be discontent with a trust level of 85, why don't you all just go and die? Cough, cough. Seeing that the master teachers and apprentices were traumatized and rendered speechless by this matter, Wu Shi immediately coughed to draw everyone's attention. With a trust level of 85, you passed the first test. We'll move on to the second test now, supporting occupation pavilion. The content of the test for the supporting occupation pavilion will naturally be on your supporting occupation. However, as your supporting occupation is that of an apothecary, I will have to warn you in advance, he said as he turned towards Zhang Xian. For the 1-star apothecary examination, you have to forge a grade 1 pill. However, the test for the supporting occupation pavilion is different. What it tests is not your understanding on pill forging, but your ability to impart your knowledge. That's to say, even if you are a 3-star apothecary, if you are incapable of guiding others on pill forging, you will be deemed to have failed this test. The results of the test will be determined by 2 factors. Firstly, the level of the pill you have forged, formation, satiation, perfection, and inscribed pill. The higher the level, the better your results. Secondly, the number of errors you make in your guidance. For every error made, you will have points deducted from your score. Do you understand? After explaining the content of the test, Wu Shi asked. I understand. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Even though he was a 1-star apothecary, he passed the examination through pill debate. As such, he was unable to even forge a grade 1 pill. For him, guiding others was much easier. With all of the books from the Tianxian Kingdom Apothecary Guild in his head, even if he didn't use the Library of Heaven's Path, he would still be able to guide others to forge a grade 1 pill with ease. Good. You may enter. Wu Shi gestured. Not wasting any time, Zhang Xian walked in. Do you all think he will be able to pass this test? Even Mo Shi has addressed him as teacher. He must possess incredible aptitude in pill forging. Passing shouldn't be an issue. I only wonder what his results will be. Just like the House of Trust, the maximum score that one can get in the supporting occupation pavilion is 100 points, and the passing score is 50. The difference in occupation will result in a difference in judging criteria. For a painter to pass, he has to guide someone to paint a second-level painting. Since he is an apothecary, as long as a pill is successfully formed, he should be able to reach 50 points and pass the examination. Indeed, back then, when Emo Hongi took the supporting occupation pavilion test, he was tested on his occupation as a formation master. With his score of 60, he created a huge commotion back then. Reaching a score of 60 means that one's understanding of one's supporting occupation has already exceeded the level of a 1-star. To be achieve such results for the 1-star master teacher examination, only a genius like him is capable of doing so. However, this fellow's soul depth is 5.1 and his student's trust level is 85. I think that his results won't be low. You're right. However, forging a pill by yourself and guiding another person to do the same are two completely different matters. I think that reaching 55 will already be a huge hurdle for him. The crowd started discussing as they saw Zhang Xian walk into the supporting occupation pavilion. What the supporting occupation pavilion tested was one's ability to guide others on the occupation, not their own mastery in the occupation. There were many geniuses who came to take the examination, only to leave the examination hall disappointed. Even though Zhang Xian's soul depth and House of Trust results have astonished the crowd, most people didn't think that he would do well for the second test. Jia. The doors closed. Zhang Xian scanned the room. It was a room of around 20 meters in length and width, and there was a massive cauldron placed in the center of the room. It looks like this room will change according to the supporting occupation of the examinee. Zhang Xian was taken aback when he saw the cauldron. However, after giving the matter some thought, he came to a realization. The supporting occupation pavilion would change its interiors depending on the supporting occupation of the examinee. Since Zhang Xian's supporting occupation was apothecary, naturally, a cauldron would be placed at the center of the room. Just as Zhang Xian was wondering how the test would be carried out, a puppet walked over to the side of the cauldron. Zhang Xian couldn't tell what the puppet was made of, but it seemed no different from a human apart from its completely impassive expression. Before the puppet was a row of around 40 to 50 different medicinal herbs: green-leafed split palm flower, rootless grass, white angelica flower. Am I supposed to forge a grade 1 spirit-enriching pill? Zhang Xian deduced as he examined at the medicinal herbs. Based on his knowledge on pill forging, even without using the library of Heaven's Path, he could tell what kind of pill these ingredients could make. Right as he was discerning the various herbs present, the puppet started to move, lighting the flame, warming the cauldron, placing the medicinal herbs in. Even though the puppet's movements weren't fluid, they were orderly and sequential. It is impossible for a pill to be formed like that. With a glance, Zhang Xian shook his head. Pill forging was just like executing a battle technique. Even with the same herbs and the same forging sequence, if the person forging it was different, the result would be different as well. Although the sequence in which the puppet placed the medicinal herbs in was correct, the puppet failed to grasp the timings well, resulting in multiple conflicts between the medicinal properties of the various herbs. Under such circumstances, the pill forging was inevitably bound to end in failure. As expected, when the pill forging came to an end and the cauldron was opened, black smoke immediately billowed out. Failure. To pass this examination, you have to guide the puppet to successfully forge the pill. A voice sounded. It seemed like the examinee was supposed to carefully watch the forging process of the puppet and determine the errors in its movements so as to guide it when it forges for the second time. As soon as those words sounded, the puppet started forging once more. Its actions were exactly the same as before. If it was an ordinary apothecary, it would be impossible for him to forge another pill in the exact same way as he did before. Probably, only this kind of specially created puppet could follow instructions so precisely. However, this is better for me. Unlike humans, puppets won't suffer from lapses in concentration. As long as it strictly follows my instructions, it will surely be able to forge the pill out. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Back then, when he instructed Mou on forging a grade 2 pill back in the Beast Hall, it was due to her concentration wandering that the pill forging nearly failed. Humans have emotions, be it happiness, sadness, or anger, and these could affect the result of the pill forged. However, puppets were different. They would strictly follow the instructions given to them, so it was impossible for them to make any mistakes. Slow the igniting process of the flame by half a breath, and extend the warming of the cauldron by 4 breaths. Wait a moment. All right, begin. Understanding this, Zhang Xian smiled. Standing on the spot, he muttered instruction after instruction. In the hall outside, everyone's gaze was fixated on the number on the door. He should already be guiding the puppet by now. Someone shouted. That's right. Different from the House of Trust, the score of the supporting occupation hall will be reflected on the door as soon as the test begins. As correct instructions are issued by the examinee, the score increases. On the other hand, if erroneous instructions were to be issued, the score decreases. This way, we can see his result real-time. Back then, when Imo Hongi guided a puppet to set up a formation, the points kept increasing and there were only 5 occasions where the score fell. That is to say, he has only made 5 errors. Indeed, even Pavilion Master Jiang made 7 mistakes when he took the 2-star Master Teacher examination. Yet, Imo Hongi only made 5. This in itself is making history. I wonder how will the fellow inside fare. Even if he's a genius, his soul depth is only 5. 1. Compared to Imo Hongi Imo Shi's 6. 0, he is still slightly lacking. I think that his mistakes should probably number at least 10. I think so too. It should be above 10. Everyone were chattering wildly about the situation. Look, the score is starting to increase. Another voice broke all of the discussions in the room. All gazes swiftly fell onto the door. The number which appeared previously was slowly increasing. 10, 11, 12. Not bad. His score is increasing steadily. This means that he hasn't made any errors so far. I am impressed. It's just a matter of time before he makes a mistake. After all, who can guarantee that he will be able to guide someone perfectly? Your words make sense. The crowd nodded as they watched the number on the door. Initially, they were still chatting casually, but as time went by, their faces slowly turned grim. It's already 40 and he hasn't made a single error. The eyes of all the master teachers in the room widened, as though they were looking at a fearsome monster. The number on the door has already reached 40, but it hasn't decreased a single time yet. This meant that from the start of the pill forging, Zhang Xian hasn't issued a single erroneous instruction. Mudhorse's dash, it is a homophone for a vulgarity in Chinese. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.